Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first file on the USB drive was called Kitchen 1998. Mauve, which would have been boring if the thumbnail hadn't shown my mother's old yellow wallpaper. Not wallpaper like hers. Hers. The same faded lemons. The same crooked seam above the stove where she tried to smooth it down with the back of a spoon. The same round scorch mark on the Formica counter from the year she set a hot pan down and said a word I wasn't allowed to repeat until I was 12. I stared at it while the desktop fan on my desk clicked every third rotation. Click, click, tick. The USB drive itself sat beside my keyboard, plain black plastic. No brand name, no little logo, not even the storage size stamped into it. I'd found it 10 minutes earlier in a box of junk I was supposed to be sorting for donation, wedged inside the cracked battery compartment of an old pocket radio. I almost threw it away. Then I plugged it in. That was my first bad decision. My name is Mara Ellis. I'm 31, female, and I live in a second-floor apartment in Worcester, Massachusetts, in a building that smells like radiator dust in winter and wet brick whenever it rains. I work as a freelance archivist, which sounds more interesting than it is. Most days I scan family photographs, label estate papers, and help people turn basements full of dead relatives into searchable folders. I'm good at it because I like order. Names, dates, locations, metadata. Give me a mess, and I can make it behave. People are harder. My mother had died 3 weeks before I found the drive. That made everything in the apartment feel borrowed, even my own hands. I had brought home 4 boxes from her house in Fitchburg after the funeral, promising myself I would sort through them slowly, responsibly, like someone who understood grief as a process instead of a leaking pipe. But the boxes had sat near my front door until my landlord texted that the hallway couldn't be used for personal storage. And I dragged them inside, one by one, while the woman downstairs banged on her ceiling with what sounded like a broom handle. The box I opened that night was labeled MISC, kitchen/desk/radio, in my mother's careful block letters. It held takeout menus from places that had closed years ago. A dead flashlight, old batteries leaking chalky white crust, refrigerator magnets, a brass key with no tag, 3 birthday candles shaped like numbers, and the pocket radio. The radio was red, cheap, and scratched across the speaker grill. I remembered it from emergency kits during snowstorms. My mother used to keep it in the pantry with cans of soup and a manual can opener because she trusted very few things that needed Wi-Fi. I turned it over in my hands. Something rattled inside. At first, I thought it was a battery. When I pried the compartment open with a butter knife, the USB drive slid out and dropped onto my desk with a soft plastic tap. That should have been the end of it. A mystery for another day. I was tired, and there were still crumbs of packing paper in my hair. was doing that nighttime thing where every appliance seemed to find its own small voice. The refrigerator hum, the radiator knock, the old pipes ticking in the wall after someone upstairs ran hot water. Instead, I wiped the drive with a tissue and held it under my desk lamp. No label, no dust in the connector. That bothered me. Everything else in the box had the faint, tacky film of storage on it. Basement, air. Cardboard, years. The USB looked clean, almost recently handled. I'm not proud of what I did next. I know better. I have preached at clients about unknown drives. I've made jokes about malware with the kind of smugness that invites punishment. But my mother had hidden it in a radio. My mother, who labeled extension cords. My mother, who kept instruction manuals in plastic sleeves. So I shut off my Wi-Fi, opened an old laptop I used for questionable client media, and plugged the drive in. The laptop made its polite little chime. A window opened. One folder. Home videos. I sat there for a second, breathing through my mouth, because the room still smelled faintly of old batteries and the vinegar cleaner I'd sprayed on my desk. My first feeling wasn't fear. It was irritation. The kind you get when a dead person leaves one more thing for you to solve. I clicked. Inside were 13 video files, all named in the same plain format. Kitchen 1998, Mauve Backyard 1998, Mauve Birthday 1999, Mauve Basement 1999, Mauve Driveway 2000, Mauve. There were others, but I didn't read them all. My eyes snagged on one halfway down the list. Mara Sleeping 2000. Mauve. I moved the cursor away from it, as if it had become hot. Nope, I said out loud. The apartment answered with the radiator. Ping, ping. From the kitchen, my phone buzzed against the counter. I flinched hard enough that my knee hit the underside of the desk. It was a text from Theo. Still alive over there. Theo Mercer, 32 male, was my closest friend and former coworker from the small digitization company where we'd both started in our 20s. He lived across town above a laundromat and had the calm, rumpled energy of someone who could sleep through a car alarm, but would drive across the city at midnight if I said I needed help. He also had a habit of checking on me since the funeral, not dramatically, just enough to make it hard to pretend I was fine. I typed back, sorting boxes. Found something weird. 3 dots appeared immediately. Define weird. I looked at the screen again. The thumbnail for Kitchen 1998. Mauve showed my mother's kitchen, yes. But there was something wrong with the angle. All the home videos I remembered from childhood were filmed from adult height, with my mother narrating over the camcorder mic and telling me to wave. This one looked lower, much lower, like the camera had been set on a chair or held by a child. I clicked the file before I could talk myself out of it. The video opened in a basic player. Poor quality. Grainy. Timestamp burned into the corner in blocky white numbers. 6/14/1990 7:42 p.m. The kitchen filled the screen. For a moment, nothing happened. Just the table with its blue vinyl cloth, the sink under the window, a dish towel hanging from the oven handle, the old box fan in the window rattling hard enough to make the audio fuzz. June humidity seemed to come through the pixels. I could almost smell it. Tomato sauce, warm plastic, cut grass drifting in from the yard. Then my mother crossed the frame. She was younger than I expected, which hit me in an ugly place. Dark hair clipped up badly, bare feet, t-shirt tucked into jeans. She moved fast, like she was late to something only she knew about. "Mara," she called from off-screen. "Honey, don't touch that." My fingers tightened on the laptop. A child giggled close to the microphone. Not a memory. A sound, small, breathless. Mine, maybe. My mother came back into frame, crouched, and reached toward the camera. The image jolted away from her, swinging down to the floor. Brown linoleum, a chair leg, my own sneakers, tiny and scuffed at the toes. "Mara," she said again, not angry, strained. "Give it to me." The camera tilted up, and there I was, 5 years old, female. Brown hair in a crooked ponytail, a gap between my front teeth, sitting under the kitchen table with a camcorder clutched against my chest. The perspective made no sense for a second, and then I understood. Someone else was filming me. A second camera. My mother's eyes flicked toward whoever held it. "Don't," she said. The video cut to black. I didn't move. The fan clicked, click, click, tick. My phone buzzed again. "Mara, weird how." I called Theo instead of texting. He picked up on the second ring. "Tell me you didn't find another dead mouse in a shoebox." I found a USB drive hidden in my mom's old radio. There was a pause. Then the background noise on his end shifted, dryer thump, distant TV, traffic hiss through a cracked window. Hidden, in the battery compartment. That's weird, I know. What's on it? Home videos. That sounds less weird. One of them is from our kitchen in 1998. Okay. And it was filmed from 2 cameras. Another pause. Like your mom had 2 camcorders. She didn't. We barely had one. I remember the one. It had duct tape on the strap and 8 tapes if you rewound too fast. Could have borrowed one. Theo, what? My mom tells me not to touch the camera. Then she looks at the person filming and says, "Don't." Then it cuts off. He stopped making reassuring sounds. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Not panicked, careful. "Don't open anything else." I already opened the folder. "Don't open another file." I disconnected Wi-Fi. That is not the same as safe. I'm on the old laptop. "Mara, I know," he sighed. "I'm coming over." "No, you don't have to. I'm coming over. Make coffee or something. Also, don't plug that thing into your main computer." I'm not stupid. "You plugged in an unmarked USB you found hidden in a dead woman's radio." The words landed wrong. Dead woman. My mother reduced to a phrase in his mouth. He heard it too, because he went quiet. "Sorry," he said. "It's fine." "It's not. I'm sorry." I rubbed my thumb against the edge of the desk until the skin caught on a splinter. "Just get here." While I waited, I did not open another video. I did everything around opening another video. I made coffee and forgot to put a mug under the machine, so it poured directly into the tray with a thin, embarrassing hiss. I cleaned it up. I checked the front door lock. I checked the windows, though I lived too high for anyone to reach them without a ladder. And the fire escape had rusted so badly, the city inspector once told our landlord it looked more decorative than functional. Outside, rain had started again. Not hard. A steady mist that made car tires whisper on the street below. The yellow streetlight on the corner smeared itself across the wet glass. I kept seeing my mother's face from the video. Not scared exactly. Caught. That was worse. At 9:18, my buzzer rasped. I pressed the intercom. "Yeah, it's me," Theo said, and I brought the fancy kind of anxiety. "What does that mean?" "Peppermint tea and a Faraday bag." Despite myself, I smiled for half a second. When he came in, his hair was damp and stuck to his forehead. He wore an old Bruins hoodie and carried a canvas messenger bag that smelled faintly of laundromat detergent. He paused just inside the door, eyes moving over the boxes, the half-open flaps, the little piles of my mother's life spread across the floor. "You okay?" he asked. "No, fair," I pointed at the desk. "Laptop S there, drives still plugged in." He winced. "You left it plugged in. I didn't touch it." "Those are different things." Theo worked in corporate IT now, which meant he had become professionally annoying about risk. He washed his hands at my kitchen sink, dried them on a paper towel because he didn't trust the dish towel, then sat at my desk and looked at the laptop without touching the mouse. "You said Wi-Fi's off." "Yes." "Bluetooth?" I stared at him. He clicked settings, checked, then muttered, "Okay, good enough for triage, not good enough for pride." I stood behind him with my arms crossed. "Can malware jump out and stab me?" "No, but it can make this evening more expensive." He opened the file properties, careful and slow. I watched his face more than the screen. "Creation dates are weird," he said. "Weird how?" "Some say 2011. Some say 2023. That might be copy dates, not original recording dates. File sizes are small. Old footage compressed badly. No obvious auto-run stuff. That doesn't mean clean. Can you tell where they came from? Not from here." He looked at the folder list. His eyes stopped at Mara sleeping 2000, mauve. Not make a joke. That scared me more than if he had. "Did you watch that one?" he asked. "No." "Good." The room settled around us. Rain against the window, refrigerator cycling off. Somewhere upstairs, a chair dragged across the floor with a long wooden groan. Theo leaned back. "Why would your mom hide this?" "Maybe she forgot." "In a battery compartment. She hid cash in books." "Cash is normal. Creepy home videos are not cash." I moved past him and picked up the old radio from the desk. It felt lighter without the drive inside. Cheap plastic. Scratches around the tuning dial. My mother had written our old address on the back in black marker, probably in case we took it somewhere and lost it. 12 Ardmore Street, Fitchburg, MA. The letters were faded, but still sharp enough to read. "I don't remember this," I said. "The kitchen. I remember the kitchen. I don't remember being filmed like that. I don't remember anyone else being there." "You were 5. I remember plenty from 5. Not reliably. That irritated me because it was true. Memory was the whole rotten joke. I spent my working life preserving evidence for other people, while my own childhood had always been full of blanks. Normal blanks, I thought. Kid blanks. The year my parents separated was mostly a sequence of smells and weather, and sitting on carpet outside closed doors. My mother never talked about it, and my father had left when I was 6 and died of an overdose in New Hampshire before I was old enough to ask anything useful. Here was the private flaw I hated naming. I needed records, because I didn't trust myself without them. A photograph calmed me. A date steadied the floor. If something existed in a file folder, properly labeled, it could not change behind my back. But the video on that laptop had changed something. Or maybe it proved something had always been missing. Theo turned toward me. "You want to stop?" I almost said yes. It was right there. Easy. We could put the USB in his Faraday bag, order takeout, and tomorrow I could call a data recovery lab or a lawyer or no one. I could decide grief had made me dramatic. I could tell myself my mother borrowed a second camcorder from a neighbor and forgot to mention it for 28 years. Then my eye landed on another file name. Porchman. My stomach gave a slow, unpleasant pull. Theo saw me looking. "No," he said. "You don't even know what I'm looking at. I know your face. There's one called Porchman, which is exactly why we don't click it at 9:30 at night while you're running on coffee and funeral leftovers. I need to know if it's my father. Do you?" It was such a simple question that I hated him for asking it. The rain thickened, ticking harder against the window now. A car passed outside with bass rattling faintly through its frame. Somewhere in the building, someone laughed once, sharply, then shut a door. I set the radio down. "My mom hid it," I said. "Not destroyed it, hid it. That could mean she wanted it found later. Or never, exactly." We stood there with that between us. On the laptop, the folder waited, 13 files, tiny thumbnails. My childhood reduced to rectangles and dates I didn't remember living. Theo reached into his bag and pulled out a small silver pouch with a Velcro seal. "We bag it. I take the laptop too if you want. Tomorrow, we image the drive properly. No more opening files directly. We do this like sane people. Tomorrow, I might lose my nerve. That might be your brain doing its job." I looked at him. His face was tired, kind, and stubborn. He was trying to keep me from stepping onto a rotten board just because I'd heard something underneath it. But the thing underneath had my name. I sat down at the desk. Theo didn't stop me, not physically. He just said quietly, "Mara." My hand hovered over the mouse. The cursor trembled slightly because my fingers did. I could click Porchman 1998, mauve, and let the night split open a little more. Or I could let Theo seal the drive away and spend the next 12 hours imagining every possible face that might appear on that porch. Neither choice felt safe. The laptop fan whined as if it was straining to decide with me. I looked at the file, then at the pouch in Theo's hand. And for the first time since my mother died, I wished she were there not to comfort me, but to answer for herself. Theo's pouch stayed open in his hand like a mouth waiting to be fed. I clicked Porchman 1998 mauve. For one clean second, nothing happened, and I thought the laptop had frozen. The player window hung black. The progress bar showed 12 minutes and 46 seconds of footage, which was too long. Childhood home videos were never that long unless someone forgot the camera was running. They were birthdays, Christmas mornings, school plays with bored parents coughing behind the lens. This didn't feel like that. "Mara," Theo said, "I know. You don't, actually. That's the theme tonight." Then the video started. The image shuddered into a view of our old front porch in Fitchburg. The timestamp read 8/03/1998-10, 11 p.m. Night footage, poorly lit, grain in the dark like static crawling over everything. The camera looked out through the screen door. I recognized the porch railing. The white paint flaked down to gray in long strips, and the hanging plant hook my mother never used. The porch light was on, throwing a hard yellow cone over the steps. Beyond it, Ardmore Street sat damp and empty under summer trees. At first, I thought the camera had been placed on the hall table. Then the view shifted slightly. A careful movement and a breath brushed the microphone. Someone was holding it. Theo leaned closer despite himself. A man stood at the bottom of the porch steps. He was mostly in shadow, but he wasn't my father. My father had been narrow, twitchy, always holding himself like he expected bad news to come from behind. This man was broader. Late 30s or 40s maybe. Light shirt, dark trousers, cap pulled low. He held something in his left hand. A paper bag, I thought at first. Then he turned a little, and the bag caught the porch light with a dull, vinyl shine. Not paper, a small camera case. The audio hissed. Bugs ticked against the porch light. My mother's voice came from inside the house, close to the person filming. "Go away, Alan," Theo whispered. "Alan." I didn't answer. Anne at the bottom of the steps lifted one hand, palm out, friendly in a way that made the gesture ugly. "Just 5 minutes, Helen." My mother's name in his mouth made my shoulders tight. "We talked about this," she said. "No, you talked. You made decisions." The camera shifted down, and for a moment the frame caught the floorboards and a child's bare foot near the edge of the rug. Mine, I was there, standing behind the door or beside whoever was filming. "I'm calling police," my mother said. "No, you are." The man's voice stayed low. Local accent. Massachusetts vowels softened by habit. "Because then I tell them what you did." Theo inhaled through his nose. The video cut, not to black, to a different angle. Now the camera was higher, looking through an upstairs window. The same man stood on the sidewalk near a dark sedan. He opened the trunk. The porch light still showed part of him, just enough to see him pull something out and place it on the curb. A child's backpack. Pink. Small. My old backpack had been pink in kindergarten, with a plastic dolphin zipper, pull I used to chew until the tail snapped. I made a sound before I knew I was making one. Theo paused the video. The room jumped back around us. Desk lamp, rain, cardboard boxes, cold coffee smell. My own adult apartment felt like a set someone had built around me while I was looking away. "Don't pause it," I said. "Take a second. Don't pause it. You're shaking. Press play." He didn't. I reached for the trackpad, and he caught my wrist. Not hard, just enough. "Mara, listen to me. We've got a name, maybe a face. We don't keep free diving into mystery meat data because your brain is screaming at you. My brain is screaming because there's a video of a man on my porch with my childhood backpack. Yes, exactly. So we slow down." I looked at his hand around my wrist. He let go immediately. "Sorry," he said. "No, don't, just play it." He rubbed both hands over his face. "Fine. But we document what we see. We don't interpret. We don't invent the whole nightmare before we have facts." That was Theo trying to be useful. It was also Theo trying to put rails around me, because he knew if he didn't, I'd run straight toward the worst part just to end the suspense. He opened a note file and typed, Porch Man 1998 timestamp 8/03/1998 11 p.m. Man called Alan. Helen tells him to go away. Mentions police. Alan says he'll tell them what she did. Pink backpack placed near curb. The plain words looked ridiculous. Insufficient. He hit play. The upstairs angle continued. The man, Alan, closed his trunk. He looked up at the window, not vaguely, directly, as if he knew the camera was there. The footage lurched sideways. Whoever filmed ducked away. There was a muffled thump, a child's quick intake of breath, then my mother from somewhere below. Mara, get back. Again, the video cut. The rest of the file was corrupted or empty. Blocks of color, streaking sound, fragments of the porch railing repeating and folding into themselves. Theo dragged the scrubber along the timeline, but nothing stable returned. At 11 minutes, 40 seconds, one final image snapped into view for less than a second. A close-up of a hand taping something under the porch mailbox. Then black. The file ended. Theo and I sat in the blue-white glow of the laptop. I didn't realize my nails were digging into my palm until a bead of blood rose in the crease beneath my thumb. Alan, Theo said. I hated how gently he said it, like the name was breakable. I don't know an Alan, maybe a neighbor. No, you sure? No, Theo. Obviously, I'm not sure. Apparently, I'm not sure of anything. He nodded once and took that without defending himself. The concrete problem arrived not as a scream, not as a pounding at the door, but as my phone lighting up on the kitchen counter. Unknown number. It buzzed once, stopped, then again. I stared at it. Theo turned in the chair. Don't answer. It could be a client. At 9:43, I have weird clients. It can leave a voicemail. The phone stopped. A second later, a text appeared. Do not go back to Ardmore Street. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. The message sat on the lock screen, black letters on pale gray, painfully ordinary. Theo got up first. He didn't run. That would have made it worse. He walked to the kitchen, picked up my phone by the edges as if it were a dead bird, and read the message again. Did you tell anyone about the address? He asked. No. Did you post anything? Funeral stuff, estate cleanout? No. My aunt posted an obituary, but not my address. Your mom's old address is in public records. Not that I found the drive. No, rain tapped against the window faster now. My apartment suddenly had too many openings, door, windows, old vents, the dark rectangle of the hallway beyond the kitchen. Theo looked at me. Is this your phone? Same number you've had forever, since college. Your mom had it. Of course she had it. Anyone going through her things might have found it. I'm the one going through her things. He gave me the phone. We don't respond. Another text came before I could lock the screen. You already watched the porch. Stop there. The room seemed to shrink by inches. Theo whispered, oh, come on. It was the first time all night he sounded truly afraid. My mouth had gone dry. How would they know? Could be malware on the USB phoning home. Wi-Fi is off. Your laptop's Wi-Fi is off. Your phone is. The drive could have had a hidden document with a tracking link if you opened it, but you didn't. The videos themselves, no. That doesn't make sense. Could someone see through the laptop camera? I covered it with tape 2 years ago. Could someone be outside? Theo looked toward the window. We both did. The glass reflected us more than the street, me standing pale and rigid in an oversized sweater, Theo beside the desk, the laptop open like an accusation. Beyond the reflection, the opposite building was a smear of brick and yellow-lit windows. A few cars lined the curb. Nothing moved except rain. "I'm calling the police," he said. That should have relieved me. It didn't. "Tell them what?" I asked. "That I found old home videos and got a creepy text." "Yes, they'll tell us to block the number. They'll make a report." "About what?" "A warning. About harassment, possible stalking." "And then what?" "They'll come tomorrow." He didn't answer quickly enough. That was the problem with grounded fear. It had office hours. It had dispatch priorities. It had someone on the other end of a non-emergency line deciding if your panic had enough paperwork attached to become real. Theo dialed anyway. While he spoke to the dispatcher, I walked to the boxes and pulled things out too fast. Old envelopes, recipe cards, expired coupons, my mother's address book with a cracked plastic cover. My hands had become stupid. I dropped a stack of photographs, and they slid across the floor. Me on a sled, me with missing teeth, my mother standing beside a birthday cake with her eyes half closed from the flash. Theo covered the phone with his hand. "They're sending someone when available. Could be a while." "Great." They said, "Don't engage, keep the texts, stay inside." "Fantastic." He frowned. "What are you doing?" "Finding Alan. In a box of coupons." "You got a better database." I opened the address book. My mother had used it for decades, crossing out old numbers, taping new ones over the pages. A's first. Abbott, Adams, Allen. No Allen. No last name that made anything obvious. Theo came over, still holding his phone. "Mara, this is exactly what I mean by slow down. We have a name and an address." The text said, "Don't go back to Ardmore Street." So clearly the bad idea is going back to Ardmore Street. Something was taped under the mailbox. In 1998. Maybe not still there. Probably not still there. Then why warn me not to go? Because whoever texted wants you rattled. It's working. He lowered his voice. "Yes, so don't let them steer you." That stopped me for half a breath. Because that was the thing, wasn't it? I had spent my life terrified of not knowing what was real, of relying on my own memories and finding them full of soft spots. Whoever had texted me understood the easiest way to move me. Give me a record. Withhold the context. Point at a door and say, "Don't open it." My phone buzzed again. This time Theo and I both flinched. Police won't help with what she hid. Below it, another message came almost immediately. Ask about the blue room. I sat down on the floor because my knees had stopped being theoretical. Theo crouched in front of me. "Hey, look at me." "I don't know what that means." "Good. That means we don't chase it tonight." "I don't know what that means," I said again, because repeating it felt safer than thinking. But I did know something. Not a memory. A texture, blue walls, not sky blue, darker. Paint that smelled new. A fan turning overhead. The dry scrape of a blanket under my fingers. Someone telling me to count backward from 10, but not like a doctor, like a game. I pressed my palms against my eyes until sparks moved there. Theo said my name. I dropped my hands. There was a blue room. His face went very still. "You remember that?" "I don't know. That's not the same as yes." I said, "I don't know." The old laptop made a small notification sound. Both of us looked up. The video folder had changed. At first, I thought my eyes were doing it. The list of 13 files was still there, but now at the bottom, beneath driveway 2000, mauve, a new file appeared in the folder. Blue Room 1999. Mauve. Theo moved so quickly, he almost knocked the chair over. No, absolutely not. I didn't do that. I know you didn't. The drive is offline. The laptop is offline. So how? I don't know. He reached past me and yanked the USB from the port. The folder window vanished. The laptop gave a rude little error tone. For a second, I was angry enough to forget being scared. What did you do? I stopped whatever that was. We needed to see the file properties. We need to not keep touching the haunted malware stick. It's not haunted. It's also not behaving normally. He put the drive into the Faraday pouch and sealed it with both hands, pressing the Velcro flat. Then he shut the laptop, unplugged its charger, and slid the whole machine away from the desk as if distance meant anything. Theo, no, you saw it appear. Yes. How? I don't know yet. Could the files have been hidden? Maybe. Could be a delayed refresh. Could be the OS indexing. Could be you missed it before. I didn't miss it. I believe you. You said maybe I did. I'm listing possibilities, because that is what keeps us from making stupid decisions. You think going to Ardmore is stupid. I think going anywhere tonight because an unknown person texted you instructions is stupid. They told me not to go. Reverse psychology is not a strategy. Neither is sitting here until some cop knocks, shrugs, and tells me to call if someone shows up with a knife. His jaw tightened. I wished, instantly, that I hadn't said it like that. Theo's younger sister had been mugged outside a bar in Providence years ago, and the police had done exactly enough to make her feel foolish for reporting it. I knew that. I'd been there when he drove down to get her. I'd watched him pace her kitchen with a rage so quiet it frightened me. He stood up. That was cheap. I'm sorry. No, you're scared. You get mean when you're cornered. That stung because it was true. The buzzer rasped. Not a polite buzz. A long, grinding press from downstairs. Theo and I froze. The sound stopped. Started again. My intercom was old. The plastic speaker yellowed with age, and when someone held the button too long, it made a harsh electrical snarl that filled the apartment. Theo pointed at me, then at the bedroom. Stay back. He went to the intercom and pressed talk without saying anything. For 2 seconds, there was only lobby static. Then a man's voice said, "Package." Theo released the button and looked at me. At almost 10, I whispered. The buzzer sounded again. Theo pressed talk. Leave it, needs signature. The voice was muffled, flat. Not enough sound to identify age. Maybe real. Maybe someone with a hood up in the rain leaning into the panel downstairs. Theo said, "What carrier?" No answer. Then the voice came again, closer to the intercom mic this time, for Mara Ellis. My skin prickled under my sweater. Theo stepped away from the intercom. Bedroom, now. I'm not hiding in my bedroom. Fine. Stand away from the door. The buzzer stopped. A minute passed. Then another. Somewhere in the hallway outside my apartment, a floorboard creaked. Not downstairs. Not through the intercom. Outside my door. Theo's eyes widened just a fraction. The building's front lock had been broken for months. Packages disappeared all the time. People propped the door open with junk mail. My landlord promised repairs in texts full of thumbs-up emojis and did nothing. A soft sound came from the hallway, paper sliding over wood. Theo moved to the peephole. "Don't," I whispered. He looked anyway, his shoulders lifted and locked. "What?" He turned, pale in the desk lamp. "There's nobody there." Another scrape. Something had been pushed under the door. A padded mailer slid into my apartment inch by inch, damp at one corner from rain. Brown paper, no postage, no label, just my name written across the front in black marker. Mara, the handwriting was blocky and deliberate. Theo didn't touch it. He grabbed a kitchen knife instead, which would have been funny in another life, because he held it like someone who understood immediately that a knife was not a shield. My phone rang. Unknown number again. This time, before either of us could move, the caller left a voicemail. The notification appeared on my screen, then a text. "You have 10 minutes before he checks the porch." Theo stared at the mailer. I stared at the sealed Faraday pouch on the desk. The choice from earlier had been fake. Watch or don't watch. Know or don't know. This was the real one. The person who had my number knew what we'd opened, knew where I lived, knew my mother's secrets well enough to name a room I barely remembered. And now they had put something under my door while we were waiting for police who might arrive when available. Theo swallowed. "We're leaving, and going where?" "Somewhere public, police station." I looked at the mailer. What if it tells us what's at Ardmore? That's why we don't open it here. What if we have 10 minutes? To do what? To get there first? Mara, no. But the text had already started working on me. 10 minutes. A porch. A hidden thing under a mailbox. A man named Alan. My mother saying don't. A blue room opening somewhere in the back of my head like a bruise pressed too hard. Outside, in the hallway, the old floorboards creaked again. Slowly. Once. Then farther away. Whoever had delivered the package was walking toward the stairs. Theo moved toward the door, knife in one hand, phone in the other. I grabbed the Faraday pouch from the desk. He turned. "What are you doing, bringing it?" "No, we need the drive. We need to survive the night." Both can be true. For 1 second, we faced each other across the little apartment, him furious with fear, me ashamed and shaking, and still unable to let go of the thing that might contain the missing shape of my life. Then, from downstairs, came the heavy slam of the building's front door. Theo made the decision for both of us. He opened my apartment door. The hallway smelled of wet wool and old cooking oil. At the far end, the stairwell light flickered once, then steadied. The mailer lay between us on the floor. Theo bent, picked it up with the sleeve of his hoodie, and handed it to me like it might bite. "Car," he said. "Now." We stepped into the hallway. Behind us, my phone buzzed one more time on the kitchen counter where I'd left it. The screen lit up bright enough to see from the doorway. "Do not bring Theo." The hallway outside my apartment narrowed into a tunnel of peeling beige paint and bad light. Theo went first, still holding the kitchen knife low against his thigh, which would have looked absurd if I hadn't been clutching a damp, padded mailer to my chest like it contained a pulse. The Faraday pouch was shoved into my coat pocket. It made a flat, stiff rectangle against my hip every time I moved. Behind us, my phone buzzed again inside the apartment. Neither of us went back for it. That was our first mistake in a night that that kept offering them like loose nails. The stairs in my building turned twice before the lobby. Old wood, metal railing, a bulb above the first landing that flickered with a tiny insectal tick. Theo paused at every turn and looked down before stepping, his shoulders hunched as if he expected someone to rush up at us. Nobody did. All I heard was rain hitting the warped lobby windows and the bass thump of someone's television behind a door on the first floor. At the bottom, the front entrance stood shut, but not latched. The busted lock plate hung slightly proud from the frame. A wet footprint darkened the tile just inside the door. Large, men's shoe, mud in the tread. Theo saw it too. "Don't touch anything," he said. I wasn't planning to lick the floor. He shot me a look. "Sorry," I whispered. We stepped out into the rain. My apartment building sat on a narrow street off Chandler, 3 blocks from a convenience store with a flickering ATM sign and a laundromat that stayed open until midnight. Theo's Honda was parked halfway down the block under a maple tree, windshield silvered with rain. Every parked car looked occupied until we got close enough to see empty seats and headrests. I kept looking back at my building. 2nd floor, my window, lamp still on. Someone had been close enough to push that mailer under my door. Theo unlocked the car. "Get in." Before I did, I saw movement in the reflection of the rear passenger window and yelped so hard my throat scraped. Theo spun, knife half raised. A person stood behind us. Then the person barked. Not a person. A dog. A big wet shepherd mix nosed around the curb, dragging a neon leash behind it. A man in a rain jacket jogged up from between 2 cars, breathless and embarrassed. "Sorry," he said. "Sorry, he slipped me. Bruno, come here." Theo lowered the knife so fast he nearly dropped it. The man stared at his hand. Theo said, "Kitchen accident." The man grabbed the dog's leash and backed away with a look that promised he'd be telling somebody about us later. For 3 seconds after they disappeared, neither Theo nor I spoke. Then he exhaled. That was the misdirection part of the horror movie. I almost laughed. It came out wrong, a cracked little cough. Inside the car, Theo put the knife in the glove compartment, then immediately took it back out because neither of us liked the idea of it being out of reach. The engine turned over on the 2nd try. Warm air blew dust and old fast food salt from the vents. "Police station," he said. "No, Mara, open the mailer first." "Not here. It might tell us whether the porch thing is real, whether someone is messing with me or trying to help. Both options are bad." "Exactly." He gripped the steering wheel. Rain broke across the windshield in restless sheets, streetlight turning each drop briefly gold before the wipers smeared it away. "Fine," he said, "but I open it, not you." He pulled under the awning of a closed pharmacy on Main Street, where security lights made the sidewalk too bright and too empty. He kept the engine running. I watched the mirrors while he tore the damp edge of the mailer open with his keys. Inside was a photocopy folded twice, a small brass object wrapped in tissue, and a strip of clear tape stuck to wax paper. Theo unfolded the photocopy. It was an old newspaper clipping, copied badly enough that the gray blocks of text blurred at the edges. The masthead said Fitchburg Sentinel and Enterprise. Date: August 5, 1998. The headline was small. Not front page small, but local section small. Custody dispute leads to disturbance on Ardmore Street. My mouth went dry again. Theo read aloud, voice flat from effort. Police responded late Monday night to a residence on Ardmore Street after reports of an argument between a woman and a male acquaintance. No arrests were made. A minor child was present, but unharmed. Names were withheld due to the involvement of a juvenile. That's it. There's a handwritten note on the bottom. He turned the paper toward me. In black marker, in the same blocky handwriting from the mailer, he filed again. She lied better. The porch still has the first proof. The brass object in the tissue was a key. Not the same brass key from my mother's box, but similar, smaller. Its head was stamped with a number, 217. Theo held it up. Storage locker, apartment, mailbox. The strip of clear tape on wax paper had something pressed beneath it. A sliver of dry, yellowed material. Paint maybe, or paper. Written across the wax paper. Use this before touching the mailbox. Theo stared at it. Use tape to lift prints, I asked. This isn't TV. You know what it means. No, and I hate that. Attempt 1 had been simple. Go to the police station, hand over the drive, become responsible adults. We did try. Theo drove there with both hands locked at 10 and 2, while I kept the mailer in my lap. From my apartment near Chandler Street to the Worcester police station wasn't far. But that night, the city felt rearranged. Orange construction barrels narrowed lanes. Rainwater pooled along the curb. People under hoods moved quickly past dark storefronts, their faces briefly erased by passing headlights. At the station, we parked in the public lot and walked in with the mailer, the USB sealed in the pouch, and a story that sounded worse each time we tried to compress it. The front desk officer was a woman in her 40s with tired eyes and a calm voice. Officer DeLuca, according to her badge. She listened. She did not laugh. That helped for about 2 minutes. Then she began asking questions we couldn't answer. Did we know who sent the texts? No. My phone was at my apartment. Could we show the texts? No. My phone was at my apartment. Did we have the threatening package? Yes, but no visible threat, no weapon, no powder, no explicit demand. Did we have proof someone entered the building? No, only a broken lock and a mailer pushed under the door. Was anyone outside now? No. Had we contacted Fitchburg police about the 1998 incident? No. Did we want an officer to escort us back to retrieve my phone? Yes. Could they spare someone immediately? Not immediately. The word landed like a small door closing. Officer DeLuca took our names, my address, Theo's number, the unknown number from memory as best as I could give it, and the details of the package. She advised us not to go to the Fitchburg house. She said they could request a check of my apartment building when a unit was free. She said if we believed there was evidence at the old address, we should contact Fitchburg police and not disturb it ourselves. Evidence of what? I asked. That's the question, she said, not unkindly. Theo latched on to that. So we should wait here. You're welcome to stay in the lobby for a while, she said. But I can't detain you for your own safety, and I can't send Worcester officers to search a property in Fitchburg based on a 28-year-old clipping and anonymous texts. There's a live person delivering things to her door, Theo said. I understand that. No, you're hearing it. That's different. Her tired eyes sharpened slightly. Sir, I'm trying to help you, but I need you to understand what I can legally do with what you've brought me. It was reasonable. That made it worse. We left with a case number written on a card and no officer following us. In the car, Theo hit the steering wheel once with the heel of his hand. Not hard enough to hurt the car, hard enough to hurt himself. Great, he said. Fantastic. Legal reality. My favorite wall. I looked at the card. My name was spelled correctly. The ink was already smearing from rain on my fingers. They said not to go. They also said they can't stop us from being idiots. So now you admit there's an us. He looked at me for a long second, and all the anger went out of his face, leaving something older and more exhausted. I'm not letting you go alone. Attempt 2 was supposed to be safer. Call someone who might know Alan. My mother's sister, Aunt Diane, lived in Leominster and kept a landline because she believed cell phones gave companies too much access to your pockets. I called her from Theo's phone while we sat in the police station parking lot with the heat blasting and our wet coats steaming faintly. Diane Ellis, 64, female, was my mother's older sister, a retired dental receptionist with a smoker's rasp despite having quit 15 years earlier. She had hugged me too hard at the funeral, then avoided being alone with me afterward. At the time, I thought grief had made her awkward. Now, I wondered what else she had been avoiding. She answered on the 6th ring. Theo, why are you calling me? It's Mara. A pause. Why are you on Theo's phone? My phone's at home. Aunt Diane, who was Alan. The line made tiny static clicks. Mara, it's late. Who was Alan? Another pause, longer. Where did you hear that name? On a video Mom hid. She breathed in. I heard it scrape through the phone. You need to put that away. Everyone keeps saying that. For once, listen. Was he my father? No. Was he Mom's boyfriend? No. Was he family? No. Theo leaned toward the speaker, eyes fixed on mine. Then who? Diane's voice lowered. He was a man from that church group your mother went to after your father left. My mother didn't go to church. She did for a little while. Not church exactly. Some community recovery thing. Families, addiction support, parenting classes, all mixed together. It got strange. Strange how? Mara, I'm not doing this over the phone. Then do it in person. No. Why? Because I told your mother I wouldn't. She's dead. The words came out crueler than I meant. Diane went quiet. When she spoke again, her voice had lost its softness. Your mother spent the rest of her life trying to keep you from that mess. What mess? Alan Prout, there. A full name. Theo wrote it on the back of the police card. Prout, I repeated. He ran things. Not officially. He had a way of making scared women feel like they owed him. Did he hurt me? Diane didn't answer. Windshield wipers thudded back and forth. Did he hurt me? I asked again. I don't know what happened in that blue house, she said. My hand tightened around the phone. Blue house? No, I said. You said blue house. I'm tired, I'm old. Don't pick apart my words. Aunt Diane, her voice broke, just once. Helen came to me with you one night. You were 6, maybe not even 6. You had no shoes. She said if anyone asked, we had been together all weekend. That's what I know. What weekend? I don't remember. You do. I remember enough to wish I didn't. Was it August 1998? No, later, 1999. Mara, stop. Was there a room painted blue? The line crackled. Diane whispered, "Don't go to Ardmore." The call ended. Theo took the phone from my hand because I had stopped holding it properly. Attempt 2 had given us Alan Prout and a community recovery group, and a night when my mother brought me to Diane without shoes. It also tightened the trap, because now there were too many old places in play. Ardmore Street, some blue room, maybe a blue house, a church group that wasn't a church. Each fact opened another door, and every door seemed to lead back to my missing memory. "We look him up," Theo said. He searched Alan Prout on his phone. The car filled with his screen glow and the hot plastic smell of the vents. Several results came up. Too many. An Alan R. Prout, age 71, last known address in Gardner, Massachusetts. An obituary for an Elaine Prout. A business registration from the early 2000s for Prout Family Media Services. Theo clicked that. My stomach sank. The old listing described video transfer, family documentary projects, VHS to DVD conversion, event recording. He had cameras, I said. Theo didn't answer. Then he found a property record. Alan R. Prout had owned a small house on Caswell Avenue in Fitchburg until 2001. The exterior had been pale blue in an old street view image from years later, paint peeling around the porch. Theo looked at me. Neither of us said blue house. We drove toward Fitchburg because we had already started falling and were calling it movement. The map from Worcester to my old neighborhood was simple enough. I-290 east for a short stretch, then Route 190 north, then local roads curling into Fitchburg. Theo knew the area. I knew it in the unreliable way childhood maps live in the body. The hill that made my ears pop, the gas station that used to sell frozen lemonades, the cemetery wall along the road looking endless when I was small. By then, it was after 11. Rain had become a hard, slanting thing that made the highway lanes shine black. Theo's wipers began to squeal on every return stroke. Halfway up 190, his low tire warning light came on. "Please tell me that's old," I said. "It's not." He checked the mirrors and pulled onto the shoulder near an exit ramp. Trucks passed with wet roars that rocked the car. The right rear tire was soft, not fully flat, a dark screw head visible near the outer tread. Theo crouched in the rain with his phone flashlight, cursing steadily under his breath. "Can we make it?" I asked. "To Fitchburg, maybe, back. No idea, police station." Same answer. He looked soaked already, hair plastered down, hoodie dark across the shoulders. The physical toll of the night had crept in without asking. My head throbbed behind my eyes. My injured palm stung where rain had touched the tiny cuts, and Theo's hands shook with cold as he dug an air compressor from the trunk. The compressor whined like an angry insect while he filled the tire enough to limp off the highway. "This is stupid," he said over the noise. "Yes, we are being stupid. I know." He looked up at me. Rain ran down his face like sweat. "Do you? Because sometimes knowing and stopping are neighbors, Mara." The compressor gauge climbed slowly. My coat pocket buzzed. For one impossible second, I thought my phone had come with us after all. Then I realized it was Theo's phone, sitting on the passenger seat inside the car. The screen lit with an unknown number text forwarded somehow. No, not forwarded. A new message to Theo. She needs to remember alone. He saw it through the window at the same time I did. His face changed. Not fear first, betrayal. How did they get my number? He said. I didn't have an answer. Diane, I said. No, she saw your number on caller ID. Diane doesn't text unknown threats while we're standing on a highway shoulder. The tire hissed softly around the screw. Theo turned off the compressor. For a moment, the only sounds were highway rain and passing cars. Then his phone rang. Unknown number. He let it ring. The voicemail notification came 20 seconds later. He played it on speaker before I could stop him. A man breathed close to the mic. Not old, not young. Voice flattened, maybe deliberately. Ardmore first, then Caswell. If you go to police again, she gets only pieces. Click. The message ended. Theo replayed it once. Only pieces, he said. My mother? No. His voice was hoarse. You. The trap tightened again. Whoever this was knew our route, knew Theo's number, knew Diane had named something she shouldn't have, and was now giving us an itinerary like a leash. Ardmore first, then Caswell. We could still turn back. That was the lie I told myself. The tire was damaged. My phone was gone. The police had no urgent mechanism. Theo's number was compromised. Someone had physically reached my apartment, and everything we learned pointed north, toward a house I hadn't entered since childhood and a porch where someone might come looking before us. Theo finished inflating the tire. We got back into the car wet, cold, and quieter than before. At Ardmore Street, the neighborhood looked smaller than memory and more hostile for being ordinary. My childhood house sat halfway down the block on the left, a narrow two-story with beige siding that had replaced the old white paint. The porch was still there, though the railing was newer. The mailbox hung beside the front door under a shallow overhang. A porch light glowed above it. There were curtains in the windows. Someone lived there now. Theo parked 2 houses down, lights off. We are not breaking in, he said. I know. We are not touching someone's mailbox. The note said use tape before touching it. The note was sent by a stalker, or someone trying to preserve prints, from 1998, on an outdoor mailbox that has survived 28 New England winters. Put like that, it sounded insane. Then a light came on inside the house, not the porch light. A downstairs window, warm yellow, movement behind curtains. Theo sank lower in his seat. A woman opened the front door. For a second, I thought she had seen us. Then she stepped onto the porch holding a trash bag, wearing pajama pants tucked into rain boots. Mid-50s maybe. She moved like someone annoyed by a leaking bag, not someone guarding a secret. The mailbox was beside her shoulder. My breath caught, because under the mailbox, where the metal box met the siding, there was a strip of newer-looking silver tape. Not old tape, fresh. The woman carried the trash down the steps toward bins near the driveway. She didn't look at our car. Theo whispered, "Someone put that there recently." The woman went back inside and shut the door. We had a partial answer and a bigger problem. Whatever had been taped under the mailbox in 1998 was not simply waiting untouched. Someone had come here before us. Maybe tonight. Maybe after we watched the file. Theo started the car. No, I said. Yes, we need to see what's under it. There are people in that house. Then we knock. At 11:30 at night and say what? That I grew up there. And asked to inspect their mailbox because anonymous text said so. Yes, he stared at me. It's more honest than lurking, I said. That annoyed him because it was true. We got out and crossed the wet street. The neighborhood smelled like soaked leaves and car exhaust. My shoes filled at the seams. Every window seemed awake. Theo stayed half a step behind me as I climbed the porch stairs. I knocked. Nothing. I knocked again. A man's voice from inside. Who is it? My name is Mara Ellis, I called, trying to keep my voice steady. I'm sorry. I used to live here as a kid. There may be something under your mailbox. I know how that sounds. Silence. Then the door opened on its chain. The woman with the trash bag peered out, eyes narrowed. Behind her stood a gray-haired man in a bathrobe, holding a phone ready to dial. I gave them the shortest version possible. Childhood house. Mother died. Old video. Mailbox. I did not say stalker. I did not say blue room. I did not say a man named Alan might be connected to whatever had cracked open inside me. The woman's suspicions softened into discomfort. I'm Linda, she said. Linda Carver. This is my husband, Paul. Linda Carver, 56, female, and Paul Carver, 59, male, were the current owners of the Ardmore Street house. They looked like people dragged from sleep into someone else's trauma and trying not to be cruel about it. Paul stepped onto the porch and shined his phone light under the mailbox. His face tightened. Well, he said, there is something. Theo muttered, of course there is. Paul peeled off the fresh silver tape using the edge of a screwdriver Linda brought from inside. Behind it, pressed flat against the underside of the mailbox, was a small plastic sleeve, the kind used for baseball cards. It had been taped there recently to protect whatever was inside. Paul handed it to me reluctantly. Inside was a photograph. Not old, a recent print of an old image. It showed me as a little girl sitting on a narrow bed in a room with dark blue walls. My feet were bare. On the back, someone had written, CASWELL basement. 11:50, door locks from outside. Theo read it over my shoulder. No, he said. From down the street came the sound of an engine turning over. We all looked. A dark sedan sat at the corner with its headlights off. For a second, it was only a shape in rain. Then the headlights snapped on. Bright white, aimed straight at us. Linda gasped. Paul lifted his phone. The sedan lurched forward, not fast enough to be cinematic, fast enough to make Theo grab my sleeve and yank me off the porch steps. My ankle twisted on the wet bottom stair, pain flashing up my leg. The car surged past the house, horn blaring once, close enough that water sprayed across my coat and face. It didn't hit us. It didn't need to. By the time Paul shouted and tried to read the plate, the sedan had turned hard at the next intersection and vanished. The porch light hummed above us. My ankle throbbed. Theo's hand was still locked around my arm. Linda was crying quietly into one hand. Paul said, I'm calling police. Theo looked at me. Rain dripped from his chin. His expression had gone beyond argument. "We're done," he said, but the photograph in my hand was already wet at the edges, and the time written on the back was not a memory. It was a deadline. 11:50. Theo checked his phone. 11:38 p.m. Caswell Avenue was 6 minutes away. The police might come, or not. The sedan might already be going there. Someone had placed the photo under the mailbox and then watched to see if we came. Someone wanted us moving, frightened, and late. That should have made us refuse. Instead, it made retreat feel like leaving a door locked with a child inside it. Maybe that was the point. I tried to stand and almost fell. Theo caught me. "You can't run on that ankle," he said. "Then don't make me run. Mara, the door locks from outside. That could be bait. It probably is. And if there's something in that basement that explains this, or if someone else is going there to remove it, we don't get another chance." Paul was on the phone behind us, giving the address, voice rising. Linda kept saying, "What is happening? What is happening?" Theo looked from me to the street, then down at the photograph. His fear had become practical. That was the worst version of it, because it meant he had accepted the shape of the night. "Car," he said. "Now, but we call 911 on the way and leave the line open." We limped across Ardmore Street together, no longer pretending this was investigation instead of pursuit. Behind us, the Carver's porch light flickered in the rain. Ahead, Theo's wounded tire waited at the curb, softening again around the screw. And somewhere across Fitchburg, on Caswell Avenue, a basement door that locked from the outside had become the only place left to go. Theo drove with the hazard lights off because he said flashing lights would make us easier to follow. That was the kind of sentence that belonged to a different life. A movie life. A life where people had time to argue about whether they were being paranoid. We didn't. The right rear tire thumped softly every few seconds, a damp rubber heartbeat under the car. My ankle had swollen against the inside of my shoe, and each turn made pain climb from the bone into my calf. I held the photograph in one hand and Theo's phone in the other. 911 already dialed, but not yet called, because he wanted to be closer to Caswell first, wanted an address, wanted something more useful than two terrified adults saying they were chasing an old basement because a stranger told them to. "We call now," I said, "in 30 seconds. You said that 30 seconds ago. I'm trying to see the house number." Caswell Avenue sloped upward from a main road into a neighborhood of old two families, chain-link fences, narrow driveways, and porches crowded with plastic chairs. Rain silvered every roofline. Trash bins stood at the curb like dark, hunched figures. The houses were close together, their windows mostly black at this hour, with occasional blue TV flicker moving behind curtains. Theo slowed. There, the house sat on the right, pale blue. Not bright now, not in the rain, but blue enough for my body to recognize before my mind accepted it. The paint had been redone at some point, and then neglected again. The porch sagged slightly at one corner. A narrow driveway ran along the left side toward the back. One upstairs window glowed with a weak bulb, The rest of the house looked asleep. My breath turned shallow. "That's it," I said. Theo stopped one house short and killed the headlights. For a moment, the only sound was the tire's final soft settling and the rain tapping on the roof. "Call," he said. I hit the button. The dispatcher answered. I gave the address too quickly and had to repeat it. I said we were being threatened. I said there might be evidence in the basement. I said a man named Alan Prout was connected to it, then realized I didn't know if he still owned the place, if he was even alive, if the person inside was him or someone wearing his old name like a coat. Theo leaned close to the phone. "We are outside the address now. We are not entering unless someone approaches us." That was the plan as spoken. Plans are often just lies told in complete sentences. The dispatcher told us to remain in the vehicle if safe. Units were being sent. She asked if we saw weapons. Theo looked at the dark house. "No," he said. Then a light came on at the back of the property. Not inside, outside. A small rectangle of yellow near ground level behind the house, as if a basement door had opened. A figure crossed through it. I stopped speaking. The dispatcher said, "Ma'am," Theo took the phone from me. "We have movement at the rear. One person, maybe two. Basement entrance." From the driveway came a scraping sound, metal against concrete. Then a low cough of an engine, not a car engine. Smaller. A portable generator. Theo's face went blank with concentration. "Someone's removing something." The dispatcher told us again to stay put. I opened the car door. Theo grabbed my sleeve. "No, they're taking it. We wait." "For what?" "Another when available, Mara." The generator coughed again, then steadied into a rough, pulsing growl. A cord of yellow light spilled along the driveway. And then I heard it. A child's voice, not from the house, not real in the present. Memory. Count backward from 10. My stomach folded around itself. I nearly sat back down from the force of it. Theo saw my face and misunderstood. "Are you going to pass out?" "No, Mara, I know that basement." His hand loosened. I got out. The rain hit me cold and immediate. My ankle screamed when I put weight on it, and I bit the inside of my cheek hard enough to taste metal. Theo swore, then came around the car after me, still holding his phone with the dispatcher talking thinly through the speaker. "We're approaching only to observe," he said into it, which was such a Theo phrase that I almost hated him less for following me. We moved along the sidewalk, then cut between the blue house and its neighbor. The driveway was narrow, bordered by a low retaining wall slick with moss. A rusted bulkhead door sat at the back of the house, one side propped open with a cinder block. Below it, concrete steps descended into yellow work light. The generator sat near the garage, running hard, exhaust mingling with wet earth and gasoline. An extension cord snaked down into the basement. Beside the open bulkhead were 3 cardboard file boxes sealed with packing tape. One box had writing on the side. "Prout Family Media Services," Theo whispered. "We've got enough. We go back." A man's voice came from below. "Where's the key?" Another voice answered, younger, female maybe. "I told you it wasn't there. You were supposed to check the radio." My chest tightened. The radio. My mother's red emergency radio. Theo heard it too. His eyes flicked to my coat pocket, where the Faraday pouch pressed against my hip. The dispatcher's tiny voice asked, "Can you describe the individuals?" Theo whispered into the phone, 2 voices in basement. 1 male, 1 female, boxes outside, generator, possible evidence removal. Then his foot slipped. Not much. A wet leaf under his shoe. But his shoulder hit the retaining wall, and loose gravel scattered down the driveway. The voices stopped. The generator kept grinding. A shadow moved at the bottom of the steps. Theo pulled me back against the side of the house. My shoulder struck wet siding. Pain flashed dull and broad. A woman came up first. Late 20s or early 30s, female, rain hood pulled tight around her face, carrying a plastic storage tote. She had a flashlight in one hand. Her eyes swept the driveway. I held my breath until my lungs hurt. Then Theo's phone betrayed us. The dispatcher, still on speaker, said, "Sir, are you able to retreat safely?" The woman's head snapped toward us. Theo slapped the volume button, too late. "Hey," she shouted. The man below said, "Who's there?" Everything broke at once. Theo shoved me toward the backyard. "Run, I can't. Move anyway." The woman dropped the tote and lunged for us. Theo stepped between, slipping again on the moss. She swung the flashlight. It hit him across the cheek with a hard plastic crack. He went sideways into the wall. I grabbed the strip of clear tape from my pocket without thinking, wrong object, stupid object, and threw it at her face. It didn't hurt her. It startled her. The wax paper slapped wetly against her cheek and stuck for half a second. She cursed, clawed at it, and that half second was enough. Theo recovered and pushed her back, not hard enough to throw her down, but enough that she stumbled against the bulkhead door. The metal rang. The man came up the steps. Older, heavyset, 70s maybe. No cap, white hair plastered to his scalp. He held a crowbar in one hand, not Alan from 1998 exactly. Time had softened and thickened him, but the shape was there. The shoulders, the set of his mouth, the way he looked at me not with surprise, but recognition. "Mara," he said. My name sounded stored. Theo wiped blood from his cheek. "Back up." Alan Prout smiled faintly. "You brought him." The woman ripped the wax paper away from her face. "Police are coming," Theo said. "Then you shouldn't be here," Alan said. His voice had aged, but the porch video lived inside it. That same mildness, that same ugly patience. He lifted the crowbar and pointed it toward me. "You were told to come alone." The woman glanced at him. "Alan, we need to go." So that was her place in this. Not mastermind, helper, relative, hired hand, believer, I couldn't tell. Her fear looked current, his looked practiced. "What is this?" I asked. "What's in the basement?" Alan's eyes moved to my coat pocket. "The only things your mother didn't manage to steal," he said. The USB felt heavier. Theo heard sirens then, or thought he did. We all froze, listening past the generator. There was nothing, only rain and engine. Alan smiled again. "No one is close enough." The woman grabbed one of the boxes and dragged it toward the driveway. "We have to leave." Theo stepped forward to block her. Alan moved faster than he should have. The crowbar struck Theo's forearm with a dull, meat-heavy sound. Theo shouted and dropped the phone. The dispatcher's voice skittered across the wet pavement. "Hello, sir, sir." I bent for it, but the woman kicked it under the parked car beside the driveway. Theo clutched his arm against his chest. His face had gone gray. Cost. Real and immediate. No clean heroics. I took one step back and my ankle buckled. I hit the ground on one knee, rain splashing up grit against my palms. The Faraday pouch slid halfway out of my pocket. Alan saw it. He came toward me, not running. He didn't need to run. "Mara," he said softly, "give me the drive." The world narrowed to his shoes on wet concrete. I pulled the pouch free and held it behind me. His expression changed. Irritation finally breaking through the performance. "You have no idea what she did," he said. "My mother hid this from you. Your mother signed releases. Your mother took money. Your mother panicked when she understood what people would think." The words hit separately. Signed, releases, money. "No." He crouched slowly, crowbar resting against one shoulder. "You were a difficult child. Sleep issues, attachment problems. Your father made things unstable. We documented therapeutic interventions." Theo spat. "You filmed kids in basements." Alan didn't look at him. "Families consented. I was 5. That's why parents consent." The basement behind him exhaled damp air. I could smell mold, old paper, generator fuel, and something else that made the memory in my body kick hard. Disinfectant. Cheap lemon cleaner over wet concrete. Blue walls. A narrow bed. Count backward. I looked past Alan, down the steps. A video monitor sat on a folding table just inside the basement, plugged into the extension cord. It showed a frozen frame from old footage, a little girl sitting on a bed. Me, the same photograph from Ardmore, but moving, paused mid-blink. There were shelves behind the monitor. Tapes, boxes, plastic bins, not one secret, an archive, mine, maybe others. My fear had always been that I couldn't trust my memory. The worst truth was that someone else had trusted records more than my pain. Alan reached for the pouch. I did the only thing I could think of. I threw it, not to Theo, past him, down the open bulkhead stairs. The pouch bounced once, slid on the wet top step, and disappeared into the basement. Alan's face tore open with panic. "No," he turned and went after it. The woman shouted, "Alan, leave it." Theo understood faster than I did. "Door." He staggered to the bulkhead, one arm useless against his chest, and grabbed the raised metal door with his good hand. Alan was halfway down. I lurched up, ankle shrieking, and threw my weight against the other side. Together, Theo and I slammed the bulkhead door down. Alan hit it from below immediately. The metal jumped under our hands. The cinder block wedged near the hinge kept it from sealing. The woman came at us again. I grabbed the cinder block. It was heavier than I expected. Rough concrete tore skin from my fingers. I dragged it free just as Alan shoved from underneath. The door lifted 3 inches. His hand appeared in the gap, pale and wet, fingers straining. Theo brought his foot down on the door. Not on the hand. On the metal, it dropped. Alan screamed from below. The woman hit Theo from behind. He fell forward across the closed door, protecting it with his body. She raised the flashlight again. I swung the cinder block because there was no clever left. It struck her shin. Not hard enough to shatter anything, I hoped. Hard enough that she screamed and dropped sideways into the mud. I hated the sound. I still moved. I shoved the cinder block on top of the bulkhead latch, then grabbed a length of chain looped around the railing. Old, rusted, probably used to keep the bulkhead from banging in storms. My hands shook so badly I couldn't thread it. Theo, breathing through clenched teeth, used his good hand and his teeth to pull the chain through the handle. I jammed the brass key from the mailer into the small padlock hanging there. It didn't fit. Wrong key, I gasped. Theo's eyes flashed to mine. The brass key from my mother's box. Back at my apartment. No, not there. I had moved it into my coat pocket when I grabbed the Faraday pouch. A nervous habit, a meaningless object, seated, stupidly, blessedly seated. I dug into my pocket. My fingers were numb. I found the key by touch, slick with rain. The door bucked again. Alan slammed something metal from below. The crowbar. Theo groaned as the impact jolted through his injured arm. I shoved the old brass key into the padlock. It turned. The lock clicked shut. For one breath, nobody moved. Then Alan began hammering from below. Bang, bang, bang. The sound rang down Caswell Avenue. Lights came on in houses. The woman on the ground sobbed and clutched her leg. He said nobody would get hurt. Theo slid off the door and sat in the mud, his injured arm held tight. Blood ran from the cut on his cheek into the corner of his mouth. They always say that. I crawled toward his phone under the parked car, belly scraping gravel, ankle useless now. My fingers closed around the wet case. The screen was cracked, but alive. The dispatcher was still there. I almost cried at the sound. Caswell Avenue, I said, voice breaking. Back driveway, basement bulkhead. One man trapped inside. One woman injured outside. We need police. We need an ambulance. Units are en route, she said. This time I heard them. Sirens, real ones. Not close enough yet, but coming. Alan heard them too. The hammering stopped. For a few seconds, there was only the generator. Then his voice came through the metal, muffled but clear enough. You think this makes you clean, he called. You think your mother was innocent because she got scared later. I leaned my forehead against the wet bulkhead door. Theo said, don't listen. But I did, because I had come for the truth, and truth, I was learning, did not care if you were ready to stand upright when it arrived. Alan's voice dropped. Ask what she signed. Ask why your aunt lied. Ask why there were 2 copies. Ask how many parents watched the tapes before they complained. I closed my eyes. Blue walls. A camera on a tripod. My mother crying in a kitchen, saying don't. A pink backpack on a curb. My childhood was not returning as a clean film reel. It came in broken frames and bodily refusals. My bare feet on cold concrete. My mother's hand tight around my wrist. The smell of lemon cleaner. A man's voice praising me for being brave while I counted backward from 10. Police cruisers washed the driveway in red and blue. The first officer came around the side of the house with a hand on his weapon and shouted for everyone to show their hands. Theo raised his good one. I lifted both, palms raw and bleeding. The woman on the ground cried louder. Man in the basement, Theo said. Crowbar. He attacked us. Another officer took control of the woman. Another cut the generator. The sudden silence after it died made my ears ring. The bulkhead door was unlocked with bolt cutters, not my key. Officers ordered Alan to come up. He didn't at first. There was shuffling below. A crash. One officer went down 2 steps and shouted again. Alan emerged slowly, crowbar dropped somewhere behind him, hands raised, face no longer mild, just old, wet, furious. As they cuffed him, he looked at me. Not sorry, not afraid, almost disappointed. "You were better when you didn't remember," he said. Theo tried to stand, failed, and swore. I crawled to him before anyone told me not to move. His arm was swelling badly, the wrist already misshapen beneath the soaked sleeve. "I'm sorry," I said. He gave a thin, pained laugh. "Pick one thing." The basement lights remained on. An officer asked me if I could identify property inside. I said yes. Then I said no. Both were true. Paramedics arrived and tried to steer me toward the ambulance. But before they could, an officer came up from the basement, holding the Faraday pouch in a gloved hand. "Is this yours?" Theo looked at me. I nodded. The officer bagged it as evidence. Behind him, through the open bulkhead, I saw the shelves more clearly now. VHS tapes, mini DV cassettes, labeled boxes, a row of children's names written in black marker. Not just Mara, never just Mara. The conflict was resolved in the practical sense. Alan Prout was in cuffs. The woman who helped him was crying while an officer read her rights. The boxes had not disappeared into the rain. The basement existed. The archive existed. The police could no longer call it a strange, old family matter and hand us a card. But there was no victory in standing over the open mouth of that house. Only proof. Cold, wet, documented proof. Theo was loaded into the ambulance first, arguing weakly that his car was still running somewhere down the street. I sat on the bumper beside him while a paramedic wrapped my ankle and cleaned gravel from my palms. The sting was sharp enough to keep me present. Alan was guided past us toward a cruiser. He did not look at Theo. He looked at me. One last time. Then he said, almost gently, "There's still one copy she never found." The officer pushed his head down and put him in the back seat. The cruiser door shut. For a moment, the rain softened. I watched water run along the gutter and carry a tiny strip of silver tape toward the storm drain. Theo leaned his head back against the ambulance wall, eyes half closed. "Mara, yeah, please tell me we're done going into basements tonight." I wanted to say yes. I wanted that more than anything. Instead, I looked at the blue house, at the lit bulkhead, at the officers moving in and out with evidence bags, and felt the shape of another missing file somewhere in the dark. "We're done tonight," I said. That was as much truth as I had left. By sunrise, the hospital had turned everything into paperwork. That was the first thing I hated. Not the pain, not the police questions, not even the grit still embedded in the heel of my palm where the paramedic had missed a speck of driveway gravel. It was the forms, the clipboards, the plastic bracelet with my name and birth date printed in smudged black letters. The way a nurse asked, on a scale from 1 to 10, as if pain cared about numbers. Theo sat in the next bed over in the emergency department at UMass Memorial, separated from me by a half-drawn curtain printed with pale blue dots. Pale blue. I kept trying not to look at it. His right forearm was fractured. Not cleanly, either. The doctor used the phrase displaced but manageable, which Theo later said sounded like a description of his entire personality. His cheek had been cleaned and sealed with 3 butterfly strips. He had mud in his hair and 1 sock missing because it had been cut off when the nurses checked his ankle after he slipped in the driveway. He still tried to joke. That was Theo. "Good news," he said from behind the curtain. "My left hand has been promoted." I was sitting with my swollen ankle elevated on a pillow, holding an ice pack against the joint. It wasn't broken. Bad sprain, torn skin, bruising that would darken beautifully over the next few days. My palms were bandaged. My throat hurt from breathing too fast for too long. "You're not allowed to make jokes until they give you real pain meds," I said. They did. Then better jokes. He made a wounded sound, then went quiet. The silence that followed wasn't peaceful. It had machines in it. Wheels squeaking over linoleum. A woman coughing 2 bays down. The wet click of someone snapping off gloves. A vending machine humming in the hall. After a while, Theo said, "You okay?" "No, yeah, you, no, yeah." That was all we had for each other then. Anything bigger would have broken apart in our hands. A Fitchburg detective came around 6:30. Detective Harris, male, mid-40s, tired in the specific way of someone who had slept badly for years and learned to function inside it. He introduced himself, asked permission to record, and set his phone on a rolling tray between my bed and Theo's curtain. He didn't treat us like idiots. That helped. He asked us to walk through the night from the beginning. Slowly, more than once. He had already spoken to the officers who responded to Caswell Avenue and to Linda and Paul Carver at Ardmore Street. He had photographs of the mailer, the photocopied newspaper clipping, the plastic sleeve from under the mailbox, and the boxes from Alan Pruitt's basement. When he asked about the USB drive, my stomach tightened. "It's evidence now," he said. "You won't get it back soon." "I don't want it back soon." He looked at me for a second. "That's probably healthy." Theo snorted from behind the curtain and then regretted it because it made his arm hurt. Detective Harris told us what he could, and it wasn't much, but it was enough to give the night edges. Alan Pruitt had not owned the Caswell house anymore. Not officially. It belonged to a trust connected to his late wife's estate, tied up in a dispute with his niece. The woman with him was that niece, Lauren Pruitt, 31, female. She had told officers, through tears and panic, that Alan said he needed to remove old family business records before the property was inspected the following week. That was the time-sensitive part we hadn't known. The house was scheduled for municipal inspection after a neighbor complained about electrical hazards and squatters. Alan had been afraid the basement would be entered legally by people with flashlights and clipboards and no loyalty to him. The generator had been there because the power had been shut off. The boxes at the top of the stairs contained tapes, release forms, handwritten notes, and old client files from Pruitt Family Media Services. Other boxes remained inside. Police had sealed the basement and were waiting on a broader warrant. Detective Harris did not say what was on the tapes. I did not ask. Not then. "What about the texts?" Theo asked. Harris turned a page in his notebook. "That's less clear. My phone's still at my apartment, I said. We recovered it. Worcester officers did a welfare check once Fitchburg connected the calls. Your apartment door was open. The ice pack slipped in my hand. Theo's curtain moved. Open. Not forced. No sign of ransacking. Your phone was on the kitchen counter. Several unread texts from the unknown number. Will image it. My apartment door was locked when we left, I said. I believe you, that phrase again. Helpful and useless. Detective Harris continued. No one was inside when officers arrived. The building's front lock is broken, as you said. We'll request hallway camera footage from nearby businesses. But inside your building, there's probably nothing. Who texted us? I asked. We don't know yet. Alan. He was in the basement when some of the messages were sent to Theo's phone. Lauren, possibly. But she denies it, and her phone doesn't immediately match. That doesn't mean much. Diane. Theo said my aunt's name before I could. Detective Harris looked at his notes. Your aunt called the Fitchburg station around 12:20 a.m., asking if there had been an incident at Caswell Avenue. She was upset. She says she did not send any texts. I believed that. Mostly, there was one more detail, and Harris delivered it carefully. The voicemail on Theo's phone, Ardmore first, then Caswell. If you go to police again, she gets only pieces had been recorded, not spoken live. The audio contained a faint background sound, a box fan maybe, a television, something rhythmic. Can you identify the voice? He asked. Theo said no. I said, it sounded like someone trying not to sound like themselves. Harris wrote that down. By 8, Theo's sister arrived from Providence and hugged him with one arm while crying and scolding him at the same time. Elise Mercer, 29, female, had Theo's same tired eyes and none of his patience. She looked me over once, took in the bandages, the ankle, the hospital bracelet, and said, You both look like you got run over by a haunted Lowe's. Theo said, grounded threats only. She didn't laugh. She sat down beside him and held his uninjured hand. That was when I finally cried. Quietly, annoyingly, without any dignity. Not because Alan was arrested, not because I was safe, because watching Elise hold Theo's hand made me understand that I had dragged someone living into something my dead mother had buried, and his bones had paid for it. Theo saw my face through the curtain gap. Don't, he said. I didn't say anything. You were about to think something dramatic and incorrect. You broke your arm. Alan broke my arm. I clicked the file. And I came over. Then I stayed. Then I kept making decisions with my adult brain, which, for the record, was fully installed at the time. Elise looked between us. Are you two always like this? Yes, Theo and I said together. That made her smile a little. They discharged me before Theo. I didn't want to leave, but the hospital wanted the bed, and Theo wanted me to go somewhere with a lock that worked. Since my apartment was still technically a crime scene, Elise drove me to Aunt Diane's house in Leominster. Diane opened the door in slippers and a cardigan, her face gray with no makeup and no sleep. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. Then she said, You look like Helen. It was the worst possible thing she could have said. I stepped past her into the living room. Diane's house smelled like coffee, dust, and the lavender plug in she used too aggressively. Family photos crowded every surface. My mother and Diane as children in matching Easter dresses. Me at 12 with braces. My mother at a cookout, squinting at smoke. Ordinary life, framed and dusted. Cracks beneath glass. Diane made me tea I didn't drink. Then she sat across from me and told me what she had avoided saying for 25 years. Not all of it, maybe not even most of it, but enough. Helen had met Alan Prout through a family recovery program after my father's addiction worsened. The group promised structure, accountability, help for difficult family systems. Alan wasn't a licensed therapist. He wasn't much of anything official. He had a camera, a rented office, and the gift of sounding certain around frightened people. He filmed sessions. At first, Diane said, it seemed harmless. Parenting exercises, interviews, children drawing pictures while parents talked off camera. Alan told families video helped document progress. He offered reduced cost services if they signed media releases for training materials. My sister was broke, Diane said. Your father had emptied accounts twice by then. She was scared all the time. Alan made her feel like fear was a problem he could organize. That sounded like my mother. That sounded like me. The blue room had been in the Caswell basement, set up like a child's bedroom. It was supposed to help children practice separation and sleep routines. Diane's mouth twisted when she said it. I only saw it once, she said. Afterward. Your mother brought you to me, and I drove over there the next day because I thought, she stopped. I don't know what I thought. That I'd yell at him. That I'd scare him. Did you? No, he scared me. She looked down at her hands. Helen had tried to get the tapes back. Some she stole, some she copied, some Alan kept. At least one ended up hidden in the emergency radio. Diane didn't know why my mother never destroyed it. I did. Not completely, but enough. My mother had been an organizer of fear too. She labeled the things she couldn't face. She hid evidence, but didn't burn it. She preserved the record and denied me the story. Maybe she thought one day I'd need proof. Maybe she thought one day she'd be brave enough to explain it. Maybe she ran out of days. I slept on Diane's couch for 3 hours and woke to my own voice saying, don't touch that. The room was bright with afternoon. My ankle throbbed. Diane was asleep in the recliner, mouth slightly open, television muted in front of her. On the screen, a cooking show host smiled over a bowl of lemons. I went to the bathroom and washed my face. The bandages on my palms stayed dry because I held my hands up awkwardly, like a surgeon. In the mirror, I looked less like my mother than Diane thought. Or maybe I only wanted that to be true. The next few weeks were ordinary in the most insulting way. Bills arrived. My landlord texted about the hallway. A client emailed to ask if I could still scan a box of Navy records by Friday. Theo had surgery on his arm and complained about the sling. I stayed with Diane for 5 nights, then moved back to my apartment after the lock was repaired, and a detective returned my phone in a sealed plastic bag. I bought a new phone. I changed my number. I did not plug anything into anything. The legal process moved slowly. Alan Prout was charged with assault, evidence tampering, witness intimidation, and several offenses connected to unlawful recordings once investigators began reviewing the basement materials. Other charges were being considered. Lauren Prout took a plea on obstruction, related charges in exchange for cooperation. That was what Detective Harris told me carefully, always with the caveat that cases take time and outcomes are not promises. The newspaper did run a story. Not front page. Local section. Fitchburg man charged after basement archive discovery. They did not print my name. They did not print the names of the other children whose labels had been on those tapes. I was grateful and furious about that in equal measure. The key stamped 217 turned out to belong to a storage unit in Gardner. Police found more business records there. Release forms, invoices, some tapes damaged by mildew, some blank, some not. The pink backpack from the porch video appeared in a photograph from one of Alan's files, tagged as transitional object. I learned that phrase from Detective Harris and hated it immediately. It meant Alan had known enough about child psychology to weaponize comfort. The thing taped under the mailbox in 1998 had not survived as a physical object. The fresh plastic sleeve had been placed there recently by someone who knew the porch footage, or at least knew where to point us. That someone remained unidentified. The number that texted me was traced to a prepaid phone bought with cash at a convenience store outside Gardner. Store footage existed, but the buyer wore a mask, hood, and gloves. The gate looked maybe female, maybe not. Average height. Nothing useful. The phone had pinged near my apartment, Ardmore Street and Caswell Avenue, then went dead shortly after Alan's arrest. Diane denied it. Theo believed her. I wasn't sure. Last unknown message on my old phone, sent while we were in the hallway leaving my apartment, was not the one I had seen from the doorway. After Do Not Bring Theo, there had been one more. He keeps copies where people keep grief. Detective Harris asked me if that meant anything. I said no. Then I thought of my mother's boxes, the radio, the address book, the brass key. How grief makes storage units out of ordinary objects. I went through every box from my mother's house after that. Not quickly, not bravely. Theo sat with me some afternoons, his cast propped on a pillow, while I opened envelopes and lifted photographs and checked battery compartments like a woman searching for insects. Diane came once and lasted 20 minutes before crying in the kitchen. I found no second USB. I did find a letter from my mother, unfinished, tucked inside a cookbook under a recipe for lemon bars. Mara, that was all. Just my name and a dash. I kept it. That was the closest thing to an apology I was ever going to get from her, and I hated needing it. 1 month after Caswell, Theo and I went back to Worcester. Not to my apartment, to a diner near his place, because he said we needed to establish post-traumatic pancakes as a ritual. It was raining again, lightly this time, the kind of spring rain that made the windows look breathed on. His cast was covered in signatures from Elise's kids. My ankle brace itched under the table. We looked like people recovering from separate accidents. "Do you remember more?" he asked. I stirred coffee until it cooled. "Some. Do you want to?" "No." I watched cream swirl into beige. "Yes, not like this," he nodded. That was the thing about Theo. He didn't rush to make the answer cleaner. Outside, cars moved through puddles. Inside, plates clattered. A teenager in an apron refilled napkin dispensers. Ordinary sounds. ordinary morning. Almost. I had become sensitive to recording devices, phones on tables, security cameras in corners, dashboard cams, doorbells with little black lenses. None of them were evil by themselves. That was the lesson I hated most. Evidence was not safety. A recording could save you, trap you, lie by omission, or outlive the person who should have explained it. My new phone buzzed. I flinched so hard my spoon hit the mug. Theo saw. I turned the screen over. A client email. Nothing more. Sorry, I said. Don't apologize for reflexes. After breakfast, he walked me to my car. The rain had stopped, and the pavement smelled like oil and wet dust. He hugged me carefully with his good arm. Neither of us mentioned that the last time we had stood in rain together, we were deciding whether to enter the mouth of a basement. You going home? He asked. Yeah, you want company. I think I need to try alone. He didn't like that. I could see it. But he nodded. At my apartment, the new lock turned smoothly. The hallway smelled like curry from downstairs and someone's dryer sheets. My landlord had finally repaired the front door too. It clicked shut behind me with a firm, ordinary sound. Inside, everything was where the police and I had left it. Desk, boxes, laptop gone to evidence, lamp. The red emergency radio sat on the shelf near the window because I hadn't known where else to put it. I stood there for a while. Then I made tea. I opened the windows. Traffic hissed below. A dog barked. Somewhere in the building, a child laughed and then was told to put something down. My body reacted before my mind did. Shoulders tight, breath caught, hands braced on the counter. Then the moment passed. No file opened. No voice came through a speaker. No one pushed anything under the door. I took my tea to the desk and sat. There were still boxes to sort. I pulled the nearest one close and opened it carefully. On top was my mother's old address book. I had already checked A through Z, but a corner of the back cover had lifted. The cardboard there was soft, split along the seam. I slid a butter knife under it. Something thin moved inside. Not a USB drive, a photograph, small, glossy, water damaged at the edges. It showed the front of a storage facility. Rows of orange doors, my mother's handwriting on the back, not 217. Ask D, I sat very still. Outside, a bus sighed at the curb. For a long time, I did nothing. Then I put the photograph in an envelope, wrote Detective Harris's name on it, and set it by the door for morning. I did not call Theo. Not yet. I turned off the desk lamp before sunset for the first time in weeks, and let the apartment dim naturally, room by room, until the windows held only the gray shape of Worcester and my own reflection. Older than the girl on the tapes, younger than my mother had been when she started hiding things. The radio on the shelf stayed quiet. So did I. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I took a shortcut through an empty mall. The music is slowing down, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first thing that went wrong was the music. Not wrong enough to make anyone stop walking. Not wrong enough to make you say, out loud, something is wrong with the music. It was still the same harmless dentist office version of an old pop song drifting from speakers hidden in the ceiling tiles. A little saxophone, a little keyboard, no lyrics, no personality. The kind of song designed to make you forget you were hearing it. But as we passed the shuttered pretzel stand, the tempo sagged, just slightly. The melody stretched at the edges, like a cassette getting chewed up in a tape deck. One note held too long. Then the next one came in late. The whole thing seemed to take a breath it shouldn't have needed. Lena noticed it first. She stopped beside the dark glass of a jewelry kiosk, one hand on the strap of her tote bag, and tilted her head toward the ceiling. "Do you hear that?" I did. I just didn't want to admit it yet. My name is Elliot Marsh, 32, male, and at the time I was an assistant manager at a bookstore in Albany, New York, which sounds softer than it was. It meant I spent most of my days being polite to people who treated paperbacks like fast food wrappers, and most of my nights counting money under fluorescent lights, while wondering whether my life had somehow narrowed into receipt paper and apology emails. I was not brave in any useful way. I could handle an angry customer, sure. I could tell a man twice my size that he couldn't return a coffee-stained workbook from 2019. But actual trouble, the kind that moved fast, the kind where you had to decide before you understood, made me freeze. I hated that about myself. I had hated it since I was a kid hiding behind my mother's coat during a house fire that never reached our unit, but filled the hallway with smoke. Everyone else seemed to know where to go. I just stood there and waited for someone to pull me. That night, we were only supposed to cut through Colony Center because it was faster than walking the outer lot in the rain. It was a Tuesday in late November, not quite 10 o'clock. That miserable stretch of upstate weather where the snow hasn't committed yet and the rain feels personal. The mall had technically closed at 9, but the movie theater stayed open later, and one of the restaurant entrances on the west side was still unlocked until the last screenings let out. Lena and I had left our cars near the old Sears end because we had met after work for mediocre pad thai at a place across Wolf Road, then decided to walk through the mall to avoid circling the parking lots in cold rain. Lena Ortiz, 31, female, was my coworker, and depending on the week, either my closest friend or the person I was most afraid of disappointing. She ran events at the bookstore, author signings, kids' readings, the sad little poetry nights where 3 people clapped too loudly. She was from Utica, with a laugh that arrived before she did, and a talent for making strangers feel like they'd been expected. That night, she wore a green wool coat with one missing button and white sneakers already damp at the toes. She had been quiet through dinner. Not angry, exactly. Just sealed up. Her younger brother had relapsed 2 weeks earlier, and she had that raw, efficient, calm people get when they've been carrying a family emergency too long. She pointed up. There, it did it again. The music dragged. A soft brass note warped downward, then steadied. Old sound system, I said. Sure, she said, but she kept listening. Farther down the concourse, the mall looked emptied rather than closed. That was the difference. Closed places still have a sense of order. Empty places feel like something was interrupted. The metal security gates were pulled across storefronts in long silver grids. A mannequin in a cream sweater stood half-lit behind the glass of a women's clothing store, head tilted as if eavesdropping. The tile floor shone with that over-mopped gloss that smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and damp dust. In the center court, an artificial Christmas tree rose 3 stories under the skylight, its lights glowing blue-white in loops that reflected in the black windows above. A few ornaments had turned so their blank backs faced outward. The rain ticked against the skylight like fingernails on plastic. Behind us, somewhere near the restaurant entrance, a gate rattled as an employee pulled it down. The noise jumped through the corridor and then died. Lena gave me a look. You're sure we can get out the other side? I've done it before. That's not the same as being sure. The theater doors should be open, I said. Worst case, we walk back. She made a face. Worst case, I get murdered in front of a Build-A bear. There isn't a Build-A bear here anymore. Okay, worse. I get murdered in front of whatever depressing local tax office replaced it. I laughed because she wanted me to, and for a few seconds, the mall became only a mall again. We walked past the dark food court, past chairs flipped onto tables, past a Chinese buffet counter with its heat lamps off and its sneeze guard reflecting our stretched shapes. A soda machine hummed behind a locked gate. Somewhere in the ceiling, a vent clicked and exhaled cool air that smelled like wet carpet. Then the music slowed again. This time, there was no missing it. The cheerful keyboard lines stretched until the song became almost unrecognizable. The notes did not drop lower exactly, but they spaced themselves out, each one arriving a little too late, like someone walking carefully downstairs in the dark. Lena stopped. I kept going 2 more steps before guilt pulled me back. Elliot, I heard it, thank you. It's probably automated. Power issue, maybe. Does power do that? I don't know. I sell books. She smiled, but it didn't last. A cleaning cart sat abandoned near the entrance to a department store that had been converted into a furniture outlet. The cart had a yellow mop bucket, a roll of black trash bags, and one of those gray plastic bins full of paper towels and spray bottles. Water had pooled beneath it in a thin crescent. Not much, enough to catch the light. Lena looked around. Where's the cleaner bathroom? Then, why leave the cart in the middle? I wanted to tell her she was doing the thing she did after bad calls from home, where every loose thread became evidence that the world was worse than it looked. But I had done the same thing after the hallway fire. For months afterward, every burnt smell made me check exit signs. Every alarm test turned my hands clumsy. So I said, maybe they're nearby. We listened. The music breathed over us, slower now than when we'd entered, though maybe that was my imagination adjusting to Lena's worry. There were other sounds too. The low electrical buzz of storefront signs left on after closing, rain ticking overhead, the distant, muffled thud of something being moved in a service corridor. Normal mall sounds. After hour sounds. Then a man said, "You two need to head out." Lena flinched. I turned so fast my shoe squeaked. He stood outside a sporting goods store 20 yards behind us, one hand resting on the handle of a push broom. He was broad through the shoulders, with a shaved head, a gray security jacket, and the tired posture of someone whose shift had outlasted his patience. Marcus Vale, 46, male, was mall security, though he carried himself less like a cop and more like a substitute teacher who had already broken up 3 fights that day. His badge said Vale in blue block letters. He had a small radio clipped to his shoulder and a paper coffee cup in his other hand. There was a faded Yankee sticker on the cup, peeling at the edge. "Sorry," I said. "We're just cutting through to the theater side. Mall's closed. The doors by the theater are still open, right?" Marcus looked past us, down the corridor toward the Christmas tree and the dim length beyond. For half a second, something tightened around his eyes. Then he said, "They should be." Lena caught it too. "Should be." He took a sip of coffee. "They've been having problems with the locks." "What kind of problems?" I asked. "Electronic kind." "Great," Lena muttered. Marcus shifted the broom from one hand to the other. "You parked west lot, near the old Sears," I said. "Then you came the wrong way." "We came from dinner," Lena said. "It's pouring outside." "Yeah, I noticed." His tone softened a little. "Look, best thing is turn around and go back out the restaurant entrance." Behind us, far down the corridor, something clanged. Not loud, not dramatic. A single metallic hit, followed by a rolling sound like a coin spinning out on tile. All 3 of us looked. The concourse stretched empty beneath the holiday lights. The music continued, syrupy and slow, each note wobbling through the ceiling speakers. Marcus lifted his radio. "Dale, you still by service 3?" Static answered him. He pressed the button again. "Dale." A burst of white noise came out of the speaker, then a voice, chopped into pieces. "Back gate, hold on, say again." More static. Lena leaned toward me and whispered, "I hate this." "Probably bad reception," I whispered back. "Stop making things probably." Marcus turned down the radio volume but kept it in his hand. "You folks stay here." That was the exact sort of sentence that made my stomach fold in on itself. Stay here. Wait, let someone else check. Safe in theory, awful in practice. He started toward the sound. Lena said, "Are you going alone?" Marcus gave her a look over his shoulder. "That is generally how checking things works. You just said the locks are having problems." "Locks don't jump people, ma'am." "No, but people do." He didn't have a quick answer to that. Another figure appeared near the food court, stepping out from behind the dark shape of a closed smoothie stand with a lanyard bouncing against his chest and a phone pressed to his ear. Caleb Price, 24, male, was the assistant manager at the multiplex attached to the mall. He was tall and narrow, with curly blonde hair tucked under a black theater cap, and the permanent, anxious politeness of someone used to explaining why showtimes changed. His theater polo was half untucked, and he held a ring of keys big enough to pull his belt downward. When he saw Marcus, he lowered the phone. "Vale," he called, You getting radio drops too? Marcus stopped. Where's Dale? I thought he was with you. No. Caleb looked toward the service corridor behind the food court. He said he was checking a stuck gate near JCP. That was like 10 minutes ago. There is no JCP anymore, Lena said quietly. Caleb heard her anyway. Sorry, habit, the empty anchor space. Marcus rubbed his thumb along the side of his coffee cup until the cardboard dented. You see anyone else inside? Just them. Caleb nodded toward us. And maybe Janine from custodial, but her cart's out by the furniture store, and I didn't see her. Lena and I looked at the cart at the same time. The music above us slowed another notch. The melody, whatever song it had once been, now sounded like a music box running out of spring. A pleasant little tune being forced to crawl. Caleb glanced up. What the hell is that? Marcus said. Building system's been acting up. Since when? Since tonight. I almost said something comforting, something useless, but the words stayed behind my teeth. The lights flickered. Not all of them. Just the recessed ceiling lights above the corridor ahead of us, 3 panels blinking in sequence. 1, 2, 3, then steady again. Lena grabbed my sleeve. Hard, Elliot, I know. You don't know anything. She was right, and that annoyed me more than it should have. Marcus took 1 step toward the service corridor. Caleb took 1 step toward him. Then the mall's public announcement system clicked. The sound made everyone freeze. It was the little burst of static before an announcement. The same sound that came before reminders about closing time or lost children or holiday sales. A woman's recorded voice began, too slow. Attention, shoppers. The pause stretched. The 4 of us stood under the bright, fake winter of the Christmas display, listening to a message meant for a crowd that was no longer there. The mall will be closing in 15 minutes, Caleb frowned. That should have played at 8:45. The voice continued, each word separated by a thin electronic hiss. Please bring your final purchases to the register. The message cut off mid-sentence. Then the music resumed, even slower. Marcus exhaled through his nose. All right, everybody to the theater exit. I thought you said turn around, Lena said. I changed my mind. Why? Because the restaurant entrance might be locked by now and the theater staffed. Caleb shook his head. Barely. I sent 2 ushers home. There's 1 concession kid and a projection tech. Still more than here, Marcus said. A scraping sound came from the direction of the service corridor. This one was longer, metal against tile. Then a soft thump. Caleb whispered, "Was that from the corridor?" Marcus held up a hand, telling him to shut up without saying it. His eyes stayed fixed on the dark rectangular mouth of the service hall beside the food court bathrooms. The corridor had 1 light working inside it, a dull greenish tube that made the cinder block wall look damp. A red exit sign glowed at the far end, too far away to be helpful. The sound came again. Scrape, pause, scrape. It could have been a trash bin being dragged. It could have been the cleaning cart's bucket shifting. It could have been a person moving something heavy while trying not to be heard. All explainable. That was the worst part. Nothing had crossed into impossible. Nothing had given us permission to panic. Marcus raised the radio. Dale, answer me now. Static. Then Dale's voice, closer this time but distorted. "Don't," the radio popped. Marcus stared at it. "Dale, nothing." Lena whispered, "We should leave." Marcus nodded once. "Theater exit. Now, stay together." I wanted to move. My legs didn't catch the instruction right away. I had the ugly, childhood sensation of waiting for the grown-ups to decide which smoke-filled hallway was safe. Lena tugged my sleeve again, but this time not out of fear, out of impatience. "Elliot," she said, "walk." So I did. We moved past the food court in a tight little group, Marcus in front, Caleb beside him with his keys clenched in his fist, Lena and me behind them. The Christmas tree lights blinked softly, indifferent. The floor squeaked under our shoes, where the mop water had been tracked thin across the tiles. Overhead, the music crawled through another bar of melody, each note bending at the end like it was losing voltage. Halfway to the center court, Caleb's phone rang. He nearly dropped it. The ringtone sounded obscene in that empty space, bright and fast and alive. He fumbled it up, looked at the screen, and said, "It's the booth." "Answer it," Marcus said. Caleb put it on speaker. A young woman's voice burst out, breathless and too loud. "Caleb, are you still inside?" "Yeah, I'm with Vale. What's wrong?" "I'm in projection. The cameras are glitching." "What do you mean, glitching?" "I mean camera 2 is looping, camera 4 is black, and the one by the west corridor keeps showing somebody walking past the pretzel stand." We all looked back. The pretzel stand was far behind us now, its striped sign dim, its glass case empty except for a tray of salt crumbs. Nobody was there. Caleb said, "Maya, we just came from there." "I know," she said. "That's why I'm calling." Maya Lind, 26, female, was the projection technician at the multiplex, though I only knew her then as a frightened voice coming through a phone speaker. She sounded practical, not hysterical, like someone trying very hard to describe a problem without making it bigger than it was. Behind her voice came the faint whir of equipment fans, and beneath that, the tinny echo of movie dialogue from a theater monitor. Marcus took the phone from Caleb without asking. "Maya, this is Vale. Anyone behind us right now?" A pause. The music overhead dragged itself into the next phrase. Maya said, on the camera, "Yes." Lena's hand found mine. Marcus kept his voice even. "How many?" "One. Can you describe them?" She stopped. "The feed is bad. They're moving weird because it's skipping. Male, female, I can't tell. Distance." Another pause. Then Maya said, much more quietly, closer than before. We all turned. The concourse behind us was empty. Rain tapped the skylight. The cleaner smell hung low to the floor. Somewhere in the building, a gate rattled in its track, then stopped. I squeezed Lena's hand too late, after she had already squeezed mine. Marcus looked from the corridor behind us to the theater entrance ahead. The theater was visible now beyond the center court, its neon sign still lit, its glass doors glowing with lobby light. Safe, or at least safer looking. People, phones, exits, the normal world. But between us and that lobby, to the right of the Christmas display, the service corridor yawned open. From inside, it came a sound that did not belong to music or machinery. A man coughed. Once, wet, controlled, and close enough that all of us heard the effort he made to keep it quiet afterward. Marcus lowered his radio. Caleb whispered, "That could be Dale." Lena shook her head. "Or not." Marcus stood with his shoulders squared, staring at the service corridor. At the moment, his tired mall cop patience thinned, and underneath it was something harder, but not fearless. He was doing the math. Theater ahead, possible injured coworker to the right. Unknown person behind us on a camera feed that may or may not be looping. Locks acting up, radios unreliable. The music slowed again. The song bent so badly it almost stopped. Marcus looked back at us. "Hear what we're going to do," he said. "You three go straight to the theater." I checked the corridor for Dale. "No," Lena said immediately. It wasn't a question. It should be. Caleb's phone crackled in his hand. Maya's voice came through faintly. "Caleb, what's happening?" I stared at the theater doors. Bright, open, maybe 30 seconds away if we walked fast. Then I looked at the service corridor. The greenish light inside it flickered once, showing a smear of water on the floor and something dark near the wall that might have been a dropped glove, or a hat, or nothing at all. Marcus took one step toward it. Lena didn't move toward the theater. Neither did Caleb. And because they didn't, I didn't either. That was the choice, though nobody said it cleanly. We could go toward the light and leave Marcus to follow the cough alone, or we could step into the service corridor with him and pretend that 4 nervous people made the dark any less dark. The music above us held one bright note until it trembled. Then, from the corridor, the man coughed again. This time, after it, someone whispered, "Don't come in. Don't come in." The whisper had a ragged edge to it, like the words had been dragged over a dry throat before they reached us. Nobody moved. For a second, all 5 of us were held in place by that one sentence. Marcus halfway turned toward the service corridor, Caleb with his phone glowing in his hand, Lena gripping my sleeve so tightly I could feel the pressure through my coat, and me doing what I had always been best at in emergencies, standing there, waiting for someone else to become certain. The music overhead trembled on the last note, then slid into the next line of the song at half speed. It wasn't creepy in the movie way. It was worse because it was still cheerful, still trying to be pleasant. The saxophone warbled through the ceiling like it had been left out in the cold. Marcus lifted his radio again. "Dale," he called into the corridor, not through the radio this time. His voice was low and firm. "That you?" No answer. Caleb whispered. That sounded like him. "You sure?" "No," Caleb said. "I mean maybe. I've heard him cough like that. He smokes behind loading." Lena leaned toward me. "We should call 911. That snapped me into something useful. Small, mechanical, phone, emergency. I dug mine out of my coat pocket with fingers that already felt thick and clumsy. No bars, not one. I stared at the upper corner of the screen like I could bully it into changing. "Nothing," I said. Lena pulled out hers. "Same." Caleb held up his phone. "I had signal a minute ago." Maya's voice came through his speaker, clipped by static. "Caleb, you still there?" "Yeah," he said quickly. "Can you call 911 from the booth?" "I tried the landline for Marcus before I called you. It rings dead." Marcus turned sharply. "You tried the office line. Security office and theater office," Maya said. "Both dead. My cell has one bar if I stand against the south wall, but it keeps dropping." "Try again," Marcus said. "Tell them possible injured employee, Colony Center, service corridor by food court. Tell them access through theater entrance. I'm trying. Her voice cut out on the last word. Caleb looked at his screen. Call dropped. The corridor coughed again. Not the man this time. The building. A dull mechanical shudder came from somewhere beyond the greenish light, followed by a thump that passed through the floor under my shoes. The kind of sound made by a large system stopping badly. Elevator machinery, rolling fire doors, an air handler choking off. The smell changed too. Beneath lemon cleaner and old pretzel salt, something hot and dusty drifted out from the service hall, like a vacuum belt burning. Marcus said, "Back up." We did. A red light began to flash inside the corridor. Not a fire alarm strobe exactly, but something mounted low on the wall near the first bend. It pulsed once every few seconds, smearing the cinder block in brief washes of red. Caleb stared at it. That's the service gate indicator. What does that mean? Lena asked. It means a gate S coming down or jammed. Which gate? Caleb swallowed. Depends. Marcus swore under his breath. What? I asked. He didn't look at me. There are fire shutters in the back passages. They drop if the system thinks there's smoke or if someone triggers the emergency close. Is there smoke? Lena asked. Smelled the air. No smoke, not really. Just hot dust, wet tile, cleaning fluid. Maybe, Marcus said, could be electrical. Lena laughed once, sharp and humorless. That's not better. Then the PA clicked again. The old woman's recorded voice did not return. Instead, a tone sounded from the ceiling speakers. 3 flat beeps. Then a different voice, automated and male, said, "Security alert. Please proceed to the nearest exit." Caleb went pale. Marcus looked at him. That automatic. Oh, Caleb said. The beeps repeated. "Security alert. Please proceed to the nearest exit." The words echoed down the empty concourse and came back softened from the dark storefronts. In the jewelry kiosk glass, I saw us reflected in fragments. Marcus's broad back, Lena's white sneakers, my own face looking longer than it should. Then every metal security gate in the row behind us rattled, not opening, dropping another inch. The sound traveled storefront to storefront, a shivering metal wave. Lena flinched. No, we're leaving, Marcus nodded. Theater, now. He reached for Caleb's shoulder and pushed him toward the lobby lights. That should have been the end of it. That should have been the moment we stopped debating and went where there were doors and people and outside air. But the corridor whispered again. This time it was "Don't come in." It was, "Help me." 2 words, hoarse, male. Close enough that none of us could pretend we hadn't heard. Caleb stopped so abruptly, I nearly stepped on his heel. "Dale," he said. Marcus's jaw worked. Lena said, "Marcus, no. If he's in there and a shutter drops, he could be trapped." "Then we call from the theater," she said. "We get help." "The theater phones are dead," Caleb said. "Maya has a cell. Maya has half a bar." I could hear myself breathing too loudly. It embarrassed me, even then. I hated that everyone else seemed to be making calculations, while my body was stuck deciding whether it wanted to run or shut down. Marcus pointed at Caleb. "You have keys for service doors." "Some. Do they work on the back corridor?" "Some." "Stop saying some," Lena snapped. Caleb's face tightened. "I don't know, okay? The mall's a patchwork. Half the locks are old cores, half are electronic, and nobody tells the theater staff anything until it breaks." Marcus looked down the corridor again. "Dale," a scrape answered him. Then a faint clink, metal on tile. I pictured someone dragging a belt buckle, a radio, keys, something caught under a body. Marcus made the decision with his shoulders before he said it. I'm going in 10 feet, just to the bend. That's how people die in stupid workplace safety videos, Lena said. He gave her a flat look. You watch a lot of those. My store makes us do quarterly training. Then you know I'm supposed to check on a downed coworker. You're supposed to not become a second downed coworker. That landed. Marcus's eyes flicked away. For a moment, he looked less like security and more like a man in a cheap jacket with bad coffee cooling in his hand, stuck between procedure and fear. Caleb's phone buzzed. He jerked it up. Maya, her voice came through broken but understandable. I got through for maybe 20 seconds. Dispatcher heard Mall, possible injury, then it dropped. I don't know if they got the location. Call back, Marcus said. I am. Also listen. Camera by the theater entrance just went black. Caleb turned toward the lobby. The neon sign still glowed. The glass doors still showed warm light inside. But beyond them, the concession counter looked oddly dim, like only the emergency lighting was on. What about the kid at concessions? Caleb asked. I sent Bri to lock Auditorium 7. She hasn't come back yet. Marcus closed his eyes for half a second. How many people inside the theater? Maybe 12 customers in the late show. Bri, me, that's it. Can they get out? I think so. East exit from the auditoriums should open to the outer lot. But if the panic bar alarm is tied into whatever this is, check it. I can't leave the booth and keep cameras up. Caleb said, I'll go. Marcus stopped him. No, you're not splitting off alone. We need to get people out. And I need Dale out of that hallway. And Janine, Lena said. Everyone looked at her. She pointed at the abandoned cart. You all keep saying Dale because you know him. What about the woman whose cart is sitting there? Marcus's expression changed in a way I didn't like. Not surprise, not realization, guilt. Janine usually clocks out by 9:30, he said. Usually, Lena said. The automated voice repeated overhead. Security alert. Please proceed to the nearest exit. But the nearest exit was suddenly an idea, not a place. The restaurant entrance behind us might have locked. The theater doors ahead might still work, or not. The service corridor might hold Dale, or Janine, or someone pretending to be either one. The PA system might be responding to a real emergency, or to some malfunction nobody understood. The time-sensitive problem hardened right there. Someone was possibly hurt inside the service corridor. Phones were unreliable, doors were failing, and the theater still had civilians inside who might not know the mall was locking itself down. Marcus spoke quickly. We do this together. We move to the theater entrance first, confirm people can exit, call 911 from outside if possible. Then I come back with whoever responds. From the corridor, please. That single word bent the plan. Caleb looked sick. That is Dale. You don't know that, Lena said. I know his voice. You said maybe. I know it now. Lena turned to me. Say something. I opened my mouth. Nothing useful came. Her face changed, not into anger exactly. Worse. Disappointment sharpened by fear. Elliot. I heard my name the way I'd heard it years before in that smoke-filled hallway, my mother saying it from somewhere ahead of me while I stood frozen beside the laundry room door. Elliot, come on, move, a command and a plea. I looked at the corridor, then at the theater, then at the wet crescent under the cleaning cart, catching the flashing red light. We need something to keep the shutter from dropping, I said. Everyone stared at me. It wasn't heroic. It was barely even a thought, but it was something. Marcus looked at the cart. Mop handle, too weak, Caleb said. Those shutters are heavy. The cart itself, Lena said. Marcus nodded once. If we go to the bend, we take the cart. Wedge it under any gate that starts dropping. I felt a small, dangerous relief. I had contributed. I had not frozen completely. That relief lasted about 3 seconds. Then we heard footsteps behind us, not from the corridor, from the concourse back toward the pretzel stand. Slow, measured, the 4 of us turned as one. The long stretch of mall behind us was empty beneath the dim ceiling lights. The shuttered storefronts reflected nothing moving, but the footsteps continued, soft rubber soles on tile, stopping when we stopped listening too hard, starting again when the music dragged into another warped phrase. Marcus pulled a small flashlight from his belt and aimed it down the concourse. Beam traveled over kiosks, benches, glossy tile, fake potted plants, a trash can with a domed lid. Nothing. Caleb whispered. Maya said someone was behind us. The flashlight beam shook just slightly. Marcus said, could be audio from maintenance, could be echoes. Lena whispered, you don't believe that? No, he said, I don't. That honesty scared me more than reassurance would have. Caleb's phone crackled again. Maya's voice burst through, quieter now. Caleb, I need you to listen carefully. Go. The security camera at the food court just came back. Okay. It shows you all standing by the Christmas tree. Caleb looked around. We are. No, she said. It shows you standing there, but it's not live. Marcus stepped closer to the phone. How do you know? Because on the feed, the music is normal. We all went quiet. The slowing music pressed down from the ceiling, syrupy and tired. Maya continued. The timestamp says 9:12. That's before they entered, Caleb said. I know. The cameras are looping different times. Some of them are black. Some are old. Some are, she cut off. Maya, Caleb said. No answer. His call screen went dark. Then the theater lights ahead flickered. Once. Twice. The neon sign over the multiplex entrance went out. The lobby beyond the glass doors dropped into emergency red. A small sound came from Lena. Not a scream, just air leaving her body too fast. Caleb took off toward the theater. Marcus grabbed the back of his shirt and hauled him back so hard Caleb's shoes slid on the tile. Don't run. My staff is in there. And if the floor is wet or the doors are locked, you crack your head open and help nobody. Caleb spun on him. You don't get to tell me to stand here while Bry's inside. Marcus shoved him back by the shoulders. I'm telling you to think. Like you're thinking about Dale. For 1 second, I thought Marcus might hit him. Instead, Marcus let go. The argument hung there, ugly and human. Exactly the kind of small fracture that fear widens. Lena stepped between them. Stop, both of you. We have 2 problems, people in the theater, people in the corridor. We can't split up unless we know the doors work. I said, the cart. She looked at me. We take the cart to the theater doors first, I said. My voice sounded thin, but it held. If the doors work, we send whoever's inside out. If not, we use Caleb's keys. or Marcus's radio, or we break something. Then we come back for the corridor. Marcus studied me, maybe surprised I had finished a sentence. Caleb shook his head. That wastes time. So does getting dragged into the dark one by one, Lena said. From behind us, the footsteps resumed. Closer this time, not fast, not hiding exactly, just coming. Marcus aimed the flashlight again. This time, the beam caught movement. A figure slipped behind the kiosk near the pretzel stand. Only a slice of it, dark pants, a pale hand, the edge of a hood or cap. Then gone. Caleb whispered, "Jesus." Marcus raised his voice. "Mall security, come out where I can see you." Nothing. The music slowed until the melody seemed to separate into individual notes, each one dangling too long before the next arrived. Marcus stepped backward toward us, keeping the flashlight forward. Move. We moved. Lena and I grabbed the custodial cart first. Its wheels resisted, one of them squealing as it turned. The bucket sloshed, gray water licking over the rim and splashing onto the tile. The smell of bleach rose sharp enough to sting my nose. Caleb took the front corner and pulled. Marcus walked backward beside us, flashlight aimed down the concourse. The figure did not reappear. That almost made it worse. We pushed the cart past the Christmas tree. Blue-white lights reflected in the puddled mop water and made the floor look deeper than it was. The theater entrance was 30 feet away. 20. Then the glass doors clicked, a lock engaging. Caleb lunged forward and grabbed the handle. It didn't move. "No," he said. "No, no, no." He yanked again. The doors rattled in their frame. Inside the lobby, emergency lights painted the concession counter red. A popcorn warmer glowed weakly. No one stood behind it. "Bry," Caleb shouted through the glass. His voice bounced back at us. Marcus tried the next door. Locked. Caleb fumbled with his key ring. There were too many keys. His hands shook so badly they clattered against one another like wind chimes. "Which one?" Lena asked. "I don't hold on." The PA clicked again. 3 beeps. But this time the warning played slower, the voice thick and stretched. "Security alert" behind us. The service corridor's red indicator flashed faster. Marcus looked over his shoulder. Oh, hell. A metal shutter had begun descending across the service corridor entrance. It moved slowly, but with steady mechanical certainty, a ribbed steel curtain lowering from a slot above the opening. 3 feet down already. 4. The greenish light inside flickered behind it. From beyond the shutter, a man shouted. Not whispered, shouted. "Help, Dale," Caleb mouthed. Or maybe he said it. I couldn't hear over the grind of the shutter motor. Marcus ran for the corridor. Lena shouted, "Marcus." He didn't stop. There it was, the choice turning into no choice. The theater doors were locked, the people inside possibly trapped, and the service corridor was sealing with at least one person on the wrong side of it. Caleb found a key and jammed it into the theater door. It wouldn't turn. "Wrong key," he gasped. The shutter dropped another foot. Marcus reached it and threw his shoulder against the bottom edge, trying to slow it. The steel kept coming. He grunted, boots slipping on damp tile. "Cart," he yelled. I looked at Lena. She looked at me. My body wanted to stay by the bright glass doors. It wanted the illusion of the lobby, the popcorn warmer, the normal exit that refused to open. wanted someone else to run toward the grinding metal and the voice calling from behind it. But Lena was already pushing the cart, so I pushed too. We shoved it hard across the slick tile. The bad wheel screamed. The mop bucket tipped, spilling dirty water in a wide fan behind us. The shutter was waist high when we reached Marcus. Under, he barked. We rammed the front of the cart beneath the steel curtain. For half a second, it worked. The shutter hit the cart's metal frame and stopped with a heavy, vibrating clang. The motor strained overhead. The cart buckled but held. Inside the corridor, beyond the half-blocked opening, the red light pulsed over the cinder block walls. Something lay on the floor near the bend. A radio. Marcus dropped to one knee and reached through the gap. Dale. A hand appeared from around the bend. Not enough of a person. Just a hand, palm down, fingers splayed against the wet floor. Caleb made a sound like he'd been punched. Then the lights in the concourse went out. Not all the way. Emergency lighting kicked in after a breathless pause, red and low, turning the mall into a place made of exit signs and reflections. The music stopped too. For one glorious second, the slowed tune vanished. Then it came back through the speakers, slower than before, warped almost beyond recognition. And from somewhere behind us, in the darkened concourse, the footsteps started running. The footsteps came at us from the dark concourse. Fast. Rubber soles slapped tile, echoing off the shuttered storefronts, so the sound seemed to split and come from both sides at once. Marcus had one knee on the floor, one arm shoved under the half-dropped steel curtain, reaching toward the hand inside the service corridor. Caleb was at the theater doors behind us, still rattling keys against a lock that would not turn. Lena and I were bent over the custodial cart, holding it in place beneath the shutter, while its metal frame groaned under the pressure. Nobody had a spare hand for whatever was running toward us. "Move," Lena shouted. I looked over my shoulder. A shape burst out from behind the kiosk near the pretzel stand. Dark hoodie, head down, something in one hand. For a clean, awful second, I thought it was a knife. Marcus let go of the shutter and swung his flashlight up, the beam catching the figure full in the face. It was a girl, not a child, not quite. Young, wide-eyed, mascara smeared from crying or rain or both. She skidded when she saw us, both hands flying up, and the thing in her right hand flashed silver keys. "Don't," she screamed. "Don't hit me." Caleb's whole body sagged. Brianna Bry Kessler, 19, female, was the concession worker from the multiplex, though in that moment she looked more like someone who had crawled out of a car wreck than someone who sold popcorn. She was from Latham, a college freshman taking night shifts for extra money, with a black theater polo half zipped under a puffy jacket and a name tag hanging crooked at her chest. One knee of her jeans was torn open, and a bright scrape ran down her shin. She had lost one shoe. "Bry, what happened?" Caleb asked. She tried to answer, but breath came first. Hard, shallow pulls. The cart lurched. The shutter dropped another inch, crushing deeper into the metal frame. A sharp pop came from one of the cart's front supports. Marcus snapped, "Hold it." Lena and I threw our weight into the cart. My palms slid on the wet plastic handle. The mop bucket had had spilled almost completely now, gray water spreading across the tile toward the Christmas tree and toward the theater doors. My shoulders screamed from the angle. Inside the corridor, the hand on the floor twitched. "Dale," Marcus shouted. The hand dragged back around the bend and vanished. "No, no, stay there," Marcus said, and tried to get his arm farther under the shutter, but the gap was narrowing around the cart. Bry pointed back toward the theater. Auditorium 7, exit jammed. I tried to take people out that way, but the crash bar wouldn't open. Then the lights cut, and somebody started banging on the side door from outside. "Customers," Caleb said. "I don't know, I couldn't see, they were yelling." "How many people are in there?" 10, maybe 11. One guy left through the lobby earlier, I think. I don't know." The automated PA voice crawled overhead, distorted through the slowed speakers. "Security alert." Then the music bled through it again, as if two systems were fighting for the same wires. Marcus stood, breathing hard. "First attempt. We pull Dale through before this thing folds the cart." "I can fit," Bry said suddenly. Everyone looked at her. She wiped her nose with her sleeve. "I'm smaller. I can get under." "No," Caleb said immediately. "You're not my dad. You're bleeding. It's my knee." Marcus measured the gap. The shutter was pressing into the cart at about thigh height, leaving a crawl space below the bent frame and above the tile. It was maybe 18 inches. Less where the cart had twisted. Lena said, "If it gives while she's under there." "I know," Marcus said. "I can do it," Bry insisted, but her voice shook so badly that the words came apart. I looked at her bare sock on the wet tile. The toes had already gone gray with dirty water. "No," I said. That surprised me almost as much as it surprised Caleb. I swallowed. "She's hurt. And if we need someone small, Lena's smaller than me, but she shouldn't either because..." "Because what?" Lena said. "Because I'm the one who suggested the cart." That wasn't logic. It wasn't courage exactly. It was guilt wearing a better coat. Marcus looked me up and down. "You're not fitting through that gap." "I don't need to. I can reach farther than Bry." Lena said my name once, quietly, not stopping me, marking the moment. I dropped to the floor before I could rethink it. The tile was cold through my jeans and slick with mop water. My right hip hit a scattering of salt crumbs from somewhere, gritty and absurd. I lay flat, turned my head sideways, and pushed my arm under the cart frame toward the corridor. The smell under there was metallic and wet. Hot dust from the service hall, bleach from the spilled bucket, something else too, sour and human. "Dale," I called, my cheek pressed to the tile. "Can you hear me?" A groan came from around the bend. Marcus crouched beside me, holding the flashlight low. The beam cut under the shutter and showed the first stretch of the service corridor. Cinderblock walls, a gray door marked employees only, a red indicator flashing above a control panel, the dropped radio lying near the bend, and dark streaks of water trailing across the floor from somewhere deeper in. Not blood, water. I told myself that twice. I stretched until my shoulder burned. My fingers brushed the radio. I hooked it and dragged it back. Not Dale, just the radio. First attempt failed almost immediately. Marcus took the radio, checked it, and swore. Batteries cracked. The shutter motor growled above us. The cart frame bent another fraction. Lena grabbed the back of my coat and hauled. Out, I slid back just as the cart gave a sudden metallic shriek. The shutter dropped maybe 2 more inches before catching again. My left hand was still under it. For one bright flash of pain, steel kissed the back of my knuckles and scraped them open. I yanked free. "Elliot." Lena grabbed my wrist. "I'm okay. You're bleeding." I looked. She was right. 3 lines had opened across my knuckles, shallow but ugly, filling with red before thinning in the dirty water on my skin. Marcus didn't waste sympathy. "We can't pull him through. We need to stop the shutter or open a side door." Caleb held up his key ring. "There's an employee corridor from behind the theater concession stand. It connects to the same service spine." "Can we get into the theater?" Lena asked. Caleb's face tightened. "Not through these doors." Bri shook her keys. "I have the side key for trash runs." Caleb stared at her. "Why didn't you say that?" "Because everyone was yelling." A tiny laugh escaped Lena. It sounded almost like panic, and she clapped a hand over her mouth. Marcus pointed. "Where's the side door?" Bri turned and pointed past the theater entrance, along the right-hand wall where the concourse narrowed toward the restrooms and a dark arcade that had closed years before. "There's a gray door beside the old photo booth. It goes into the back hall behind concessions." I could map it then. Behind us, the long mall concourse leading to the pretzel stand and restaurant entrance to our left, the food court and the service corridor with the dropping shutter. Ahead, the locked glass theater doors to the right, a narrow side stretch with restrooms, an empty arcade space, and maybe a staff door into the theater back hall. Marcus made the call. We leave the cart. It buys us a minute. We get through the side door, get theater people out, then access service spine from behind concessions. "And Dale?" Caleb asked. "If we can reach the other side of the corridor, we reach Dale." The cart shrieked again. That decided it. We ran. Not far, but running on wet tile in emergency lighting is its own kind of stupidity. My shoes slipped twice. Lena caught my elbow once, and I caught hers the next time. Bri limped badly, her socked foot slapping wetly against the floor, but she kept up by sheer anger. Caleb stayed beside her, one hand hovering like he wanted to help, and knew she might bite him if he tried. Behind us, the shutter motor strained against the cart. Ahead, the narrow side stretch looked worse than the main concourse. The emergency lights did not reach it well. The old arcade space had black paper taped inside its glass, peeling at the corners. The restrooms sat opposite it, doors propped open with yellow caution signs. A family bathroom door stood closed between them. The music slowed further. Individual notes now. A tune disassembled. Bri fumbled with her key at the gray staff door beside the dead photo booth. The photo booth curtain hung half open, showing a cracked vinyl bench and a screen that reflected the red emergency lights. For a second, the screen flickered. A face appeared in it. Lena gasped and slammed backward into me. Marcus raised the flashlight. The face stared from the photo booth screen, pale, mouth open. Then it shifted. Not a face. A poster behind us reflected in the dark glass. An advertisement from the theater lobby visible through the locked doors at an angle. A woman screaming in a horror movie trailer still, her image warped by the booth's dirty screen. "Reflection," Marcus said. Nobody laughed. Bri Bri jammed the key in and twisted. It turned. Second attempt, the side door. It opened 3 inches, then stopped hard. Chain, Bri said. What chain? Caleb demanded. I don't know. Marcus leaned in with the flashlight. A security chain had been looped through the inside crash bar and around a metal pipe bracket. Not standard, not electronic, not malfunctioning, human. Marcus's face changed. That wasn't done by the system, Caleb whispered. Who would chain it from inside? Someone who didn't want people coming through, Lena said. Or leaving, I said. Bri pulled on the door with both hands. The chain snapped taut and rattled. There are people in there. Marcus shoved his flashlight through the gap and angled it. Can you reach? Caleb tried. His fingers brushed the chain but couldn't lift it. I tried next, ignoring my bleeding hand. The gap scraped my forearm raw, but the chain sat too far back and too high. Lena dropped to one knee. Move. She pulled one of the wire handles off Bri's keyring, straightened it as much as she could, and hooked it through the door gap. Where did you learn that? I asked. Retail fixtures, she said through her teeth. Everything is held together by wire and spite. She caught the chain once, lifted, lost it, caught it again. The wire bent. Behind us, from the main concourse, came a crash. The custodial cart had finally failed. The shutter slammed down the rest of the way with a thunderous metal impact that rolled through the floor and up my bones. Dale screamed once. Then the scream cut off. Not because he died. I told myself that immediately, because the shutter blocked the sound, because sound changes around metal, because there were still reasonable explanations. Caleb turned away from the door. We have to go back. Marcus grabbed him. No, this door first. My employee is inside. Your guy is trapped, and you're holding me here. I am keeping you from sprinting into a locked mall with someone stalking us. That word landed. Stalking. None of us had said it yet. From the concourse behind us came a single, deliberate tap. Metal on glass. We all looked. Far back near the dark jewelry kiosk, a figure stood under the red emergency lights. Not close enough for details. Hood up. One arm hanging down. Something in their hand. Tap. They struck the glass again. Not rushing now. Watching. Bri whispered. That's who was at the exit. Marcus aimed the flashlight. The figure stepped backward into the edge of a storefront shadow and vanished. Lena's wire hook slipped. The chain clattered but did not fall. Again, I said. My hands are shaking, she snapped. So are mine. She shot me a look, then tried again. This time the chain lifted just enough to slide over the bracket. It dropped with a heavy clink inside the door. The staff door opened. For half a second, it felt like winning. Then the smell hit us. Popcorn oil, hot dust, and smoke. Not thick black smoke. Not a burning building plume. A dry electrical haze that scratched the back of my throat and made Bri cough. The hallway behind the theater was narrow, painted beige, with storage shelves on one side and doors leading to concession, bathrooms, and the back of auditoriums. Red emergency lights ran along the baseboards. Somewhere ahead, people were shouting. Caleb pushed in first. Bri, with me. Marcus followed. Lena and I came after, and I pulled the door shut behind us without knowing why. The theater hallway turned left after the concession storage room. On the right was a door labeled Auditorium 7. Beyond it, muffled voices. Panicked but contained. Caleb hammered on it. "Everyone stay calm. We're getting you out." A man shouted from inside. "The exit won't open." "I know." Bri leaned against the wall, breathing hard. Her scraped knee had started bleeding down her shin into her sock. Lena noticed and tore a strip from the bottom of a promotional theater poster that had fallen from a frame. "Sit," Lena told her. "I'm fine. You're leaving footprints in blood and mop water." "Sit." Bri sat. Marcus tried the auditorium door. It opened into the back row. Inside, a group of late-show customers huddled in red emergency light. A couple in winter coats, 2 teenagers, an older man with a cane, and several others standing between seats. The movie screen was blank except for a pale rectangle of projector light. Caleb shouted instructions with surprising steadiness. "Single file. Stay together. We're taking you through the staff door." A woman said, "Is there a fire?" "We don't know," he said, honest but not comforting. Third attempt. Evacuate the theater customers. It only half worked. We got them into the back hallway, all of them frightened and talking over one another. But when Marcus led the first 2 toward the side door we had entered through, he stopped. The door was closed. The handle turned. The door did not open. Marcus threw his shoulder into it. Once, twice. On the third hit, something outside rattled. He looked through the narrow wire glass pane. "Chains back on," he said. Lena stared at him. From outside, "No." His voice was flat. "This door chains from inside." Caleb went white, but we came through. There was no one behind us. I looked down the hallway, doors, storage shelves, a mop closet, the concession stand entrance, the corridor bend leading deeper toward projection and the service spine. Someone had been inside the theater back hall with us, or they had another way in. The customers started to panic then, not screaming, but surging in small, dangerous movements. Too many bodies in a narrow hallway. The older man with the cane lost balance and bumped into the wall. Bri tried to stand and nearly fell. Smoke haze thickened enough that my eyes watered. Marcus raised both hands. "Listen to me. Everybody back into Auditorium 7. Sit low. Stay away from the side exit. Caleb, is there another way from projection to the roof or loading?" "Projection connects to the mall service spine," Caleb said. "Past booth 2, through a locked fire door." "Keys." Caleb lifted his ring. His hands looked steadier now, but his face didn't. Maya's voice came from somewhere above us, not by phone. "Caleb," a ceiling speaker in the hallway crackled, "theater intercom." "Maya," he shouted, "don't use the projection hall." Static swallowed the rest. Caleb ran toward the bend. Marcus chased him. Lena looked at me. "We can't let them split." So we followed, because the building had stopped giving us choices that didn't involve deeper risk. The back hallway narrowed after the concession storage room and sloped slightly upward toward the projection booths. Posters lined the walls in cheap frames. Half had gone crooked. The emergency lights here were weaker red smears on beige paint. Behind one door, a projector fan whirred. Behind another, something beeped steadily, like equipment complaining to nobody. At the end of the hall, Maya appeared behind a small square window in a metal door marked projection, authorized staff only. She was pale, with dark hair tied in a messy knot, glasses slipping down her nose, and a headset around her neck. She unlocked the door before Caleb reached it and pulled him inside. Maya Lind, 26, female, was now more than a voice. Compact, focused, and visibly terrified in the way competent people get terrified, moving fast so they don't have to feel it yet. She let us in and locked the door behind us. The projection room was hot from equipment. Monitors showed camera feeds, black squares, frozen images, time-stamps that didn't match. One view of the Christmas tree from 9:12, one view of the food court empty at 8:58, one live feed of the theater hallway crowded with customers retreating into Auditorium 7, and one feed from inside the service corridor. Dale was on the floor, alive. He was dragging himself with one arm, leaving a wet streak behind him that was no longer only water. Beside him, near a utility panel, lay Janine. Janine Porter, 58, female, was the custodial worker whose cart we had found, a small woman with gray hair tucked under a navy cap and one shoe missing. On the monitor, she wasn't moving. Marcus leaned close to the screen. "Where is that?" Maya pointed. "Service spine behind the food court. The shutter trapped them on the far side." "What hurt them?" Lena asked. Maya changed cameras. The next feed showed a utility panel hanging open. Sparks flickered inside it every few seconds. Water dripped steadily from a ceiling pipe onto the floor beneath. Electrical hazard. Grounded. Real. Terrible. "Pipe leak hit the panel," Maya said. "System started dropping shutters. Then someone manually overrode doors for maintenance." "Someone," Marcus said. Maya clicked to another feed. A frozen image appeared, a person in a dark hoodie standing at the mall security desk, face hidden by the camera angle, one hand on the control keyboard. Timestamp, 9:47 p.m. before we heard the whisper, before the theater doors locked, before the shutter came down. Caleb whispered, "Who is that?" Maya shook her head. "I don't know." Behind us, from the projection room door we had just locked, came a soft scrape, a key entering the lock. Maya looked at the door. Caleb looked at the monitors. Marcus reached for the nearest heavy object, a metal film splice tool from a workbench. The key turned once, stopped, turned back. Lena grabbed my bleeding hand, so hard pain shot up my arm. On the monitor showing the theater hallway, the customers were now back inside Auditorium 7. On the monitor showing the side door, the chain hung in place again. On the monitor showing the mall concourse, the route back to the restaurant entrance was blocked by 3 descended shutters. The way we had come was gone. The lock clicked. Maya whispered, "That's not my key." And somewhere overhead, through the same ceiling speakers that had been playing the dying music, a live microphone opened with a soft pop. A man breathed into it once, then said very calmly, "Stay where you are." The voice from the ceiling was not distorted like the music. That was the first thing I noticed, and I hated myself for noticing it. The music had been stretched and warped until every note sounded wounded, but the man speaking through the mall's PA system came through clean. Calm. Close. Stay where you are. Maya's hand hovered over the projection room control board. Caleb stood beside her, one arm half raised, as if he could block the door with his body. Marcus held the metal film splice tool low at his side. The way you hold something when you have decided it might have to become a weapon, and you're trying not to admit that yet. The lock on the projection room door clicked again. Not opening. Testing. Lena squeezed my injured hand by accident. Pain jumped up my arm and cleared some of the fog from my head. On the monitors, the mall existed in broken pieces. Auditorium 7, red lit and packed with frightened people sitting low between rows. The center court, empty except for the Christmas tree and the steel shutters that had dropped across the concourse. The service corridor, where Dale dragged himself a few inches at a time, and Janine lay still near the sparking utility panel. The security desk, frozen at 9:47 with that hooded figure leaning over the controls. The live microphone popped again. "You don't need to make this worse," the man said. Marcus stepped toward the ceiling speaker. "Who is this?" No answer. "Mall security," Marcus said. "You've got injured people in a service corridor. You need to lift the shutters now." A soft laugh came through the speaker. Not theatrical, not wild, more exhausted than amused. "You people never listen." Maya whispered, "I can trace which mic he's using." "Do it," Marcus said. Her fingers moved across the console, fast despite how hard she was shaking. The projection room door handle turned. Caleb grabbed a rolling equipment rack and shoved it in front of the door. The rack held cables, a dead monitor, and 2 metal cases labeled lens cleaning. It hit the door with a clatter. The handle stopped. From the speaker, the man said, "That won't hold." Lena leaned close to me. "We can't stay in here." She was right. The room was hot, cramped, and full of equipment we didn't understand. One locked door. No windows big enough to crawl through. The theater customers depended on us. Dale and Janine were losing time, and someone was outside the door with keys. Maya looked up from the console. "He's not in security now. He's using a service handset." "Where?" Marcus asked. "There are handsets in maintenance, loading, security, and," she swallowed, "projection hallway." The door slammed inward against the rack. Once, the rack jumped. Bry, sitting on the floor with Lena's torn poster strip tied around her knee, flinched so hard her heels skidded on the concrete. Caleb shouted at the door, "Who are you?" Another slam. The rack shifted 2 inches. Marcus looked at Maya. "Is there another way out of this room?" She pointed to the back wall. "Booth crawl through. It goes into booth 2, then booth 1, then the old storage stairs. Locked, fire door at the bottom. Maybe alarmed. Maybe chained. I don't know anymore." "That's our route," Marcus said. "Everyone move." The door hit again. The rack tipped. A metal case fell and burst open, scattering cloths and spray bottles across the floor. We moved. Maya opened a narrow service panel behind a stack of film, cans that probably hadn't been used in years. Beyond it was a low passage with exposed conduit, and dust so thick it looked padded. The crawl-through wasn't a tunnel exactly. It was a maintenance access between projection booths, waist-high and miserable, meant for technicians who had time, light, and no one trying to break in behind them. Marcus went first with the flashlight, then Bry, because she was hurt and needed help from both sides. Caleb guided her bad leg through. Maya followed, then Lena. I went last. The projection room door crashed open as I ducked into the passage. The rack went over. A man stepped into the room. I saw him only in pieces through the narrowing angle. Dark hoodie, gray work pants, wet shoes, a pale jaw under stubble. In his right hand, he held a ring of maintenance keys. In his left, a red-handled fire axe from a wall cabinet. Not raised, just there, like a tool he had selected. I froze. He looked straight at me. His face was ordinary. That was the worst part. Late 30s, maybe. Tired eyes. A small cut above one eyebrow. Someone you would ignore in a grocery store aisle. Elliot. Lena hissed from the passage. The man took one step. My body almost betrayed me. It wanted to do what it had always done. Stop. Wait. Let someone else pull me. Then Marcus's hand reached back through the access tunnel and grabbed my coat collar. Move. He yanked hard enough to bruise my throat. I moved. The axe struck the metal edge of the access panel just as my shoe cleared it. The sound was bright and final, a hard clang that rang through the tight passage and made Bryce sob once ahead of us. Keep going, Marcus shouted. The passage opened into booth 2. We spilled out behind a projector that hummed over a blank auditorium. The room smelled like hot plastic and dust. Maya slammed the access panel shut behind me and jammed a screwdriver through the latch loop. That won't hold, Caleb said. Nothing holds, she snapped. Another speaker popped overhead. The man's voice followed us into booth 2. Stop running. The more you run, the more doors I close. Marcus looked up. On the handset system. Can he control locks from there? Maya shook her head. Not from the handset, but from maintenance, yes. Security desk, yes. Then he's got access. He had access before tonight, Caleb said. Bry whispered, I know him. Everyone stopped. She was sitting against the wall, both hands on her bandaged knee, face gray from pain. Caleb crouched. Who? Neil, she said. Neil Voss. He used to do overnight maintenance. Marcus's expression hardened. He was fired. For what? Lena asked. Stealing copper. Threatening Janine when she reported him. I heard he got banned from property. Maya looked at the monitors through the booth window, though these didn't show cameras. If he knows the systems, he knows enough to hurt people with them, Marcus said. Neil's voice came over the speaker again. Vale, you there? You remember me now? Marcus didn't answer. Neil continued, calm as a man reading a shopping list. They took my job. They took my insurance. Janine smiled while she did it. Bryce started crying silently. Caleb put a hand on her shoulder. Marcus's jaw tightened. He's going after Janine. He already did, Lena said. That made the room go still. On the camera in the previous booth, Janine had not moved. Dale was still trying. The concrete problem narrowed to a point. Get to the service spine, shut off power to the flooded panel, lift or bypass the shutter, and get Dale and Janine out before Neil reached them again, or the electrical fault started a real fire. Maya wiped her nose with the back of her hand. Booth 1 connects to the old storage stairs. Those stairs come down near the loading corridor. Loading corridor connects to maintenance, then service spine behind food court. Can we reach the panel from the far side? Marcus asked. Yes, but the floor is wet. If that panel is live, main cutoff, maintenance room, that's where he may be, Caleb said. Marcus nodded. Then we do not go straight into maintenance. Lena looked around the booth. What can we use? It was strange, the way fear can become inventory. My hand throbbed. Bry's breathing hitched. Caleb's face had gone flat with concentration. Maya was scanning shelves. Marcus was already opening cabinets. We found a fire extinguisher, 2 heavy extension cords, a roll of gaffer tape, a fiberglass ladder hook, a box cutter, a plastic bucket full of old 3D glasses. Maya took a long metal crank used for adjusting the old screen masking. Marcus kept the splice tool in one hand and the fire extinguisher in the other. I picked up one of the extension cords. Lena looked at me. You okay? No. Good. Me neither. It helped, somehow. We moved through booth 1 and into the storage stairwell. The stairs were narrow and concrete, with a metal railing painted beige. Emergency lights glowed at each landing. Below us, a door led to the loading corridor. Above, the stair continued to a roof access door with a crash bar. Caleb pointed upward. Roof, Maya shook her head. No exterior ladder from that section. Roof hatch locks from inside, but drops you above the old anchor store. You'd still be trapped up there. Down, then, Marcus said. Halfway down, the PA clicked. No voice this time. The music returned, impossibly slow, each note separated by a dull mechanical wobble. Then it sped up for one bar, too fast, cheerful and frantic, before sagging again. Maya whispered, He's messing with the audio rack. Why? I asked. Because he can, Lena said. At the bottom door, Marcus made us stop. He pressed his ear to the metal. Nothing. He cracked it open. The loading corridor beyond was lit by emergency strips along the floor. It ran left toward the theater dumpsters and right toward maintenance. Pipes lined the ceiling. The concrete smelled damp, electrical, and faintly rotten like old mop heads. A sign on the wall read, Food court service, spine right arrow, that way was right. The direction Neil wanted us not to go. Marcus pointed. Maya, Bry, stay behind us. Caleb with them. Lena, Elliot, keep the cord ready. For what? I whispered. If he comes at us, trip him. It sounded childish. Then I imagined someone running in a dark corridor with wet shoes and an axe, and it no longer sounded childish at all. We moved right, 10 yards, 20. A metal door stood open ahead. Maintenance. Inside, the lights were on. Marcus stopped us with a raised fist. Neil's voice came from inside, not over a speaker now. You know what Janine did, he said. She watched them walk me out. Marcus shifted his grip on the extinguisher. Neil continued, 37 years old, and I had to call my mother for grocery money. All because some woman with a mop bucket couldn't mind her business. Lena leaned toward me, lips barely moving. He's talking to someone, Dale, Janine, or us. Marcus mouthed, cord. I handed one end to Lena. We stretched it low across the corridor, just above ankle height, each of us pressed to opposite walls, hands tight around rubber insulation. My injured knuckles screamed. I wrapped the cord once around my wrist anyway. Marcus stepped into the doorway enough to be seen. Neil, a silence. Then Neil laughed softly. There he is. You need medical help in here, Marcus said. You've got a live panel taking water. You want this whole place burning. The sprinklers work. Not if you cut pressure. I didn't cut pressure. Pipe burst on its own. Neil sounded offended. Building's junk. always was. That mattered. The leak wasn't staged, or at least he claimed it was. He had used the failure, not caused all of it. Marcus kept him talking. Let us shut off the main. And then what? Police come. I go back inside. You attacked 2 people. I scared people. You hurt Dale and Janine. Dale slipped. Marcus's voice hardened. I saw the camera. Another pause. Then Neil appeared. He stepped out of maintenance with the axe hanging at his side. His hoodie was unzipped now, showing a faded mall maintenance shirt underneath. His face was damp with sweat. One of his pupils looked larger than the other. Maybe drugs. Maybe a head injury. Maybe rage had its own anatomy. In his other hand was a black handheld radio. Marcus lifted the extinguisher, put the axe down. Neil smiled without humor. That thing won't stop me. No, Marcus said, but it'll blind you. Neil moved fast. Lena and I lifted the cord. He saw it too late. His front foot caught, and his body pitched forward. The axe clanged off the concrete. He slammed shoulder first into the wall, hard enough to knock a framed evacuation map loose. But he didn't go down all the way. He twisted, grabbed the cord, and yanked. Lena lost her grip and hit the wall. I didn't let go. That was stupid. Neil pulled again, and I went with it, sliding across the damp concrete. He swung the radio at my face. It caught me above the cheekbone. A white flash popped in my vision. I dropped. Marcus discharged the fire extinguisher into Neil's face. White powder filled the corridor. Neil shouted. Caleb grabbed Bri and dragged her back. Maya coughed violently. Lena crawled toward me, eyes squeezed shut. Go, Marcus roared. I couldn't see, couldn't breathe. The extinguisher powder coated my tongue, bitter and chemical. Hands found my coat. Lena S. Up, she said. I'm up. She hauled me to my feet with a strength that came from pure fury. Marcus and Neil were shapes inside the white cloud. The axe scraped concrete. Marcus grunted. A body hit the maintenance door. The fire extinguisher rolled past my foot. Then Marcus shouted, cut off. Now, Maya darted into maintenance. Caleb followed. I staggered after them because there was no place else to go. The maintenance room was a cramped rectangle of breaker panels, tool racks, old work orders, and a desk with 3 monitors showing building controls. One monitor displayed a schematic of shutters and doors. Several zones blinked red. Another showed the audio system. Sliders dragged down and stretched settings open like someone had been playing with the building's nerves. Maya went straight to the main electrical panel. Which one? Caleb shouted. She scanned labels. Food court service. Corridor lights. Panel B from the corridor, Neil screamed. Don't touch that. Marcus hit the doorframe hard, thrown backward. Blood ran from his nose into his mustache. He still had the splice tool. Neil came after him, half blind, face and hoodie white with extinguisher powder, one hand reaching along the wall for the axe. Bri, from the hallway floor, kicked the axe. Not far, just enough. It slid across the concrete and disappeared under a storage shelf. Neil turned toward her. Caleb moved without thinking. He tackled Neil around the waist. They both went down. Neil was stronger, angrier. He rolled on top and drove an elbow into Caleb's ribs. Caleb made a choking sound. Lena grabbed the metal screen crank and swung it at Neil's forearm. It connected with a flat crack. Neil screamed and clutched his wrist. Maya shouted, "Killing power to panel B." She threw the breaker. The maintenance room dropped darker. Some fans stopped. The horrible music finally cut out mid-note. For the first time all night, the mall went quiet enough that I could hear water dripping somewhere beyond the wall. Then the alarm panel began beeping. Maya looked at the control monitor. "Shutter override is still locked." "Can you lift the food court shutter?" Marcus asked. "I need the maintenance login." Neil laughed from the floor, breathless and ugly. "You don't have it." Marcus stepped on his good wrist. Neil stopped laughing. "Password," Marcus said. Neil spat at him. Marcus pressed harder. "Marcus," Lena said, a warning and a plea. Marcus looked at her. Blood dripped from his chin. For a second, I saw how close he was to crossing a line he could never uncross. Then Bry spoke. "Try Voss 1979, she said weakly. Everyone looked at her. He used to complain people forgot his birthday. He wrote it on the break room calendar. Maya typed, "Denied." "Try Mall Rat 1979, Bry said. Maya typed again. "Denied." Neil smiled through bloody teeth. My head pounded where the radio had hit me. My vision pulsed at the edges. On the desk beside the monitor was a sticky note, half covered by a coffee mug. It said, "Temp Audio Admin J. Porter, 58. Janine, the woman he blamed. Try J. Porter 58, I said. Maya's fingers moved. The system opened. Neil went still. That was worse than his smile. Maya clicked through menus. Food court service shutter. Manual raise. Do it, she clicked. A warning popped up. Obstruction detected. Reset required at local control. Marcus swore. The shutter would not raise from maintenance. The cart had jammed it. We had saved time and trapped it at the same time. Maya pointed at the schematic. Local control is on the service corridor side, near the shutter. Where Dale is, Caleb said, gasping. Near Dale, Maya corrected. Past the maintenance corridor, through the spine. Marcus looked at Neil on the floor, then at us. Point of no return was coming, but not yet. Not until the building made it final. Neil began laughing again, softly this time. You can't get them out. You can't get yourselves out. Police won't find the right door for 20 minutes. A distant pounding answered him, real, from somewhere beyond the walls, faint but unmistakable. Someone outside, maybe customers at an exit, maybe police, maybe just rain hammering a loading door. Maya checked the camera feed on the maintenance monitor. Auditorium 7 customers are still inside. Smoke is getting worse in the hallway. The electrical panel near Janine was no longer sparking, but water still fell. Dale had stopped moving. Janine had not moved at all. Marcus grabbed Neil's key ring and tossed Caleb his theater keys back. We go to the local control, Marcus said. We lift the shutter manually if we have to. We bring Dale and Janine through the service spine and get everyone to loading. What about him? Lena asked. Neil stared at us from the floor, one wrist bent wrong, eyes bright with hate. Marcus pulled a pair of zip ties from a maintenance drawer and secured Neil's wrists around a pipe bracket under the desk. Not gentle, not cruel, efficient. Neil leaned close as Marcus tightened them. You leave me here and that makes you just like them. Marcus said, no, it makes you alive until police get here. We went deeper. There was no other word for it. We left the maintenance room and entered the service spine through a gray fire door behind the breaker panels. The air changed immediately. Cooler, wetter. The walls were cinder block. Pipes overhead. Floor sloping slightly toward drains that had clogged with leaves and old receipts. The red emergency lights made every puddle look black. We passed the back of the old food court stalls. Metal roll-up doors on our left. Storage cages on our right. Somewhere beyond the wall was the mall concourse where we had first heard the music slow. Now there was no music, only dripping water, Bry's limping steps, Caleb's uneven breathing, Marcus sniffing blood back from his broken nose, Lena whispering, almost, though none of us knew if that was true. The local shutter control appeared ahead beside a ribbed steel curtain. On the far side of it, through a 6-inch gap at the bottom where the crushed cart had twisted the track, Dale's hand lay palm up. Marcus dropped to his knees. Dale's fingers moved, alive. Maya opened the control box. I can reset it, but someone has to clear the obstruction. The cart, I said. Marcus looked at the gap. We can't reach it from here. Lena pointed to a storage cage. That ladder hook. I still had it tucked under my arm. I had forgotten I was carrying it. We worked the hook under the shutter. Blind, awkward. My injured hand kept slipping. Caleb braced my shoulder. Lena guided the angle from the floor. Marcus talked to Dale through the gap, keeping him awake. Stay with me. Move your arm back if you can. Dale, move your arm. The hook caught the cart. Pull, Lena said. We pulled. Nothing. Again. We pulled harder. The crushed cart shifted an inch with a shriek. Maya shouted, "That's enough," resetting. She hit the switch. The shutter jerked upward 6 inches, 1 foot, 2. Marcus and Caleb grabbed the bottom edge and lifted with it, muscles shaking. The shutter climbed to chest height and stopped, jammed at an angle. It was enough. We crawled under. Dale lay just inside the corridor, face gray, one leg bent unnaturally below the knee. He was conscious, but not making much sense. Janine lay farther in, near the wall, her missing shoe beside the flooded panel. Her chest moved. Barely. Janine's breathing, Lena said. The words hit harder than any scream. We had them. Not safe, not out, but real. Alive. Then the fire alarm finally started, full volume. White strobes flashed along the corridor. The sound drilled through my skull, obliterating thought. Somewhere in the building, a sprinkler head coughed and began spraying in the food court. Maya looked back toward maintenance. A steel shutter dropped behind us. The root back slammed closed with a force that shook dust from the ceiling. We all stared. The local panel sparked once, not from the dead food court panel, but from the control box Maya had just used. The reset light went dark. Behind us was blocked. Ahead was the flooded service corridor, Dale and Janine on the floor, and the only possible way out through the food court side, where the first shutter had trapped them. Marcus wiped blood from his mouth and looked at me, then Lena, then the others. No one said the obvious thing. Retreat was gone. We had to go forward. The shutter behind us had closed with the kind of finality that makes people stop pretending. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. The alarm took the room from us anyway, pulsed in the red-lit service corridor. bright white strobes snapping across Dale's face, across Janine's gray hair, across the puddled floor, and the crushed front end of the custodial cart still wedged near the track behind us. Every flash rearranged the scene into separate photographs. Marcus bent over Dale, Caleb with one hand braced on the wall, Bri trying not to put weight on her socked foot, Maya staring at the dead control box, Lena kneeling beside Janine with 2 fingers pressed to her neck. Then Lena shouted, "She has a pulse." That did it. Not hope exactly. Hope was too clean a word for what moved through us. It was more like the snap of a rubber band. We were still trapped. Dale's leg was still bent wrong. Janine still had a bleeding cut at her temple and a breath so shallow I kept thinking it had stopped. But she had a pulse, and a pulse meant there was a next thing to do. Marcus pointed down the corridor ahead toward the food court side. Forward, we move them to the concourse. How? Caleb shouted over the alarm. We drag if we have to. We can't drag Janine through water, Lena said. Not if anything's still live. Maya wiped rainwater or sweat from her upper lip. Food court panel is cut. This control box sparked, but it's dead now. I don't love the phrase probably safe, but that's what we have. Probably safe, Bri repeated, voice thin. That's comforting. No one laughed. We made stretchers out of things that were not stretchers. Marcus and Caleb used the fiberglass ladder hook and 2 maintenance jackets to splint Dale's leg as best they could. He came awake once while they tightened the tape and made a sound I still hear sometimes if I'm startled out of sleep. Not a scream, not even loud. A bitten-off animal noise, followed by Marcus saying, I know, stay with me," like he could hold Dale there by repeating it. Lena and I got Janine onto a flat plastic storage lid from one of the back cages. It's too short for her whole body. Her feet dragged, one shoe missing, one shoe squeaking faintly every time we pulled. Lena kept apologizing to her under her breath. I'm sorry. We're almost there." We were not almost there. The service corridor seemed longer once we had injured people to move. It ran behind the food court stalls in a straight line for maybe 70 yards before bending left toward a set of double doors that, according to Maya, opened near the dark Chinese buffet counter. On our right were storage cages and gray utility doors. On our left, the backs of restaurants, some smelling faintly of fryer oil, one giving off the sour stink of old milk. Water ran in shallow threads along the floor and gathered around drain covers clogged with receipt paper and a single red straw. The fire alarm kept flashing. No music now. That should have made me feel better. It didn't. The absence left too much room for other sounds. Dale's wet breathing, Bri's limp, the plastic lid scraping under Janine, Marcus grunting with every few steps, the distant thud of something heavy being struck from outside. Maybe firefighters, maybe police, maybe just the building shifting and closing itself in sections, the way sick buildings do when all their systems start talking over each other. Halfway down the corridor, Janine coughed. Lena stopped so fast, I nearly fell backward. Janine. The older woman's eyes opened halfway. The strobes made her pupils appear and disappear. "Cart," she whispered. "We've got you," Lena said. "Your cart's back there." Janine swallowed. Her voice was almost nothing. "Kneel." Marcus leaned close without letting go of Dale. He's secured. Janine's eyes moved, slow and unfocused. Keys. We took them. She shook her head once, barely. Not all. Then she was gone again. Not dead, unconscious. But the words stayed with us, small and ugly. Not all. Marcus looked back the way we had come, though the shutter behind us hid everything. Caleb said, "We need to move." So we moved. The double doors at the end of the corridor had panic bars. For 1 sick second, neither opened. Caleb hit the left one with both palms. It jammed. He hit it again, and the bar gave with a rusty cough. The doors burst into the food court. Smoke hung low there, not thick enough to blind us, but enough to turn the emergency strobes into white smears. Sprinklers had gone off over half the seating area. Water bounced on tabletops, ran off chair legs, and soaked the abandoned napkin dispensers. The security gate at the front of the Chinese buffet was down, but a side gap had been bent open where someone, maybe Dale, maybe Neil, had forced through earlier. The mall concourse beyond was washed in red emergency light. And voices, real voices, people shouting from far away. Marcus cupped his hands around his mouth. Fire department. We're in the food court. A muffled answer came from beyond the shuttered concourse, too distorted to understand. Then, from our right, someone pounded on glass. We all flinched. It was the theater customers. They were gathered behind the locked glass doors of the multiplex entrance, faces pressed pale against the panels. One of the teenagers waved both arms. The older man with the cane sat on the floor near the concession stand, one hand over his mouth against the smoke. Caleb ran to the doors. This time he didn't fumble. He used Neil's maintenance keys first, then his own theater ring, trying one after another with mechanical focus. The third key turned. The lobby doors opened inward, and the customers came out too fast. "Slow," Marcus barked. "Do not run." They ran anyway, at least for the first few steps. Then they saw Dale on the floor, saw Janine on the storage lid, saw Bry's bloody leg, and my face probably swelling around the eye, and panic changed shape. It became quiet. They moved where Marcus pointed. Maya found a working emergency exit through a side hallway behind the food court, one that led to a short delivery passage, and then to an exterior loading door. The loading door had no electronic lock, only a push bar and a bolt. The bolt had been thrown from inside. For a moment, I thought that was it. Another blocked route, another locked door, another choice. Then Bry, who had been leaning against Caleb, lifted one of Neil's keys. "Try this one." Caleb did. The bolt housing clicked. Cold air rushed in. Rain came with it, sharp and clean and smelling like asphalt instead of smoke and bleach. There were firefighters outside, not waiting dramatically, not bursting in at the perfect second. They were in the wrong loading area at first, turning toward us after a police officer shouted and pointed. One firefighter swore when he saw the number of people coming out. Another grabbed his radio and started calling for more EMS. The normal world arrived in pieces, reflective stripes, boots in rainwater, gloved hands, firm voices telling us to step aside, keep moving, sit down, don't block the door. I remember the rain on my face more than anything, cold enough to hurt. I stood just outside the loading door and looked up at the back of Colony Center. all beige walls and service lights and security cameras under little plastic hoods. From outside, it was only an ugly mall in bad weather. Trucks idled. Emergency lights painted the wet pavement blue and red. A firefighter guided the theater customers toward a bus shelter near the outer road. A paramedic took one look at Dale and called for a stretcher with an urgency that made Marcus sit down hard on the curb. Janine came out next, alive, unconscious, but alive. Lena walked beside the stretcher until a paramedic told her to move. She did, but only 2 steps. Her hands were shaking so badly, she folded them into her coat sleeves and pressed them under her arms. Bri cried when they cut her sock off. She apologized for crying the entire time, which made the EMT, a woman with rain dripping from the brim of her cap, say, "You're allowed, kid." Caleb sat next to her on the wet curb and didn't touch her, not until she leaned sideways into him. Then he put an arm around her shoulders and stared at the loading door like he expected Neil to walk out. Neil did not walk out. Police went in for him with firefighters and a mall facilities manager who had arrived wearing a dress coat over pajama pants. They found him still zip-tied under the maintenance desk, according to what Marcus later told me. He had dislocated one wrist trying to get free. He also had a second key ring in his sock. Janine had been right. Not all. He was charged with assault, unlawful imprisonment, burglary, criminal mischief, reckless endangerment, and a list of other things that sounded too neat for what he had done. His lawyer later tried to argue he had gone in only to retrieve personal tools and panicked when systems started failing. That explanation did not survive the security footage of him at the control desk, or the chained doors, or the maintenance handset recordings Maya had saved without telling him. He had not caused everything. That came out too. The pipe above the utility panel had burst because of old fittings, a maintenance issue noted 3 times and postponed 3 times. The fire shutters responded to water intrusion and faulty sensor feedback. The cameras had been unreliable for months. The PA audio system had been left accessible through an old maintenance terminal because replacing it had been scheduled for next quarter, which is a phrase I no longer hear without wanting to throw something. Neil had exploited a broken place. That was all. That was enough. Dale survived. He needed surgery for a compound fracture and nerve damage in his left leg, and Marcus visited him twice before Dale told him to stop looking guilty at the foot of the bed. Janine survived too, though she spent 4 days in the ICU with a head injury, electrical burns on one hand, and smoke inhalation. When she woke up fully, she asked whether anyone had clocked her out, then told Marcus he looked like garbage. Bri needed stitches, a tetanus shot, and time off she couldn't really afford until the theater quietly paid her for 3 weeks and called it administrative recovery. Caleb quit 2 months later. Not loudly. No lawsuit. No speech. He just stopped being able to stand in the projection hall after closing. And one night, he handed in his keys and went to work for his uncle's landscaping company. Maya stayed longer. She was the one who gave police the recordings, camera exports, and a written explanation of which feeds were live and which were looped. She also wrote a 6-page memo to mall management with the phrase "foreseeable cascading failure" in the first paragraph. She told me later she didn't expect them to read past page 2. Lena and I went back to work the next week because rent has a way of making terror feel inconvenient. I had 3 stitches across my knuckles and a bruise along my cheekbone that turned yellow at the edges. For a while, customers would glance at my face, then politely pretend they hadn't. I became very good at saying, "slipped on ice," because it ended the conversation faster than the truth. Lena didn't let me say it to her. "You didn't slip," she said one night while we were closing the bookstore. We were counting the register in the back office. The heater clicked. A delivery cart squeaked somewhere in the stockroom as it settled. "I know. You moved." I looked at her. She kept her eyes on the cash drawer. "In the mall, you moved." It was the kindest thing anyone said to me about that night, and she said it like an accounting note. I wanted to tell her that I had almost not moved, that every useful thing I had done felt late, dragged out of me by shame or someone else's hand on my sleeve. But she knew. That was why she said it the way she did. So I said, "You pulled me half the time." "Yeah," she said, "and you pushed the cart the other half." After that, we were quiet. The mall reopened in sections. First the restaurants, then the theater, then the main concourse with plywood walls around the damaged service areas and printed signs thanking shoppers for their patience. The Christmas tree came down in January. The pretzel stand never reopened. The old PA system was replaced, the cameras upgraded, the locks audited by a consultant from Syracuse who used the word redundancy like a prayer. Colony Center looked normal by spring. That was the part that bothered me most. People came back. They always do. They bought sneakers and phone cases and cinnamon rolls. They walked under the ceiling speakers without looking up. The new music system played at the right speed, bright and clean and forgettable. I knew because I made myself go there once in March at 3 in the afternoon, with sunlight coming through the skylights and kids tossing pennies into the dry fountain. Lena came with me. We walked the same route from the restaurant entrance toward the theater. We passed the food court. The service corridor door had a new keypad and a sign that read authorized personnel only. Someone had buffed the tiles so hard you couldn't see where the dirty mop water had spread or where Dale's hand had been under the shutter. At the center court, Lena stopped. "What?" I asked. She looked up. The speakers were playing a piano version of some pop song I almost recognized. Normal tempo, normal volume. She shook her head. Nothing. But neither of us moved for a few seconds. That is how it stayed with me. Not as one big fear, but as little mechanical hesitations. I check exit doors now. I notice when ceiling music skips. I don't like hallways behind stores, the ones with cinder block walls and gray paint and pipes running overhead. When a PA system clicks before an announcement, my jaw tightens before the first word. A month after Neil's preliminary hearing, Marcus called me, not Lena, me. He said the police had returned some personal items from evidence, including Dale's broken radio, Janine's cap, and Marcus's flashlight. He also said Maya had found one last audio file in the backup folder from the PA system. It was short, corrupted, mostly static. "Why are you telling me this?" I asked. He was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "Because it was recorded at 10:41. I remembered the time from the reports. At 10:41, we had already left through the loading door. Neil was zip-tied in maintenance. Police were inside. Power to the food court panel was cut. The music had stopped. "What's on it?" I asked. Marcus breathed through his nose. I could hear traffic behind him. "Probably nothing," he said. That was when I knew he had listened to it more than once. "Marcus, it's the music," he said. Only a few seconds. Slowed down again. I waited, and then someone coughs. I did not ask him to send it. He did anyway. The file sat on my phone for 9 days before I deleted it without playing it. I told myself that was growth, or cowardice, maybe both. Sometimes, in the bookstore after closing, our ceiling speakers click before the overnight playlist starts. The first notes come in soft, harmless, designed to disappear into the walls. Every time, I stop what I'm doing and listen. Not for long, just long enough to make sure the song is keeping time. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories. And tonight's story, I checked my bank statement. There's a recurring charge for soul preservation, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first charge was for $9.83, not $9.99, which I might have ignored because every app on earth had trained me to accept that number as the price of being alive online. Not $10, clean and forgettable. It was $9.83, posted at 3:14 a.m., labeled in plain black letters on my bank statement as soul preservation. Recurring, I stared at it with one sock on, one sock off, sitting on the edge of my bed, while the radiator in my apartment ticked like someone dragging a fingernail along a comb. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male, and I live in Portland, Maine, in a second-floor apartment above a closed-down tailor shop on Congress Street. I work remotely as a billing analyst for a medical supply company, which means I spend 8 hours a day finding numbers that don't belong. Duplicate invoices, misapplied credits, insurance payments that vanish into the wrong bucket, tiny errors with boring explanations. That was supposed to make me good at this. It was a Thursday morning in late February, the kind where the sky looked like dishwater and the harbor wind found every crack around the windows. I had rent due in 2 days, a dentist appointment I was pretending not to think about, and a checking account that lived under constant supervision because I did not trust myself with money. That was the private thing I hated admitting. Not that I was broke. Plenty of people were broke. my fear was more embarrassing than that. I was terrified that if I stopped watching my life for 1 second, some quiet part of it would rot. Bills, teeth, friendships, my mother's voicemails, the unopened mail stacked beside the microwave. I believed everything bad started as something small you didn't handle in time. So every Thursday before work, I made coffee, opened my bank app, and checked every transaction line by line. Coffee from Hilltop Market, $4.61. Auto pay for electricity, $78.22. Pharmacy, $16.40. Soul preservation, $9.83. At first, I laughed. Not because it was funny exactly, but because my brain reached for the simplest shelf and found weird app subscription. Some meditation service, some wellness scam, something I signed up for during one of those midnight spirals where you search, "Why am I tired all the time?" and end up giving your email address to a company with soft beige branding and a questionnaire about burnout. I tapped the transaction. The app loaded. The merchant detail page showed no phone number, no website, just the same phrase in all caps, the amount, and a category my bank had auto-selected, health and wellness. Outside, a truck backed up in the alley behind the building, beeping in short, flat bursts. A gull screamed somewhere over the roofline. The coffee maker clicked as the hot plate warmed and rewarmed nothing. I checked the date again. Posted today. Transaction time, 3:14 a.m. I had been awake then. That was what made my face tighten. Not fully awake, half awake. The ugly kind, where you look at the ceiling and think about things you did wrong in high school, then open your phone because sleep has become a room you can't find the door to. Around 3, I'd been sitting in the dim bluish light of my screen, scrolling through work emails I didn't need to read, hearing the pipes knock behind the wall. I hadn't bought anything. I went to my subscriptions folder, then my email search bar. Soul preservation. Nothing. Preservation. Receipt for a hotel in Providence from 2021. A newsletter from an outdoor gear shop about preserving body heat. A spam email about preserving your legacy through crypto that made me close the tab immediately. I checked my app subscriptions. Apple, Google, PayPal, Venmo. Nothing. The second sock was still in my hand. I called my bank while brushing my teeth, which meant the automated voice had to listen to me spit into the sink. Please tell us in a few words what you're calling about. Unknown transaction. I heard stolen card. Is that right? I closed my eyes. No, unknown transaction. The voice gave me keyboard music. Plinky, cheerful, unbearable. My kitchen was barely a kitchen, more of a hallway with appliances. A thin strip of counter. A microwave with one button that sometimes worked if you pressed the corner. A fridge that groaned at night like it was carrying something heavy. I leaned against the sink and watched dirty snow slide down the window glass. After 11 minutes, a woman came on the line. This is Marcia with Pine Harbor Credit Union. Can I have your full name and the last 4 digits of your social? Marcia Avery, probably late 50s from her voice, female, spoke with that practiced customer service warmth that had been sanded smooth by years of people yelling about overdraft fees. She was not from my life yet. Not really. just a voice through the phone while I stood barefoot on cold linoleum. But she became part of the day the moment she read the charge back to me. "I'm seeing one transaction in the amount of $9.83, she said. "Merchant name is Soul Preservation." She paused for half a beat. I gripped the edge of the counter. "Yeah, that one. Do you recognize the charge?" "No." "Have you recently enrolled in any subscription services? Apps, memberships, online wellness programs?" "I don't think so." "That's okay. We can dispute it. Can you see who the merchant is?" "Let me check." Her keyboard made soft plastic clacks. Behind her, faintly, another agent said, "Sir, I understand, but pending means pending." Marcia came back. "I'm not seeing much on my end. The merchant processor is listed as North Star Payment Services. Category code comes through as medical services." "Medical, that's what I'm seeing." "I haven't been to a doctor." Sometimes merchants use a processor that has a broad category. It doesn't necessarily mean, but it says recurring. Another pause. "Yes," she said carefully. "It is coded as recurring. Can you cancel it?" "I can cancel your current debit card and issue a new one. That should stop any further card-based billing." "Should, if it's tied to the card, yes. If it's connected through your account and routing number, that would be different, but this appears card-based." "Appears. I don't want to overpromise." That was honest of her, and I hated it. I looked at my coffee mug, untouched beside the sink, a brown skin forming on top. "Okay, cancel it." "All right, I'll get that started. You'll receive a temporary digital card in your app and a physical card in 5 to 7 business days." She read the script. I answered the questions. The radiator ticked. A delivery truck groaned away down the alley. Then, right before she ended the call, Marcia said, "Mr. Mercer." "Yeah, this may just be a display issue, but I want to mention it." My fingers tightened around the phone. When I open the merchant detail, there's a note field attached to the authorization. It's not something customers usually see. "What does it say?" She exhaled softly through her nose, close enough to the receiver that I heard the tiny rush of air. "It says, initial preservation active." For a moment, I only heard the apartment, the refrigerator motor, the wind pressing at the old window, a car passing below with slush chewing under its tires. Then Marcia said, again, "That may be an internal descriptor. These things can look strange. Can you send me that?" "I'm sorry, we don't have a way to export internal processor notes." "Can you read it again?" "It says, initial preservation active." I wrote it on the back of an envelope from my dentist. Initial preservation active. My handwriting came out too large. After the call, I should have gone to work. I had a 9 o'clock meeting about denied claims from a hospital network in Ohio, and my manager liked everyone visible on camera, smiling like we were not all slowly calcifying in our apartments. Instead, I searched the internet. Soul preservation charge. The results were useless. A church podcast. A skincare product called Soul Preserve. Reddit threads about fraudulent subscription charges. None with that exact name. A wellness retreat in Arizona with a dead website and photos of women holding clay mugs in the desert. A cemetery service in Georgia offering soul preservation through memory gardens, which was exactly the kind of phrase people wrote when they wanted grief to sound expensive. I found North Star Payment Services, or I found a North Star. Then another. Then 5 more. Payment processors are like mold. They grow behind other companies, all similar names and blank contact forms. At 8:57, my work laptop chimed. I joined the meeting with wet hair, no breakfast, and the envelope beside my keyboard. My manager, Priya Nair, 39, female, lived outside Boston and had the calm, precise manner of someone who folded fitted sheets correctly. She was already talking when my camera blinked on. "Daniel, good morning. We're looking at the rejected line items from St. Agatha S. Did you get a chance to review the spreadsheet?" "Yeah," I lied. Priya's eyes flicked away from her screen and back. "Great. Can you walk us through the variants?" On the call with us was Miles Richter, 27 male, our newest hire from Vermont, who had a nervous habit of nodding even when no one had finished speaking. He was sharing his screen. Rows and rows of charges glowed in pale blue. I started talking from muscle memory. Most of the issue seems to be duplicate supply codes getting rejected after the January rate update, I said. If we filter by payer response and isolate, my bank app buzzed on my phone. I glanced down. A notification sat on the locked screen. "Pine Harbor Credit Union, your new digital card is ready." "Fine, good." Then a second notification slid beneath it. "Card added to sole preservation." I stopped mid-sentence. Priya said, "Daniel," on Miles's shared spreadsheet, a column of dollar amounts blurred. "Sorry," I said. "Give me 1 second." I picked up the phone and unlocked it. There it was in my wallet activity. My old card had been canceled less than 20 minutes ago. The new digital card had been issued, and somehow, before I had used it anywhere, before I had even opened the card details, it had been added to the same merchant, sole preservation. The amount was still $9.83. The transaction hadn't posted again. This was just a wallet provisioning alert, the kind you get when Netflix or a gym membership updates automatically. "Daniel," Priya said again, not unkindly. "Are you with us?" I looked at my face in the tiny camera preview. Pale, hair flat on one side, eyes too wide. "Yeah," I said. "I'm sorry. I need to handle something with my bank. Can I jump back in 10? Priya's expression changed, not annoyed, assessing. "Take care of it," she said. "Message me when you're back." I left the call. For a few seconds, I didn't move. Then I called the bank again, mashing through the automated prompts hard enough that my thumb hurt. This time, I got a man named Caleb Ortiz, 32 male, who sounded young and tired, and like he was eating cough drops between calls. I gave him my information and explained what had happened. "That shouldn't be possible," Caleb said. "People say that when they mean, 'I don't know what happened, and I don't want you to panic.' But it happened. I'm checking the card token activity now." Token activity. When a merchant keeps your card on file, they don't always store the card number directly. They use a token through the card network. When your card gets replaced, some merchants receive updated credentials automatically so your subscriptions don't break. Can you shut that off? For specific merchants, we can sometimes block token refresh. Let me see. His keyboard was louder than Marcia S., more frantic. Click, 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 pause, click, click. While I waited, someone knocked on my apartment door. Not loud. 2 taps. I turned. My apartment is old enough that the door doesn't fit square in the frame. In winter, a thin draft comes under it and carries smells from the hallway, dust, floor cleaner, fried onions from the woman downstairs. That morning, it also carried cigarette smoke, though nobody in the building was supposed to smoke inside. 2 more taps. Mr. Mercer. A voice called male, polite, close to the door. Caleb said in my ear, "I'm still looking." I muted myself. "Who is it?" I called. "Package." I hadn't ordered anything. The word package is supposed to be harmless. Cardboard, tape, a bored person in a vest. But something about the timing made the skin along my forearms prickle. Not cold, not fear exactly. More like my body had noticed a pattern before my mind could argue it away. I moved quietly to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway outside was narrow and yellow lit. The bulb over the stairs flickered with a faint insect buzz. Standing on the mat was a man in a dark parka and a gray knit cap, holding a flat white padded mailer against his chest. He was maybe 40, clean-shaven, average height, no visible logo, no scanner, no delivery bag. His eyes were pointed at the peephole, not generally at the door. At the peephole, I stepped back. Caleb's voice came faintly from the phone. "Mr. Mercer, you there?" The man outside knocked again. "Need a signature," he said. I unmuted the call and whispered, "Someone S at my door." "Do you need to call us back?" No, stay on." "Sir, if you feel unsafe, you should contact local authorities." That sentence, formal and useless, snapped something into place. The bank charge, the automatic card update, the note Marcia couldn't send me, and now a man with no uniform standing outside my door at 9:12 in the morning claiming I had a package. It was all still explainable. A scam. A delivery mistake. Bad timing. My own anxious brain stitching random things into a net. I wanted it to be that. I wanted it so badly I almost opened the door. Instead, I said louder, "Leave it there." "Can't do that," the man said. Then I refused delivery. A small sound came through the door, not a laugh, a breath through the nose. "You sure?" I didn't answer. The hallway bulb buzzed. Somewhere below, a tenant's dog barked once, then stopped. The man outside shifted his weight, and the old floorboards complained under him. Caleb said, "Mr. Mercer, I found the merchant token." My mouth had gone dry. "Can you block it? I can submit the request." "Submit? I don't have a direct kill switch from here." The man outside bent down, and for one awful second, I thought he was reaching for the bottom of my door. Then the mail slot flap lifted. I had forgotten about the mail slot. A white padded envelope slid halfway through, stopped, then pushed farther until it dropped onto the floor with a soft slap. I stared at it. No postage, no shipping label, just my name typed in black on a sticker. Daniel Mercer. Under that, smaller, preservation materials enclosed. I backed away until my shoulder hit the kitchen counter. The man's footsteps moved down the hall. Slow, not hurried. The stairs creaked once, twice. Then the building door opened below and shut with a heavy wooden thud. I stood there holding my phone. Caleb said, "Mr. Mercer, I got a package from the merchant. I don't know. I really do recommend contacting the police if someone came to your home." I looked at the envelope. The padded paper was bright white against the scuffed floorboards. A corner had bent when it landed. It smelled faintly chemical, like new plastic and printer ink. My laptop chimed again. A message from Priya. Everything okay? Then another message, this one from my younger sister, Ellie Mercer, 29, female, who lived in Providence and worked nights as an ER nurse. She was the only person in my family who could make concern sound like an accusation. Mom says you didn't answer her yesterday. You alive? I almost laughed again. The same wrong laugh from earlier. I typed back to Ellie with one thumb. Something weird is happening. Can you call me? 3 dots appeared immediately, then disappeared, then appeared again. My phone rang. I put her on speaker without taking my eyes off the envelope. What kind of weird? Ellie said. No hello. Hospital noise crackled behind her, distant beeps, rolling wheels, somebody coughing hard enough to hurt. There's a charge on my bank statement. A charge. It says sole preservation. She was quiet for half a second. That sounds like either fraud or a cult with a Squarespace account. Someone just brought a package to my apartment. What? I told her quickly. Too quickly. The words tripped over each other. Charge, bank, merchant note, new card, door, envelope. Ellie didn't interrupt. That was how I knew she was worried. Normally, she interrupted as an act of love. Don't open it, she said. I wasn't going to. Yes, you were. I looked at the envelope again. She knew me too well. I had spent my whole adult life picking at things that scared me because uncertainty felt worse than pain. I checked moles until they bled. I read the fine print on medical bills until I found new things to panic about. I once drove back to my apartment from New Hampshire because I couldn't remember unplugging a space heater I did not own anymore. Call the police, Ellie said. And say what? A guy delivered an envelope. Say someone came to your door after a suspicious financial fraud incident and left an unmarked package. That sounds insane. It sounds documented. From the phone on the counter, Caleb cleared his throat. I had forgotten he was still there. Mr. Mercer, he said carefully, for your privacy, I should end the call if you're discussing personal safety matters with someone else. But before I do, I want to confirm I've submitted the merchant token block and opened a dispute. How long does the block take? Usually 24 to 48 hours. Usually. There it was again. That soft, padded word people use when systems are too large for any one person to understand. Okay, I said. You'll receive confirmation by secure message. Caleb, yes. Can you see any address for the merchant? I'm sorry. No physical address is available. The line clicked dead after his closing script. Ellie stayed on speaker. Daniel, she said, softer now, move away from the door. I am. Wash your hands if you touched the envelope. I didn't. Good. Take pictures of it where it landed. Then call the non-emergency police number. Don't use 911 unless he comes back or tries to get in. Her calm made me feel worse. Ellie was calm when people arrived at the ER with glass in their face. Calm was her work voice. I took photos. The envelope on the floor. The mail slot. The hallway through the peephole, empty now, except for a wet footprint on the old runner carpet. I zoomed in on the footprint. The sole pattern was blocky, winter boot treads melted into dark patches. My hands were shaking enough that one photo blurred. Priya messaged again. Take the morning if needed. Please confirm you're safe. The apartment seemed smaller than usual. The radiator hissed, then clanked hard enough to make me flinch. Outside, a snowplow scraped the street, metal grinding over wet asphalt. I found the Portland police non-emergency number and held my thumb over the call button. On the floor, the envelope waited. It was probably paper. Probably some scam kit, some fake invoice, maybe a brochure printed by people who bought my information from a data broker, and thought fear was a good sales strategy. It was probably nothing that could hurt me, but it had my name. It had reached my bank before I knew it existed. It had reached my door less than an hour after I tried to cut it off. Ellie said, "Call them." I swallowed. Then my bank app buzzed again. A secure message notification. I opened it before I could stop myself. The message was only one line. "Your request to cancel preservation has been received. A representative will contact you shortly to discuss consequences." Ellie must have heard the change in my breathing. "What?" she said. "What happened?" I looked from the phone to the envelope, then to the door, where the mail slot hung crooked from being pushed too hard. I think," I said, "I have to decide whether to open it before I call." "Daniel, no." But my eyes had already dropped to the typed label again. Preservation materials enclosed. The apartment hummed around me. Refrigerator, radiator, laptop fan, distant traffic. All ordinary sounds lined up like witnesses pretending they hadn't seen anything. And for the first time that morning, the choice in front of me felt simple and terrible. Leave it sealed and call the police with half a story, or open it and give the story teeth. I did not open the envelope right away. That feels like the kind of detail I should be proud of, except it only lasted about 4 minutes. I called Portland police non-emergency with Ellie still on speaker, her voice clipped and steady from somewhere inside Rhode Island Hospital. While the line rang, I stood in my kitchen and looked at the envelope lying on the floorboards like a dare. The white padding had a faint grid texture under the overhead light. No postage, no courier barcode, just my name and those 3 words. Preservation materials enclosed. The dispatcher picked up on the 6th ring. Portland Police Department non-emergency. The woman's voice was flat, but not rude. Busy. Somewhere behind her, another phone rang and rang. I gave my name, address, and tried to explain the sequence without sounding like I had built the whole thing out of coffee nerves and fraud paranoia. "There's an unauthorized bank charge," I said. "Recurring. Someone came to my apartment and left an unmarked package after I tried to cancel it." "What was the charge for?" "It says sole preservation." The dispatcher paused. Ellie said quietly from the counter, "Stick to facts." "It's labeled that way on my bank statement," I added. "The bank says it's through a payment processor. They opened a dispute." "Did the person threaten you?" "No." "Did they attempt to enter the apartment?" "No." He pushed the package through my mail slot. "Did you tell him to leave?" "Yes, and he left." "Yes," her keyboard clicked. "Okay, we can have an officer call you back or come by when one is available. There may be a delay. How long? I can't give an exact time." That soft, padded answer again. Usually, available, delay. Words that meant nobody was coming before lunch unless someone kicked my door in. Ellie must have heard my breathing shift. "Tell her about the bank message," she said. I did. The dispatcher asked if I had screenshots. I said yes. Do not handle the package if you're concerned, she said. If there's any powder, liquid, strong odor, exposed wiring, or you feel ill, leave the residence and call 911. My eyes went to the envelope. No powder, no stain, no wires, just paper and padding and my name. Should I leave? Are you in immediate danger? I don't know. I understand. If you feel unsafe, you can go to a public place while waiting for contact. A public place. Like fear was weather and I could step under an awning. When I hung up, Ellie said, "Good. Now take your keys, wallet, shoes. Leave it there. I need my laptop." "No, you don't. I have work, Daniel. I can't just vanish from work." "You can, actually. People do it all the time when something weird is happening at their apartment." I looked toward my work laptop on the tiny table. Priya's message still sat unanswered. "Please confirm you're safe." The cursor in the chat box blinked. A tiny patient pulse. I typed, "I'm safe, but dealing with possible fraud and a suspicious package. Police notified. I may be offline." Priya replied almost immediately. "Do what you need to do. Keep me posted." That should have made me feel better. Instead, it made everything feel official. I sat on the edge of the chair, shoes half on, looking from the envelope to the door. My apartment smelled like old coffee and hot dust from the radiator. Outside, a plow scraped Congress Street again, a long metallic shriek followed by wet tire hiss. Normal Portland morning. People buying bagels, buses kneeling at curbs, someone somewhere complaining about parking. Inside my apartment, a company that didn't exist had updated itself onto my new debit card and sent a man to my door. "Are you moving?" Ellie asked. "I'm thinking." That's what worries me. She was right to worry. Thinking was where I got trapped. Thinking had always been my excuse for not acting until the problem grew legs. When my father died 8 years earlier, I had spent 2 months thinking about calling the life insurance company because the paperwork felt complicated and final. By the time I did it, Mom had been putting groceries on credit cards and telling us she was fine. Ellie never said it like an accusation, but she didn't have to. I had learned then that my fear of mishandling things could become its own kind of mishandling. Now the envelope sat there, and I could feel that old part of me trying to make a spreadsheet out of terror. Evidence first, action second. The phone buzzed, not the bank app. A text from an unknown number. "Daniel Mercer, this is Patrick from Soul Preservation Client Care. We saw your cancellation request and need to complete a verbal confirmation before 11:00 a.m. to avoid account escalation. Please call the number on your enrollment materials." I read it twice. Then I read it aloud. Ellie's voice went lower. "No, it says before 11. I heard you. It's 9:43. Daniel, listen to me. Scammers use deadlines. That's the whole trick. I know that. Then act like you know it." I opened the text details. No contact name. A number with a 207 area code. Local. That detail bothered me more than if it had been from some obvious overseas scam number. "Send me a screenshot," Ellie said. I sent it to her. A second later, she swore softly. "Do not call that number." I wasn't going to. You absolutely were considering it. I was considering preserving evidence by calling the scammer, by finding out what they want. You know what they want: money, information, access. Then why send someone to my door? Because they have your address, and fear works. She was angry now, but not at me exactly. Ellie got angry at bad systems the way some people got angry at weather. Medical billing, staffing shortages, drunk drivers, people who lied to nurses. It was one of the reasons I loved her, and one of the reasons I sometimes avoided her. I forwarded the text to the police non-emergency email the dispatcher gave me, then placed the phone face up on the counter. The envelope had a seam along the top. One pull tab. "Don't," Ellie said. I didn't move. You got quiet in the way you get quiet. I need the number on the enrollment materials. You do not need anything in that envelope. The text says there's a number inside. Exactly. They want you to open it. What if there's something useful? What if there's a tracker? What if there's powder? What if it's just bait so your fingerprints are all over whatever they sent? That last one doesn't make sense. Neither does soul preservation, Dan. Hearing my nickname made my chest tighten. I crouched near the envelope without touching it. The floor was cold through the knee of my jeans. From this angle, I could see the padded mailer was not sealed with glue. The flap had been folded under itself and taped once with clear packing tape. No dust, no leaks. I went to the sink cabinet and pulled out a pair of yellow dish gloves. Ellie made a sound like she had watched someone step toward traffic. "Daniel, I'm not opening it with bare hands. That is not the problem. I'll open it outside. Do not take the suspicious package through your building. It's not ticking. Please do not say movie things to me right now." The phone buzzed again. Another text. "Your confirmation window closes in 75 minutes. Unconfirmed cancellations may result in preservation breach charges." Below the text was a link. I didn't click it. Still, my thumb hovered. Not because I wanted to, because the phrase had done what it was built to do. Preservation breach charges. Meaningless, official sounding, placed exactly where my brain was softest. Charges, penalties, terms, consequences. My whole adult life had trained me to fear the fine print more than the threat standing in front of me. "What does it say?" Ellie asked. I told her. "Block the number." "Not yet, Dan, for evidence. You already have screenshots." A knock came from downstairs. Not on my door this time. At the building entrance. 3 heavy pounds that traveled up the stairwell through wood and plaster. I froze. My apartment was at the top of a narrow staircase. The front entrance opened to a small vestibule with mailboxes and a buzzer panel that only half worked. If someone didn't have a key, they needed a tenant to buzz them in, or they needed to wait for somebody careless. Another pound. Then Mrs. Vasco's voice from the first floor, sharp with age and cigarettes. "Who is it?" A man answered, muffled by distance. I could not make out the words. Mrs. Vasco, her first name was Irina. 71, female. A retired school secretary from Krakow, who had lived in the building longer than the landlord had owned it, was fearless in the specific way older women can be when they have survived enough men to find most of them unimpressive. She also buzzed in anybody holding a clipboard because she believed official paper still meant something. I opened my apartment door an inch, chain engaged, and listened. The building door creaked. Ellie said, "What are you doing?" "Someone's downstairs. Close your door." Footsteps entered the vestibule, one set, slow, heavy, wet. Then I heard Mrs. Vasco again, closer to her own doorway. No, no upstairs, you leave here. A man's voice answered calmly. Ma'am, I'm just here for Mr. Mercer. My throat tightened. I shut my door as softly as I could and slid the deadbolt. Ellie said, call 911. He hasn't done anything. He came back. It might be someone else. The footsteps started up the stairs. 1, 2, 3. Our stairwell had 13 steps between floors. I knew because I counted them when I carried laundry. On the 7th step, there was a dip in the wood that made everyone's weight creak twice. Creak, creak. He was halfway up. My phone rang. Unknown number. The knocking started on my apartment door at the same time. Not polite now. Firm. 3 blows with the side of a fist. Mr. Mercer, the man called. Same voice as before, or close enough that my body decided before my brain did. We need to retrieve the materials if you're declining service. Ellie said, Daniel 911. Now, I hit the emergency call button with my thumb. The unknown number kept ringing over it, vibrating on the counter, rattling against a spoon. The 911 dispatcher answered fast. 911, what is the address of your emergency? I gave it. My voice sounded thin, like it was coming through a wall. There's a man at my apartment door who was here earlier. He left a suspicious package, and now he came back. Is he trying to enter? The doorknob moved. Not violently. A test. I stared at it. Yes, I said. He just tried the knob. The dispatcher's tone changed. Stay on the line. Is your door locked? Yes, deadbolt and chain. Do you have a safe room? No. Can you move away from the door? The man knocked again. Mr. Mercer, opening the door is the easiest way to resolve this. His voice was not loud. That was the worst part. No shouting. No rage. He sounded like a man reminding me my parking meter had expired. I backed into the kitchen, bringing the phone with me. Ellie was still on speaker from the other line, small and tinny, saying my name over and over. The 911 dispatcher asked, Are you alone? Yes. Any weapons in the home? No. I glanced at the knife block by the microwave. 3 knives. 1 bread knife, 1 chef's knife, 1 paring knife with a cracked handle. I had never thought of them as weapons before, only as things I forgot to sharpen. The man outside bent near the door. The mail slot flap lifted again. I saw fingers. Pale fingers in a black glove, pushing inward through the brass opening. Not enough to reach the lock. The slot was too low and too small, but he pushed something through. A business card slid across the floor and stopped beside the envelope. Then his fingers withdrew. The flap clapped shut. Mr. Mercer, he said, you have 58 minutes. The footsteps moved away from my door, not down. Up. There was nowhere up except the roof access landing. My building had an old roof door at the end of the hall above my apartment, kept locked with a cheap padlock because tenants used to smoke up there in summer. The roof connected by a low parapet to the empty tailor shop sign frame, and beyond that, a fire escape ladder on the alley side. I knew this because my landlord had once given me a long speech about not putting plants on the roof. He's going upstairs, I told the dispatcher. Officers are en route. Stay inside. Do not confront him. A scraping sound came overhead, metal on metal. Then a thump. My ceiling gave a tiny sprinkle of old plaster dust near the light fixture. Ellie heard it through the phone. What was that? He's on the roof. Why would he go on the roof? I knew why before I wanted to. The alley-facing windows in my apartment had old exterior storm frames. One of them, in the bedroom, didn't latch correctly. I had told the landlord twice. He had said it was on his list. In winter, I stuffed a rolled towel along the sill because the draft made the room smell like brick dust and garbage bins. I had turned an unfixed window into background noise, a small thing I didn't handle. Now it had teeth. The 911 dispatcher said, "Sir, move to the room farthest from exterior access." There isn't one. It's a one-bedroom. Can you exit safely? I looked at the apartment door, the hall beyond it, the stairs. Mrs. Vasco downstairs, then the bedroom. Another scrape overhead, the fire escape, my bedroom window. I might be able to leave through the front, I said. Do not leave if you do know where he is. The choice split in front of me. Stay in the apartment and hope the police arrived before the man found a way in. Run downstairs and risk meeting him if he had doubled back. I grabbed the envelope from the floor. I know. I can hear Ellie's voice even now. But in that moment, the envelope felt like the center of everything. Evidence, explanation, bait, threat. I could not leave it behind for him to retrieve. The thought of him coming into my apartment and taking it back made me feel like the morning would collapse into something deniable. No package, no proof, just Daniel Mercer, anxious billing analyst, overreacting to fraud. I pinched it between gloved fingers and shoved it into a canvas grocery bag hanging by the fridge. Then I grabbed the business card. It was matte black, white letters. Sole Preservation, Client Care PATRICK, Vale, Field Resolution, Specialist, a phone number. No address, no website. On the back, handwritten in blue ink, 11:00 a.m. final window. The ceiling thumped again, closer to the bedroom side. I threw the card into the bag too. The dispatcher said, "Sir, what are you doing?" "Leaving. I need you to stay." "I can't." Ellie said, "Dan, take the stairs. Stay on with 911. I opened my apartment door with the chain still on first, peered through the gap. The hallway was empty. The yellow bulb buzzed. The wet boot print from earlier had blurred at the edges. A draft moved through the stairwell, carrying the smell of Mrs. Vasco's cabbage soup and cigarette smoke. I shut the door, removed the chain, then opened it wide enough to slip out. Behind me, from the bedroom, came a sound that did not belong inside a locked apartment. A soft, metallic click. The storm window latch. I ran. Down the hallway, down the first flight, socks sliding inside one shoe because I had tied it badly. The canvas bag banged against my hip. My phone was pressed to my ear now. 911 on the line, Ellie still shouting faintly through the speaker because I had not ended her call and everything had become tangled. Mrs. Vasco stood in her doorway in a purple robe, holding a wooden spoon like a judge's gavel. "Daniel," she said, "go inside, lock your door." Her eyes sharpened. "The man, lock your door." I hit the vestibule at the bottom just as the building lights flickered. Once, twice, then died. Not the apartment lights, the hall lights, the stairwell dropped into gray morning dimness, lit only by the frosted glass in the front door and the weak rectangle of daylight from Mrs. Vasco's open apartment. For one stupid second, I thought power outage. Then I remembered the breaker panel for the common areas was in the basement, behind a plywood door with a twist latch that never caught properly. A procedural failure. A landlord's neglect. Another small, unfixed thing. From above, my apartment door slammed. Not closed, open, wood against plaster. Ellie screamed my name through the phone. I reached for the front door. It did not open. The old deadbolt on the building entrance had been thrown from the inside with the key snapped off in it. I stared at the broken piece of metal lodged in the lock. Behind me, on the stairs, a shoe creaked on wood. The 911 dispatcher said very clearly, "Officers are 2 minutes out." 2 minutes. The man above took another step down. Mrs. Vasco whispered something in Polish that sounded like a prayer, but probably was. The canvas bag in my hand suddenly felt too light, too obvious, too much like exactly what he had come back to collect. And I understood the immediate problem with terrible clarity. I had gotten out of my apartment, but not out of the building. The front door would not open. I pulled once anyway, because panic makes you test facts you already know. The old brass knob turned, but the deadbolt held firm, the broken key head glinting inside the lock like a small piece of bad luck. Behind me, the stairwell had gone dim, except for the gray daylight through the frosted vestibule glass and the yellow spill from Mrs. Vasco's apartment. Above us, a step creaked, then another. Patrick Vale was coming down. "Daniel," Ellie said through my phone, her voice thin and distorted where it bounced between the 911 call and the speaker. "Where are you?" "Vestibule," I said. "Front doors jammed. Key broke in the lock." The 911 dispatcher said, "Officers are nearby. Can you enter a secure apartment?" Mrs. Vasco's doorway was 6 feet to my right. Beyond her was a narrow living room with lace curtains, a low couch covered in crocheted blankets, and a kitchen at the back where something boiled on the stove. Steam clouded the little window above her sink. I looked up the stairs. Patrick's shoes were visible now at the top of the first floor landing. Dark boots, wet soles. I grabbed Mrs. Vasco by the elbow. "Inside," I said. She resisted for half a second, offended by being handled in her own hallway, then saw my face and moved. We backed into her apartment. I shut the door and turned the thumb lock. No deadbolt, just the little push-button lock on the knob, the kind a determined teenager could open with a butter knife. Mrs. Vasco, Irina Vasco, 71, female, a retired school secretary from Krakow who lived below me and treated our landlord like a mildly disappointing student, stood in the middle of her rug with the wooden spoon still in her hand. Her robe was purple fleece. Her slippers had flattened backs from years of being stepped into. "What is this man?" she demanded. "I don't know. You know him." "No, you bring trouble." "I didn't mean to." "That is not answer." Patrick knocked on her door. Not hard, 2 polite taps. Mrs. Vasco sucked air through her teeth. The dispatcher said, "Do not open the door." Patrick's voice came through the wood. "Mr. Mercer, I understand this feels alarming. We're trying to keep this from becoming more complicated." Ellie said, "Don't answer." I didn't. I held the canvas grocery bag against my chest. The envelope inside bent slightly under my grip. My hand had started to ache from clutching it. My socks were damp at the toes. I couldn't remember stepping in anything, but the vestibule floor had been wet with tracked in slush. Patrick knocked again. "Mrs. Vasco," he said. Her eyes widened. He knew her name. "We don't want you involved in this," he continued. "Please ask Daniel to return the materials." She mouthed. "How he know?" I shook my head. The first attempt was the obvious one. Get out through Mrs. Vasco's back door. Her apartment faced the alley behind the building. I knew this in the general way you know your neighbor's layouts are versions of your own, flipped and rearranged. My apartment had windows over the alley. Hers had a kitchen door that led to a small back landing, then a staircase down to the garbage bins, and a narrow passage toward Forest Avenue. "Back exit," I whispered. She nodded. "Kitchen, but stairs ice. Better than him." We moved through her living room, past framed photos of grandchildren in graduation gowns, and a glass cabinet full of porcelain birds. The apartment smelled of cabbage soup, cigarette smoke hidden badly under lemon cleaner, and the powdery perfume older women wear to church. The floor dipped near the kitchen threshold. Patrick tried the front doorknob. The button lock clicked under the pressure. Mrs. Vasco made a small, furious sound and shoved a chair under the knob with surprising speed. "Old trick," she muttered. The kitchen was narrow and too warm. A pot simmered on the stove. The back door had a small square window with a curtain over it, and under the curtain I could see daylight. I unlocked it. The door opened 2 inches and stopped. A chain ran from the outside handle to the iron railing of the back landing. For a moment, my mind refused to understand it. Then I saw the padlock. New, silver, clean. Someone had chained the back door from outside. "No," Mrs. Vasco whispered. I pulled harder. The chain snapped tight with a metallic clatter that made both phones hiss with startled voices. The 911 dispatcher said, "What happened?" "Back door S chained from outside." "Can you break the window?" The window was small, double pane, reinforced with wire mesh. Because the landlord had once decided security glass was cheaper than fixing the alley lighting. Through the glass I could see the back landing, the icy metal stairs, the garbage bins below, and beyond them the alley empty except for dirty snow and tire grooves. No way out. That failure landed in my stomach like swallowed metal. Patrick had not improvised. He had prepared the building. Mrs. Vasco looked at me differently then, not accusing anymore, measuring the shape of the danger. "He came earlier," she said city inspection. Showed badge. "What kind of badge?" She shook her head. "Plastic. On neck, clipboard. I tell him upstairs is private. He says appointment with you. Did he go to the basement?" "I don't know. I was on phone with my daughter." That revealed something useful and made things worse. He'd had time, basement panel, front lock, back chain, maybe roof. "Daniel," Ellie said, and her voice had that ER edge now, the one that meant listen or regret it. "Do not let him move you. He wants you trapped and making decisions fast." "I know. You don't. You're still thinking like this is paperwork." She was right. My brain kept returning to the business card, the envelope, the bank messages. I wanted the puzzle solved because solved things felt controlled. But the man outside wasn't a puzzle. He was a person using the building against us. At the front of Mrs. Vasco's apartment, the chair scraped an inch. Patrick had pushed the door. The chair legs squealed on wood. Mrs. Vasco grabbed a saucepan from the drying rack. "I call my son." "No," I said. "Call quietly from the kitchen. Tell him police are coming, but don't come here." She stared at me. "Please." Her face changed at the word please. She took her phone from her robe pocket and moved to the corner by the refrigerator, muttering in Polish. The second attempt was to get help from the street. Mrs. Vasco's living room windows faced Congress Street. They were old sash windows with storm panes, painted shut at the edges. The bottom halves were blocked by lace curtains and 3 potted plants that had somehow survived Maine winter better than I was surviving the morning. I ran back into the living room, crouching low as if Patrick could see through the door. The window looked down onto the sidewalk. People were out there. That was the maddening part. A man in a navy coat walked past with a paper coffee cup. A city bus sighed at the curb, half a block away. A woman in a red hat dragged a reluctant terrier around a pile of slush. The world was 10 feet away and sealed behind old glass. I shoved the window upward. It didn't move. I set the phone on the sill, grabbed with both hands, and pulled until pain flashed in my lower back. "Nothing," the dispatcher said. "Can you signal through the glass?" I slapped my palm against it. Once, twice, 3 times. The man with the coffee glanced over, saw me, and looked away with that city reflex people have when a stranger in a window might be selling something, asking something, needing something. I hit the glass harder. "Help," I shouted. "Call police," the terrier barked. The woman in the red hat looked up. Her face tightened. She fumbled for her phone. For one bright second, I thought we had done it. Then Patrick spoke from the hallway. "Daniel is experiencing a mental health crisis," he called, loud enough to carry through the door, and I realized, maybe through the thin walls and window seams. "Please give him space. Police have been contacted." The woman outside lowered her phone slightly. That was the thing about a calm voice. It could steal reality from you in public. I slammed my hand against the window again. The old glass cracked, not dramatically. A thin white fork appeared from the corner near my palm. Pain followed a second later, sharp, hot. I looked down and saw a cut across the heel of my hand where a sliver from the interior pane had broken loose. Blood welled quickly, bright against the pale winter light. Ellie heard me swear. "What happened?" "Cut my hand." "How bad?" "Not bad." "Pressure, clean cloth. Elevate." I grabbed a dish towel from the arm of Mrs. Vasco's couch. It had embroidered strawberries on it. I pressed it to my palm and felt blood soak the cotton almost immediately. The woman outside had moved on. The bus pulled away with a wet hydraulic sigh. Failed again, but not completely. Patrick had lied loudly enough to reveal something. He cared how this looked to bystanders. He wanted confusion, not attention. He wanted me to seem unstable. That realization should have steadied me. Instead, it made me angrier. The kind of anger that makes your hands clumsy. I picked up the black business card from the canvas bag with my uninjured hand. "Patrick," I shouted toward the door, "why are you pretending to be customer service?" A pause. Then, closer to the door, because that's what I am. You chained the back door. No, Daniel, you're frightened and misreading things. Mrs. Vasco barked, liar. Patrick ignored her. Look at the materials, he said. Then call the number. This can still be resolved before 11. What happens at 11? No answer. The silence after that was not empty. It was full of the pot bubbling in the kitchen, Mrs. Vasco whispering into her phone, my own breath dragging through my nose, and Patrick standing just outside the door, deciding how long to wait. Then came the misdirection. A heavy crash exploded from the back of the apartment. Mrs. Vasco screamed. I spun so fast my shoulder hit the wall. For a second, I was sure Patrick had gotten around to the back door, climbed the alley stairs, broken through the chained entrance. Maybe there were two of them. Maybe there had always been two. Another crash came from the kitchen, followed by a wet, splattering sound. I grabbed the saucepan Mrs. Vasco had dropped earlier and moved toward the kitchen with my bleeding hand pressed to my chest. The back door was still chained, the window still intact. The pot on the stove had boiled over, extinguishing the gas flame. Foam and cabbage water spilled across the burner and onto the floor. One of Mrs. Vasco's porcelain bird magnets had fallen from the refrigerator and shattered. That was all. No man, no breach, just soup and steam, and an old apartment turning ordinary neglect into terror. But the room now smelled strongly of gas. Stove, Ellie snapped. Turn it off. Open a window if you can. I twisted the knob off and reached for the kitchen window. It opened an inch, enough to let in a knife of cold air from the alley, but not enough for escape. The smell thinned slowly. The misdirection passed, but it cost us. My nerves felt stripped. Mrs. Vasco was crying now, silently and angrily, wiping soup off the floor with paper towels while still holding her phone to her ear. My son says he come, she said. No, tell him not to. He is already in car. The 911 dispatcher said, Sir, officers are on scene, but cannot access the front entrance. They're attempting entry. Relief hit, then curdled the front door, the snapped key, the chained back door. The basement may be accessible through a separate hatch, maybe not. Patrick had bought himself time with simple tools and cheap locks. How long? I asked. They are working on it. From the hall, Patrick said, Daniel, police involvement will make the breach process less flexible. I laughed once. It came out wrong. Flexible. You still have the ability to complete voluntary confirmation. What did I enroll in? You know enough to know you shouldn't have canceled impulsively. I didn't enroll. Most clients don't remember enrollment clearly. That sentence stuck in the room, not because it was supernatural, because it sounded rehearsed, like a line used on confused people, elderly people, sick people, people in debt, people with memory issues, people who could be told their own uncertainty was proof against them. I thought of my mother's voicemails, how I hadn't called her back, how she sometimes repeated stories now, losing the thread halfway through and laughing too loudly when she noticed. Who else are you charging? I asked. Patrick did not answer. Ellie said, Daniel, don't engage. But I was already reaching into the canvas bag. I'm opening it. Do not, she said. I need to know what this is before he gets it back. Police are there. They can't get in. The envelope's tape peeled with a soft, sticky rip. Inside was no powder, no wires, no dramatic object. Just a slim folder made of gray cardstock, a prepaid phone, and a plastic specimen bag. The sight of the specimen bag made me stop. It was clear, medical looking, with a white label. Inside was a cotton swab sealed in a tube. The label read, D. Mercer, baseline buccal sample, received my mouth, tasted suddenly metallic. There was also a printed form. Not long. 1 page. At the top, sole preservation, client continuity program cancellation consequence acknowledgement below, that were lines of dense legal language, all built to sound official, without saying anything plainly. Failure to maintain continuity may result in the release of archived materials to designated parties. Client acknowledges prior consent. Client accepts responsibility for reputational, legal, financial, and relational outcomes resulting from discontinuation. At the bottom was a signature, my signature, or close enough to it. The letters slanted the way mine did. The D was too sharp, though. The final R in Mercer didn't curl right. A forgery, but not a lazy one. Beside, it was a date from 3 months earlier, November 18. A location, Portland Community Health Outreach Clinic, Mobile Intake Unit. I remembered that day. Not clearly at first. Then, in pieces. A church basement on Brackett Street. Folding tables. Flu shots. A nurse in blue scrubs. Free dental screening vouchers. I had gone because my dentist had scared me with an estimate I couldn't pay, and a coworker had shared a link for discounted preventive care. I filled out forms, insurance, income, contact information. I let someone swab my cheek because they said it was for a study about hereditary oral cancer risk, optional but helpful. I had not read the whole consent form. My hand throbbed under the towel. Dan, Ellie said. I told her what I found. She went quiet in a way I had never heard from her. Then, that clinic was real. Yes, you gave them a cheek swab. I thought it was for cancer screening. Did you get results? No, Daniel. I forgot. The words tasted worse than blood. I forgot. The thing I feared most, and I had done it anyway. I had let some small piece of my life slip because it was embarrassing and medical and expensive, because the room had been crowded and the volunteer had been kind, and I wanted to be the kind of person who could fill out forms without assuming every line hid a trap. Patrick knocked once. You see now, he said. The prepaid phone inside the folder lit up. No ring, no sound, just a screen waking in my hand. A countdown timer showed. 0042, 16 under it. Call to complete cancellation. Review a green button pulsed at the bottom. The 911 dispatcher was still speaking, but her voice felt far away. Do not use unknown devices, she said. Put it down. I set the phone on Mrs. Vasco's coffee table as if it were hot. The timer kept running. 004209. 004208. From outside, finally, came the blessed heavy sound of fists on the building's front door. Police, open up. I ran to Mrs. Vasco's living room window, held up my bloody hand without thinking, then pointed toward the vestibule. They can't open it, I shouted. Key S broken. A male officer outside looked up. His face was partly hidden by the reflection on the glass. He gestured for me to move back. Then, from the hallway, Patrick moved. Not away, toward Mrs. Vasco's door. Air under the knob scraped again, harder this time. "Daniel," Patrick said, and the calm was gone now. Not replaced by rage, replaced by urgency. "You need to hand me the materials before they come in." The door jumped in its frame. Mrs. Vasco cried out. I shoved the couch toward the door, shoulder first. Pain shot from my lower back into my hip. The couch moved maybe 8 inches. Not enough. I shoved again. My cut hand slipped, leaving blood on the upholstery. The doorframe cracked. Not much. Enough. The old wood around the latch splintered inward. The officers outside began striking the front entrance. Metal hit wood. Once. Twice. The prepaid phone timer glowed on the table. Patrick hit the door again. The chair legs buckled. Mrs. Vasco grabbed my arm. "Bedroom," she said. "What?" "My bedroom. Window to fire escape." I thought the back door. No. Bedroom window. Small ladder to alley roof. My husband used for smoking before he died. She pulled me through the living room toward a short hallway I had never seen. Her bedroom was at the back corner of the building, cramped and dim, with a narrow window above an old radiator. Beyond, it was not the chained back staircase, but a rusted fire escape platform tucked against the side wall, half hidden from the alley by the tailor shop's old sign frame. A second way out. A dangerous one. The officers struck the front door again. The building shook. Patrick's next blow tore the lock from Mrs. Vasco's door. The sound was final. Wood cracking. Chair skidding. Ellie screaming through my phone from somewhere on the couch where I had dropped it. Retreat ended there. I had the envelope, the forged form, the swab, the business card, and a countdown phone I did not dare touch. Police were outside, but not inside. Patrick was inside the apartment, and the only path left was through Mrs. Vasco's bedroom window onto a rusted fire escape glazed with February ice, carrying evidence that someone had already hurt other people quietly enough to call it client care. Mrs. Vasco shoved the window up with both hands. Cold air burst in. "Go," she said. Behind us, Patrick stepped into the living room. And for the first time, he stopped pretending to be polite. I'll keep this section focused on the direct confrontation and the practical human mechanics of escape, evidence, and police response, without resolving every mystery yet. Thought for a couple of seconds, Mrs. Vasco's bedroom window opened with a shriek that sounded too loud for a thing made of wood and swollen paint. Cold air punched into the room. For half a second, none of us moved. The fire escape outside was not really a fire escape in the way I had imagined one. Not a clean black ladder zigzagging down the side of a brick building. It was a rusted platform bolted beneath the window, barely wider than a kitchen table, with a narrow ladder dropping to the alley behind the old tailor shop sign. Snow had drifted into the corners and hardened there. Ice glazed the metal grating, turning the whole thing into something that looked less like a root and more like a dare. Behind us, Patrick stepped into the living room. He was breathing harder now, not from fear, from effort. The chair was overturned near the broken front door. Mrs. Vasco's couch sat crooked where I had shoved it. The prepaid phone glowed on the coffee table, its countdown moving in neat little numbers like it had all the time in the world. Patrick Vale looked different without the door between us. Still average. That was the worst part. Dark parka, gray knit cap, clean shaven face, reddened from the cold. No wild eyes. No horror movie grin. He looked like the kind of man who would stand behind you at the pharmacy and complain quietly about the line. His eyes went straight to the canvas bag in my hand. "Daniel," he said, "give me the materials." Mrs. Vasco lifted the wooden spoon. It would have been funny in another life. "Get out," she said. Patrick barely glanced at her. "Ma'am, you don't understand what he's carrying." "I understand you break my door." He took one step forward. I moved between him and Mrs. Vasco, which was brave only because there was nowhere else to go. My right hand was wrapped in her strawberry dish towel, already soaked through at the palm. Blood had run down to my wrist and dried there in stiff brown streaks. My lower back pulsed from shoving the couch. My lungs felt scraped raw. The police hit the front entrance downstairs again. Wood cracked somewhere below. Patrick's jaw tightened. "They're going to come in," I said. "Not before this becomes worse for you." "What does that mean?" "You saw the acknowledgement, the fake acknowledgement." His face changed by maybe an inch. Not guilt, irritation. "You gave a sample. You signed intake paperwork for a cancer screening. You consented to data retention, not to whatever this is." He looked past me at the window, calculating distance. "Wait, time." Ellie's voice came from the living room, tiny through my phone on the floor. "Daniel, Daniel, talk to me." Patrick heard her too. His eyes shifted. Then he moved. Not toward me, toward the phone. I didn't think. I threw the canvas bag, not at him, at the coffee table. It hit the table edge and knocked the prepaid phone onto the floor. The gray folder spilled out. Papers slid across the rug. The specimen bag skated under the couch. Patrick lunged for it, and I lunged for him. We collided near the doorway between the living room and bedroom. His shoulder drove into my chest. My back hit the doorframe hard enough that white dots popped across my vision. He was stronger than he looked. Or maybe I was weaker than I wanted to believe. My injured hand screamed when I grabbed at his sleeve. "Stop," he hissed. It was the first ugly sound I had heard from him. Not customer service. Not calm. Just a man whose plan had started to slip. Mrs. Vasco swung the wooden spoon and cracked him across the side of the head. The sound was small. Wood on wool cap. Not enough to hurt him badly, but enough to startle him. He shoved her. Not a punch. A hard push to the shoulder. She went backward into the dresser, knocking over a lamp and a framed photo. The lamp hit the floor and popped its bulb, leaving the bedroom dim except for the gray window light. Something in me narrowed. I don't know how else to say it. All morning, I had been scared of paperwork, consequences, charges, fine print, some invisible system reaching into my bank account, my medical records, my apartment. Then Patrick put his hands on a 71-year-old woman in her own bedroom, and the fear became simpler. He was just a man, a dangerous man, but a man. I grabbed the fallen lamp cord and yanked it around his boot. He stepped wrong. His wet sole slipped on the edge of Mrs. Vasco's rug. He didn't fall all the way. He caught himself on the dresser, scattering pill bottles and a ceramic dish full of coins. bought me 3 seconds. "Mrs. Vasco," I said. "Window." She groaned, but pushed herself up with one hand on the bed. Patrick swung at me. I ducked badly. His forearm clipped my cheekbone. Pain flashed sharp and bright under my eye. I staggered into the wall. My teeth clicked together. For one loose second, I could taste blood but couldn't tell from where. The front door downstairs gave way with a splintering boom. "Police," a voice shouted from below. "Portland Police." Patrick froze. That was the moment. I kicked the prepaid phone under the dresser as hard as I could. It slid away, screen flashing once before disappearing into the dust and shadows. Then I scooped up the gray folder with my good hand, grabbed the specimen bag from under the couch, and shoved both into the canvas bag. Patrick came at me again. Mrs. Vasco threw the pot lid from the kitchen. It spun through the bedroom door and hit him in the shoulder with a flat metallic clang. Not damaging, not heroic, just enough chaos. "Go," she screamed. I shoved the canvas bag through the open window first. It landed on the fire escape platform with a wet slap. Then I climbed. The metal sill bit into my shin. My injured hand slipped on the frame, leaving a red smear on white paint. Cold air filled my shirt. I got one knee out, then one foot, and immediately lost balance on the icy grating. The fire escape rattled under me. Below, the alley waited, 10 or 12 feet to the lower roof of the tailor shop storage shed, then another ladder to ground level near the garbage bins. Not impossible, not safe. Mrs. Vasco came next. "No," I said, "stay. Police are inside." Patrick grabbed her robe from behind. She cried out. I reached through the window and caught her wrist. For one terrible second, she was stretched between us, Patrick pulling from the bedroom, me pulling from the fire escape, her face twisted with pain and fury. "Let go of her," I shouted. Patrick said, "Give me the bag." There it was, plain, no more client care, no more acknowledgement, no more consequences in soft legal language. "Give me the bag." The police were on the stairs now. I heard boots, radios, someone shouting commands. Patrick heard them too. He yanked harder. Mrs. Vasco's shoulder made a sound I felt more than heard, a wet internal pop. Her mouth opened, but the scream got caught halfway. Her knees buckled. I let go of the bag, not all the way. I swung it. The canvas bag hit the outside of the window frame, then snapped back through the opening and struck Patrick in the face. The folder was light, but the prepaid phone inside was. I had forgotten I de-grabbed it too somehow, or maybe it had tangled in the papers when I scooped everything up. It hit him high on the cheek. Patrick recoiled. Mrs. Vasco dropped. I grabbed both of her wrists and pulled. She came through the window halfway, scraping her hip on the sill, slippers kicking against the radiator. Patrick recovered and grabbed the canvas strap. The bag caught between us. My hand slipped. The strawberry towel came loose and fell through the fire escape grating, vanishing toward the alley below. Fresh blood slicked my palm. I clamped down anyway. Pain made a noise come out of me I did not recognize. Patrick pulled. I pulled. The strap tore. Not completely. A seam split with a dry ripping sound. Papers burst upward between us like startled birds. The forged acknowledgement flew out into the cold. One page stuck briefly against the window glass. Daniel Mercer, Signature, November 18. Then wind took it sideways and slapped it against the brick wall. The specimen bag slid toward the edge of the fire escape. I dropped to my knees and caught it with my forearm. My skin hit the icy grating. The cold burned. Below, a police officer appeared in the alley, looking up. Hands, show me your hands. Everything overlapped. Ellie screaming from inside. Mrs. Vasco sobbing through clenched teeth. Patrick grunting as he tried to drag the torn bag back in. Police on the stairs. Police in the alley. My blood tapping through the fire escape grate in small red dots. I shouted, "He's in the bedroom. He attacked us. The evidence is here." Patrick let go of the bag. Then he did the thing I did not expect. He turned and ran. Not toward the apartment door, where police were coming. Toward the living room window facing Congress Street. For 1 second, I thought he meant to surrender there, hands against the glass, boxed in. Then I remembered the cracked pane. The sash painted shut, but weakened where I had slammed my hand against it. The crowded sidewalk, the confusion he had already planted. He was going to break out through the front window and drop to the shallow awning over the tailor shop entrance. "Front," I yelled. "He's going front." A crash answered me. Glass broke in the living room. Not movie glass. Not a clean, glittering explosion. It came apart in chunks and jagged sheets, followed by the horrible scrape of someone forcing wood and storm pane outward. Mrs. Vasco flinched so hard she almost slid off the sill. I dragged her fully onto the fire escape platform. She landed against me, her injured arm pinned to her chest, breath coming in animal little bursts. "Stay down," I said. "I am down," she snapped through tears. That was when I almost laughed. A cracked, exhausted thing. Somehow her anger was the most reassuring sound in the world. Inside, an officer shouted, "Police! Stop!" A body hit something heavy. The couch, maybe. Then another crash. The officer in the alley started toward the side passage. I looked through the bedroom window. Patrick was gone from the bedroom. The living room beyond flickered with movement. An officer in dark uniform entered low, weapon drawn, but angled downward. Another followed. Their voices were sharp and controlled. "Show me your hands. Get on the ground." Then a sound from the street side. A horn. A woman screaming. The heavy thud of a body landing badly. I looked down the fire escape ladder toward the alley mouth, where Congress Street showed as a bright slice beyond the building corner. Patrick had made it out. For 2 seconds, I thought he would disappear. That was the cruelest part. After everything, after police finally breached the entrance, after Mrs. Vasco's shoulder and my hand, and the cut on my face, I thought the man would simply run into a city morning and become average again. A parka in a crowd, a calm voice on another phone. Then a delivery cyclist clipped him. I did not see the impact clearly. I saw the cyclist's orange backpack swerve. I saw Patrick lurch off the awning edge or the low ledge beneath the window. I saw both of them go down hard near the curb, bike skidding into dirty snow, coffee cups from a startled pedestrian spilling brown across the sidewalk. The cyclist shouted, "What the hell?" Patrick tried to stand. His right leg did not cooperate. He got one knee under him, then collapsed against the tailor shop wall. Police came from the front entrance, and the alley at the same time. One officer pinned his shoulders. Another controlled his hands. Patrick fought for maybe 3 seconds, not bravely, not dramatically, just desperately, like an animal caught under a fence. Then he stopped. "Don't touch the bag," I shouted from above, because I had become ridiculous by then. A bleeding man on a fire escape, yelling about paperwork. The alley officer looked up. "Sir, stay where you are." "I would love to," I said, and immediately realized my voice was shaking too badly for sarcasm. Mrs. Vasco leaned against the brick wall, her face gray now under the winter light. "My arm," she whispered. "I know. My door also. I know. You pay." I stared at her. Then she gave a tiny breath that might have been a laugh, then winced so hard I thought she would pass out. The next few minutes stretched and snapped. Police reached us from inside the bedroom window first. One officer, a woman with blonde hair tucked tight under her cap, helped Mrs. Vasco back through with careful hands. Mrs. Vasco cursed in Polish the whole time, which seemed to reassure the officer that she was conscious. When my turn came, my legs refused to work right. I tried to climb through the window and slipped. The officer caught my jacket. My injured palm left another smear on the sill. My cheek had swollen enough that my right eye watered constantly. Inside, Mrs. Vasco's apartment looked violated. Broken glass glittered across the living room rug. The front door hung crooked from its damaged frame. Soup had dried in a pale crust around the stove. The coffee table had been shoved sideways. The prepaid phone lay under the dresser where I had kicked it, still glowing. 002403. An officer noticed it. "What's that?" "Don't touch it barehanded," I said. He looked at me in a way that said he had heard that from civilians before, but he still pulled on gloves. I handed over the torn canvas bag. "No, that's not true." I resisted for half a second. My fingers tightened around it, stupidly possessive. Evidence first, action second. The old reflex, still alive even after it had nearly gotten Mrs. Vasco killed. The blonde officer saw it. "Daniel," she said, reading my name from somewhere, maybe dispatch, maybe the folder. "We've got it. Let us take it." I let go. That cost more than I expected. Ellie was still on the phone in the living room, her voice hoarse now. "Daniel, someone answer me." An officer picked up my phone from the floor. "Ma'am, this is Officer Larkin with Portland Police. He's conscious. We're getting medical in." Ellie said something I couldn't hear. Officer Larkin looked at me. "Your sister says you're an idiot." I nodded. "That's accurate." Paramedics arrived through the now open front entrance after firefighters forced the snapped deadbolt. By then, Patrick was in handcuffs on the sidewalk with 2 officers beside him and a paramedic checking his leg. He kept asking for a supervisor. Not a lawyer, a supervisor. That detail lodged in me. He said it 3 times. "I need my supervisor notified." Not "I want an attorney." Not "you have the wrong guy." A supervisor. Someone above him. Someone who had expected a report. The paramedic wrapped my hand properly and cleaned the cut on my cheek with something that stung enough to make my eyes water. She said I likely needed stitches in the palm, maybe glue on the face, and asked if I had hit my head. I don't think so. People who hit their heads say that. Mrs. Vasco, seated on a kitchen chair with a sling improvised from a clean towel, said, He hit everything. Her shoulder was likely dislocated, maybe fractured. She refused morphine until someone promised her apartment would be locked after they took her to the hospital. Through the broken front window, I watched an officer photograph the awning, the sidewalk, the bike, the blood where Patrick had gone down. The cyclist stood nearby wrapped in a silver emergency blanket, gesturing angrily, while another officer took his statement. Ordinary city life gathered at the edges. People stopped, looked, pretended not to look, took pictures, until police told them to move along. The prepaid phone reached 0 at 11:00. Nothing exploded. No alarm sounded. It simply changed screens. Officer Larkin had bagged it by then, holding it through plastic. The screen displayed a message in black text on white. Cancellation window missed. Archive release initiated. Below it, a progress bar appeared. 1%, 2%, 3%. Turn it off, I said. The officer did not. Airplane mode, power it down, something. We need digital forensics to handle. It's uploading something. He looked at the screen. 4%. The room tightened. One of the other officers reached for his radio. Can we put it in something? I asked. Block signal. Officer Larkin looked at the microwave. So did I. It was stupid. It was also not completely stupid. She opened Mrs. Vasco's microwave, placed the bagged phone inside, and shut the door without turning it on. The screen vanished behind the mesh. A few seconds later, when she checked through the glass, the progress bar had frozen at 6%. Nobody cheered. That kind of relief does not make noise. It just leaves you standing in a wrecked apartment, bleeding through gauze, realizing the morning has ended, but the thing underneath it has not. Patrick was taken away before I went to the hospital. As officers led him past the broken front entrance, he looked up and found me through Mrs. Vasco's shattered window. His face was scraped, one cheek already swelling from where the phone in the bag had hit him. His right foot dragged slightly. He did not look defeated. He looked inconvenienced. Then he said, clear enough that I heard him over radios, traffic, and the scrape of glass under boots. You should have confirmed voluntarily. An officer pushed his head down and guided him into the cruiser. The door shut. For the first time in almost 2 hours, there was no one trying to get in. But the countdown had reached 0. The phone had begun to send something. And somewhere, maybe already, some archive with my name on it had started to open. At Maine Medical Center, a resident stitched my palm under lights so bright they made everything else feel dishonest. The room smelled like antiseptic, warm plastic, and coffee gone sour in a paper cup. Somewhere past the curtain, a child cried with the exhausted rhythm of someone who had been crying for a long time. Wheels rattled down the hall. A nurse laughed once too sharply, then went quiet. Life kept making its ordinary hospital sounds, even though part of me had expected the world to lower its voice after what happened. It didn't. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34, male, and by noon that Thursday, I had 7 stitches in my right hand, 2 butterfly strips under my cheekbone, bruising across my ribs, and a police officer sitting outside my exam bay with my torn canvas grocery bag sealed inside an evidence box. Mrs. Vasco was 2 curtains over. I could hear her refusing pain medication. "I want clear head," she said. A nurse tried again. "I understand, but your shoulder was dislocated, and the reduction is going to hurt after the local wears off." "I know hurt." The nurse, a young man named Evan Cole, 26, male, with tired eyes and a pen clipped behind his ear, paused like he was deciding whether to argue with 71 years of certainty. "Yes, ma'am," he said finally. "I believe you do." Mrs. Vasco made a satisfied little sound. That was the first time I smiled. It hurt my cheek. Ellie arrived a little after 1, still in navy scrubs under a winter coat, her hair twisted into the kind of bun that looked both accidental and structurally impossible. She had driven from Providence after calling Mom, calling my manager, calling the hospital, and from what I later gathered, calling Portland police twice in a tone that made at least one desk officer promise to check personally. Ellie Mercer, 29, female, my younger sister and an ER nurse, came through the curtain with her face set for battle. Then she saw me. The battle went out of it. For a second, she looked younger than she was. "You look awful," she said. "I feel like that's not best practice bedside manner." She grabbed the rail of my bed with one hand. Her knuckles were pale. "Do you know how many times I heard you stop answering me?" I dropped the phone while a man was breaking into the apartment. Technically, Mrs. Vasco's apartment. Ellie stared at me. "Sorry," I said. That was all the joke had been for, to give her something to be angry at besides the fact that I was alive by luck and poor building maintenance. She sat down hard in the plastic chair beside the bed and put both hands over her face. Her shoulders shook once. Not crying exactly. Containment failure. Then she inhaled, dropped her hands, and became a nurse again. "Show me the stitches." I did. She examined the bandage without touching it. "You'll need to keep it dry. They give you antibiotics." "Yes." "Tetanus." "Yes." "Head CT." "No." She turned toward the curtain. "Why no head CT?" "I didn't lose consciousness. You were hit in the face." "Ellie, don't Ellie me." A detective arrived before she could get anyone to scan anything. Detective Aaron Feld, 46, male from Portland Police, had a narrow face, a trimmed gray beard, and the patient posture of someone who had spent years listening to people lie badly. With him was Officer Larkin, the blonde officer from Mrs. Vasco's apartment, who had changed gloves so many times that I could still hear the snap of nitrile in my head. Feld asked if I was up to giving a statement. Ellie said, "He needs rest." I said, "I need to know what happened." Feld looked at me for a long second. "Those aren't the same thing." "I know." He pulled the rolling stool over and sat. Officer Larkin stood near the curtain with her notebook. They had arrested the man calling himself Patrick Vale. His wallet identified him as Patrick Donovan, 42, male, with a Massachusetts driver's license and an address in Lowell. No active warrants. Prior charges for identity theft and fraud, most of them pleaded down. None involving anything as theatrical as breaking into an apartment building with a forged cancellation packet. "He's not talking much," Feld said. "Asked for an attorney after he got treated for his leg." "What about the supervisor?" Feld's eyes moved to Larkin. "He said that 3 times. "We heard once outside," Larkin said. "Body camera will have it." Feld wrote something down. "We're looking into it. Looking into soul preservation." "Yes. Is it real?" He hesitated. That tiny delay told me more than his answer. "We found records for an LLC registered in Delaware 6 months ago," he said. "Mailing address is a corporate agent. Payment processing appears to be routed through a third-party reseller account under a different business name. Northstar Payment Services exists. They're cooperating, according to the Financial Crimes Unit. They're saying soul preservation was onboarded through an independent sales organization with falsified medical service documentation." Ellie crossed her arms. "So a fake company got into the banking system by pretending to be medical." Feld said, "That's one working theory." "One," he looked at her calmly. "It is early. I hated that, not because he was wrong, but because he was careful. Careful people leave room for terrible possibilities." "What about the clinic?" I asked. "Portland Community Health Outreach Clinic was real," Feld said. "The event you attended on November 18 was real. But the genetic screening table appears to have been run by a contracted research partner. There was a nurse, possibly a phlebotomy tech, possibly not licensed. We're verifying." I thought of the church basement, folding tables, flu shot signs, a woman in blue scrubs smiling as she handed me a clipboard, the smell of coffee in a metal urn and old carpet damp from boots, my own hand signing pages I had not read. What did they do with the cheek swabs? Feld closed his notebook halfway, then opened it again. "We don't know yet." "Don't say that." He met my eyes. "We don't know yet." The answer settled over me heavier than any painkiller could have. Officer Larkin added, not unkindly, "But we do know the swab in the envelope still had its original seal. It may have been included to scare you, not because they needed it." "May have." "Yes." Ellie rubbed her thumb over her eyebrow. "And the phone. That was the detail I had been holding my breath for." Feld leaned back slightly. "Digital forensics has it. Your microwave idea, or Officer Larkin's decision to use it, likely interrupted the active connection." "Likely." His mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "You're going to hate every word I use." "I already do." The phone attempted to upload to a cloud storage endpoint. They stopped it at 6%. Forensics is preserving the device before any deeper examination. What uploaded? We do not have that answer yet, but something started. Yes, the hospital sounds returned around his answer. A monitor beeping in another bay, rubber soles squeaking, someone asking for more blankets. Ellie's breath was audible through her nose, slow and controlled. "What are archived materials?" I asked. Feld did not pretend to misunderstand. "That term appears in the paperwork recovered from your envelope and in the texts. We also found similar language on Donovan's phone. You got into his phone, not fully, lock screen notifications." "What did they say?" Feld considered how much to tell me. Then he said several messages referenced retrieval failures, non-compliant clients, and release packets. Ellie whispered, "Jesus." "Are there other victims?" I asked. "We believe so." "How many?" "Daniel," Ellie said softly. I looked at Feld. He said, "Enough that this is no longer being treated as an isolated fraud complaint." That was the closest thing to comfort he could offer, and it did not feel like comfort. It felt like standing at the edge of a hole and being told there were other people down there too. Mrs. Vasco's voice came from beyond the curtain. I am also victim. Feld turned his head. Yes, ma'am, my door is victim. Yes, ma'am, my couch also. Officer Larkin's pen paused. Mrs. Vasco continued. You write this. I'll write it, Larkin said. After the police left, Ellie drove me home because I refused to go to her hotel, and she refused to let me be alone. We compromised by having her sit in the passenger seat of my own car while I rode beside her like an elderly dog being taken back from surgery. My car had been parked 2 blocks away, under a crust of snow. My right hand was wrapped too thickly to buckle the seatbelt without help. Ellie did it for me with more force than necessary. Don't make a face, she said. I didn't. You made a whole face. The drive from Main Med back to Congress Street took 12 minutes. The city looked normal in the late afternoon. Wet streets, gray snowbanks, a man carrying flowers under his coat, a runner in shorts, because Maine produces people with questionable survival instincts. When we turned onto my block, my apartment building looked smaller than it had that morning. That bothered me. The front entrance had plywood screwed over the broken glass panel. Yellow police tape fluttered from one side, though someone had already torn enough away for tenants to get in. The old tailor shop sign hung crooked above the awning where Patrick had dropped. There was still a dark stain near the curb, watered thin by slush. The ordinary world was already absorbing it. Inside, the hallway smelled of sawdust, cold air, and Mrs. Vasco's soup gone sour. The common lights were back on after an electrician replaced the tripped breaker and repaired the basement panel latch. The broken key had been removed from the front lock. A temporary deadbolt gleamed too new against the old door. My apartment door was closed, but splintered near the frame. Police had locked it as well as they could. Ellie said, We're not staying here. I need clothes. We get clothes and leave. I opened the door. My apartment was both exactly mine and not mine anymore. The coffee mug still sat by the sink with a skin dried over the top. My work laptop was open on the table, asleep now. Priya's last message still visible when I woke it with my elbow. Please just confirm when you're with family. Work can wait. That one nearly undid me. Not the break-in, not the stitches. That sentence. Work can wait. All my little systems, all my vigilant checking, all the ways I tried to keep life from rotting at the edges. And here was a normal human allowance I had never known how to grant myself. I typed with my left hand. I'm with Ellie. I'm safe enough. Thank you, safe enough. That was the most honest I could manage. In the bedroom, the faulty window was closed and latched with a temporary screw through the frame. Snow had blown onto the sill while it was open. My bedspread was damp in one corner. A black scuff marked the radiator where Patrick must have climbed over it. Ellie stood in the doorway and looked at the window. You told your landlord about this? Twice. You have emails. Yes, good. You're doing the nurse voice again. I am doing the sister voice. It overlaps. I packed badly. 2 shirts, socks, my laptop charger, medication. The envelope from my dentist with initial preservation, active written on the back, still sat near the sink. Police had photographed it, but left it behind because it was technically my note, not theirs. I folded it once and put it in my coat pocket. Ellie watched me. What? Nothing. You think I shouldn't keep it? I think you're going to keep everything. She was right. That night, we stayed at a hotel near the waterfront because Ellie said she needed to be able to see the door from the bed. She took the bed nearest the entrance and put a chair under the handle, even though the room had a deadbolt and chain. I did not make fun of her. I barely slept. At 3:14 a.m., I woke without an alarm. The room was dark except for the little green light on the smoke detector and the red numbers on the microwave clock. Ellie was asleep on her side, one hand under her cheek, face creased with exhaustion. I reached for my phone. No new bank charges, no texts, no secure messages. I checked again anyway. Then email. Then spam. Then my credit report. Then I caught myself. Old machinery had started up inside me. Check, refresh, verify, prevent. If I could look at every account, every inbox, every corner, nothing could reach me. It was a lie I had lived with for years, but now the lie had evidence against it. I had checked everything every Thursday. I had still missed the clinic consent. I had still missed the window repair. I had still almost opened the envelope alone. Being vigilant had not saved me. Other people had. Ellie, Mrs. Vasco, Officer Larkin, a cyclist with terrible timing, a dispatcher telling me to move away from the door, even Priya, in her small way, giving me permission to disappear from work before I fully understood I needed it. I put the phone face down. My hand throbbed under the bandage. The next week blurred into appointments, police interviews, bank fraud forms, a visit from a detective in financial crimes who asked me to list every medical event, online form, free screening, and discount service I had used in the last year. The answer was humiliatingly long. Dental voucher, clinic intake, a sleep study eligibility survey, a mental health app trial I had canceled after 3 days, but apparently not before agreeing to share identified wellness data with research affiliates. Identified. That word made Detective Feld's mouth flatten. The bank reversed the $9.83 charge. They closed my debit card again, then my checking account entirely, then opened a new one with new numbers. They helped me place alerts. They said the recurring token had been blocked permanently. Permanently was another word I no longer trusted, but I thanked Marcia Avery when she called personally to confirm it. "I'm sorry this happened," she said. "You didn't do it." "No," she said. But I saw the note and still had to speak in scripts. I didn't know what to say to that, so I said, "You read it to me." That helped. She was quiet. Then, "I'm glad." Patrick Donovan was charged with burglary, assault, unlawful restraint, criminal mischief, and several fraud-related counts. More charges were expected, according to Detective Feld, pending coordination with Massachusetts authorities and federal investigators. The mobile clinic contractor vanished from its listed office 2 days after Patrick's arrest. Its website went down. Its phone number disconnected. Its registered agent claimed no knowledge of day-to-day operations, which was apparently a sentence people could say while wearing a suit. Mrs. Vasco's shoulder healed slower than my hand. She blamed me, Patrick, the landlord, the city, capitalism. finally herself for opening the building door to a man with plastic badge like Idiot Theater. I brought her groceries twice a week after she came home. She complained about every brand I chose. These tomatoes are sad. They're canned tomatoes. Still sad. The landlord replaced her door, my window, the basement latch, and both exterior locks after Ellie sent him a letter drafted by a lawyer friend. He did not apologize. He did, however, stop calling the repairs cosmetic. That felt like a kind of victory. A small, ugly one. 3 weeks after the arrest, Detective Feld called me in to review something they had recovered from Patrick's encrypted cloud account after a warrant and help from a forensic team. He did not show me everything. He said he couldn't, but he told me enough. Soul preservation was not preserving souls. It was a layered extortion scheme built out of medical data theft, forged consent forms, genetic samples, scraped financial records, and personal vulnerability profiles. They targeted people who had attended low-cost clinics, debt relief seminars, grief counseling workshops, addiction recovery resource fairs, and senior wellness events. Places where people signed forms because they needed help more than they needed suspicion. The archives were packets. Some contained embarrassing but legal private information, medical histories, debt details, family contacts, old court records, recorded calls with edited context. Some included fabricated material mixed with real documents, making denial difficult and explanation exhausting. A few victims had paid quietly for months, not because they believed in the service, but because the company threatened to send continuity files to employers, ex-spouses, licensing boards, adult children. Mine had not finished uploading, at least not fully. The 6% that transmitted contained my name, address, phone number, and what Feld called header metadata. Not the full packet, not the forged form, not the clinic file, not whatever else they had prepared. Where did it transmit to? I asked. A server that was taken offline. By you? By another agency? What does that mean? It means I can't give you more. I looked at him across the interview room table. Was my mother on the designated party list? He did not answer quickly enough. Yes, he said. The room made a low mechanical hum. Ventilation. Fluorescent lights. A vending machine somewhere beyond the wall. My employer? Yes, Ellie. He looked down at his folder. Yes, I nodded because I did not trust my mouth. The major plot threads got official words. Fraud, extortion, identity theft, assault, evidence recovered, suspect in custody, ongoing investigation. Those words helped police reports and insurance claims and local news blurbs. They did not help at 3:14 a.m. when I woke to check my phone. They did not help when I saw a man in a gray knit cap at the grocery store and left my basket in the cereal aisle. They did not help when Mom called and I answered too quickly, then couldn't explain why I sounded out of breath. Spring came in pieces. Snowbanks shrank into gray piles of grit. The harbor thawed into a brighter, dirtier blue. The tailor shop below my apartment remained empty, but the landlord replaced the cracked sign frame. And for a while, the building smelled of fresh paint and cut wood instead of cabbage, dust, and fear. I went back to work, Priya did not ask for details. She adjusted deadlines, told Miles to stop sending me just checking in messages every 6 hours, and once, during a meeting about denied claims, said, "Daniel, you don't have to catch every discrepancy alone." The sentence passed without emphasis. I wrote it on a sticky note after the call, not because it was profound, because I knew I would forget. My hand healed with a pale, curved scar across the heel of the palm. The doctor said I might feel tightness in cold weather. She was right. On damp mornings, when the radiator ticks awake and the windows hum faintly with wind, my hand aches before I remember why. I still check my bank account on Thursdays, but only once. Usually, there was one last thing. A month after the arrest, an envelope arrived at the hotel where Ellie and I had stayed that first night. The hotel called because I had used my real contact information at check-in, and the manager said it had been found in their undeliverable mail stack. No postage, no return address. I told Detective Feld. He sent an officer to collect it. No one let me touch it. Later, Feld called and said it contained only a printed receipt. No threats, no device, no powder, no swab. Just a narrow strip of paper, like from a payment terminal. Merchant, sole preservation amount, $0 status, canceled time, 3:14 a.m. at the bottom in small print. Continuity retained for quality assurance. Feld said it was likely generated before the arrests and delayed, or planted by someone connected to the same group, or simply another attempt to frighten me. Likely. There was that word again. I asked if they had cameras at the hotel mailroom. They did. Footage showed a woman in a black coat leaving the envelope at the front desk, with a stack of tourist brochures. Her face was turned away. Average height, brown hair, no limp, no badge, no visible urgency. Not Patrick, not anyone they could identify. The police kept the receipt. I kept the phrase. Some mornings, my apartment feels almost ordinary again. Coffee clicks in the machine. Buses sigh at the curb. Mrs. Vasco pounds on her ceiling with a broom handle when my washing machine gets unbalanced. Ellie texts me articles about data privacy with no greeting, just links and anger. Life resumed, but not smoothly. More like a bone set after a bad break. Functional, weather sensitive. I paid rent this morning. Checked the statement after, because habits don't disappear just because they embarrass you. Electricity, grocery store, pharmacy, rent, no sole preservation. I closed the app, then opened it once more. Still nothing. Outside, a gull screamed over Congress Street. The radiator ticked behind me, slow and metallic. My scar tightened around the coffee mug. I put the phone face down on the table and left it there. For almost 10 whole minutes, I let something remain unchecked. That's it for this nightmare. If you enjoyed it, please like the video, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on notifications. It really helps keep the stories alive. And don't stop here. Dive into another one of our videos and keep the fear going. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much. The ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that bothered me was the number on the door. I was standing in front of room 412 with my suitcase handle warm in my palm, watching the brass plate catch the corridor light in a dull yellow smear. My keycard sleeve said 417. The app on my phone said 417. The tiny paper map the front desk clerk had circled in blue pen said 417. Fourth floor, turn right at the elevators, 5 doors down. I had done all of that. Elevators, right turn, 5 doors. But the door in front of me said 412. Not impossible. Not scary, exactly. Hotels mess up their signage. Old buildings get renovated in weird patches, especially old city hotels, where stairwells appear in places they shouldn't, and hallway carpets change pattern halfway through. I told myself all that while my suitcase stood behind me on its 2 little wheels, slowly tipping to one side like it was tired of waiting. My name is Daniel Mercer, 34 male, from Columbus, Ohio. And I was in Prague for a 3-day conference I had almost talked myself out of attending. I build database tools for hospitals, which sounds more heroic than it is. Most days I sit in a home office with a mug of coffee going cold beside my keyboard, fixing broken import jobs, and pretending I don't hate video calls. The conference was supposed to be a professional reset. Shake hands, say the right things, make myself visible, maybe convince my manager I could handle leading a project without freezing every time someone asked me a direct question. Instead, I was alone on a 4th-floor corridor in a hotel near Wenceslas Square, jet-lagged enough that the carpet seemed to ripple if I stared at it too long. I looked back toward the elevators. They were still there at the far end of the hall, framed by smoky mirrors and a fake potted fig with dusty leaves. Above the elevator doors, the floor indicator showed a red 4. Completely normal. Behind me, somewhere inside the walls, water moved through old pipes with a soft clicking sound, like fingernails lightly tapping glass. Okay, I said out loud, because hearing my own voice helped. Wrong direction. My voice came back flat from the wallpaper. I dragged my suitcase around and started back toward the elevators. The corridor smelled like floor polish, old heat, and something faintly sweet from a housekeeping cart I couldn't see. The carpet was burgundy with gold vines, the kind of pattern that hides stains by making the whole floor look stained on purpose. Every few steps, the wheels of my suitcase hit a seam underneath and gave a little double bump. At the elevators, I stopped. On the wall beside them, a small black sign read, Rooms 401, 430 right arrow. The arrow pointed the way I had just gone. I turned slowly, like the sign might change if I caught it from another angle. Of course, I muttered. I was tired. That was all. I had landed in Prague after a delay in Frankfurt, argued with a kiosk that insisted my passport didn't exist, and eaten a pretzel at 10 a.m. that my body thought was 4 a.m. I was running on airport coffee, and the sweaty panic of navigating a country where I knew how to say thank you and nothing else. Exhaustion makes little things feel personal. I took out my phone and opened the hotel app again. My reservation sat there in plain print. Guest Daniel Mercer room, 417 check-in, 15:00 Wi-Fi. Bohemia Grand guest, the battery was at 12%. I had noticed that at the front desk and promised myself I'd charge it the second I reached the room. Like most promises made in hotel lobbies, it already felt fragile. The elevator on the left dinged. The doors opened to reveal a woman inside, holding a stack of folded towels against her chest. She blinked at me. I blinked back. Her name was Marta Kovrova, about 58, female, Czech, one of the hotel housekeepers. She had short gray hair pinned behind one ear, a navy uniform with a name tag, and the compact, brisk posture of someone who had spent decades pushing heavy carts through narrow spaces. She appeared with a half-tired, half-amused expression, like guests standing lost by elevators were as common to her as lint in dryers. "You need help?" she asked in accented but clear English. "Maybe," I said, relieved so quickly that I almost laughed. "I'm looking for 417. The sign says this way, but I only got to 412. Marta shifted the towels to one arm and leaned out of the elevator. 417. Yeah, she frowned down the corridor, not confused so much as annoyed on my behalf. "You go right. After elevators. It is there." "That's what I thought. You maybe stopped too soon." I almost said I knew how to count 5 doors, but her expression stopped me. She wasn't being rude. She was being practical. Guests were tired, drunk, distracted, lost. Corridors didn't have to be mysterious when people were perfectly capable of making themselves ridiculous. "Probably," I said. "Long flight." She gave a small nod. "Happens." The elevator began to beep at her, doors nudging toward closing. "Wait," I said. "Are there 2 hallways? Like a second wing?" Marta held the door with her hip. "4th floor has old wing, new wing. But room 417 is this side, near linen closet." That helped. It was specific. A linen closet was real. A linen closet could be found. "Thank you," I said. She nodded again and vanished behind the closing doors. I stood there with my suitcase, embarrassed now, which was better than uneasy. Embarrassment had edges. You could handle embarrassment. You could fold it up and put it away. I turned right and walked the corridor again, slower this time. Room 401. Room 403. Odd numbers on one side, even on the other. Fine. Totally fine. A wall sconce buzzed above me, the bulb flickering in a faint tremor that made the wallpaper's pale flowers appear to move. Somewhere below, maybe in the restaurant kitchen, a metal cart clattered hard enough to echo up through the building. I passed 407, then 409, then a recessed housekeeping door with a silver handle and no number. On the other side, I heard water slosh in a bucket. Linen closet. Good. After the closet came 411, then 413. I smiled a little because there it was, the explanation. I had probably drifted to the wrong side of the hall. The numbers were odd where I needed them. 1 more door. 2, maybe. But after 413 came a blank stretch of wall where a door might once have been. The wallpaper was newer there, not by much, but enough that the flowers didn't line up. The baseboard had a nicked rectangle of paler wood, as though something had been removed and patched in a hurry. Then came 415. I stopped. Room 415 had a Do Not Disturb tag hanging from the handle, white cardstock with a gold tassel. Behind it, a television murmured in a language I didn't understand. A laugh track rose and fell, tinny and remote. I exhaled. The next door would be 417. I walked to it. The brass plate said 414. For a second, I didn't understand what I was seeing. Not fear, just a blank little stall in the mind, like a video buffering. I looked back. 415 behind me. Then forward. Across the hall should have been 416, maybe, or 417, if the layout was strange. Instead, the next door down showed 413 in small brass numbers. I rubbed my eyes with my thumb and forefinger until I saw purple spots. Jet lag, bad lighting, old hotel logic. That was all. My phone buzzed in my hand. A message from Claire. You alive? Did you find the hotel? Claire Donovan, 33, female, Irish-American from Boston, was my coworker. And for this trip, the closest thing I had to a friend in the same time zone. She was already in Prague because she had flown in a day early to defeat Europe with hydration, as she put it. Claire was a project manager with a laugh that made people turn around in restaurants, the kind of person who could turn a delayed flight into 3 new acquaintances and a discount voucher. She also had the dangerous gift of noticing when I was pretending to be fine. I typed with my thumb, checked in, slightly lost on my floor like an idiot. The message hung for a moment, then failed to send. No service. That annoyed me more than the numbering. I switched from mobile data to Wi-Fi. The hotel network appeared, then disappeared, then appeared again. Bohemia Grand Guest, Bohemia Grand Conference, BG staff. Only HP LaserJet 4F under those was 1 with no lock symbol. 4TH floor temp, I stared at it. Probably a contractor router. Probably nothing. I tapped Bohemia Grand Guest. A login page opened halfway, showing the hotel logo, and then a blank white screen. My battery dropped to 9%. Great, I said. A door opened behind me. I turned too quickly and knocked my suitcase over with my shin. The plastic shell hit the carpet with a muffled thud. A man stood in the doorway of 415, one hand still on the knob. He had damp hair, bare feet, and a white undershirt stretched over a soft stomach. His face was flushed, maybe from a shower, maybe from sleep. His name was Henrik Voss, 46, male, German, a sales representative from Hamburg, attending a pharmaceutical suppliers expo in the same hotel. Had the guarded, irritated look of a traveler who had finally managed to undress after a long day, and now had a stranger making noise outside his room. A pair of wire-frame glasses sat crooked on his nose. "You are okay?" he asked. "Sorry," I said quickly. "I'm sorry." I dropped my bag. He looked at the suitcase, then at me, then past me down the corridor. "You look for room 417. Henrik's irritation softened into something like recognition. "Ah, this floor is stupid." That made me laugh once, sharply. "So it's not just me?" "No, numbers are." He made a vague chopping gesture with his hand. "Renovation. My room should be 419 on email. They give me 415. I ask downstairs. They say system error. System error, yes. He leaned slightly into the hallway, lowering his voice, though no one else was around. In this hotel, everything is system error. He said it dryly, not dramatically. The kind of complaint business travelers collect like stamps. I lifted my suitcase upright. So 417 might not exist. It exists. He pointed past me. I saw it yesterday. Other side, maybe before the corner. There's a corner, Henrik squinted. You did not see corner? No. He stepped farther out, now interested despite himself. The television behind him kept talking, a woman's bright voice filling the room. Walk with me. You don't have to, I need ice, he said, though he wasn't carrying an ice bucket. He pulled his door closed, tested the handle, then padded down the corridor beside me. I noticed the corridor seemed longer with him in it, less like a private mistake, more like a place that could be measured and argued with. We passed 414, then 413, then 412. Henrik stopped. This is wrong, he said. The simple confidence in his voice made my stomach tighten. You said it was before the corner. Yes, there's corner here. He pointed at the wall beyond 412, but there was no corner, just more hallway. A straight run of burgundy carpet, brass room numbers, and soft yellow sconces. Henrik walked ahead 3 steps, then stopped again. No, yesterday there is turn. Maybe farther down. He glanced back at me. I am not drunk. I didn't say you were. I had 1 beer. I believe you. He didn't smile. We continued. 411, 410, 409. The numbers were counting down, not arranged oddly, not skipping because of renovation, counting down in both directions somehow, after we had passed the point where they should have risen. Henrik saw me looking and made a small noise in his throat. This is service side, he asked, but he sounded like he was asking himself. A housekeeping cart appeared ahead of us. It stood parked crosswise against the wall, 1 wheel turned inward, shelves loaded with small shampoo bottles, folded bath mats, and clear plastic bags of laundry. Nobody was near it. One of the cart's trash bags hung open, giving off the sour smell of coffee grounds and wet paper towels. On the top shelf, a walkie-talkie crackled once and went quiet. I recognized the towels, or thought I did. Maybe all hotel towels looked the same. Marta, I called. My voice traveled ahead and flattened. No answer. Henrik moved to the cart and picked up the walkie-talkie. Hello. It hissed back at him. He pressed a button on the side. Hello, housekeeping. A burst of Czech came through, clipped and distorted, then vanished under static. Henrik held the radio away from his ear. Does that mean they heard you? I asked. I don't know. The lights flickered. Not off. Just a dip, a small brown sag in the corridor. The sconces dimmed, the brass numbers dulled, and for half a second the hotel seemed to inhale around us. Then the lights steadied. From somewhere far behind us, the elevator dinged. Henrik and I both turned. The far end of the hall looked the same as before, except I couldn't see the elevator alcove anymore. Maybe the corridor bent subtly. Maybe the cart blocked the view. Maybe the lighting made distance unreliable. There were explanations lined up like chairs in a waiting room, and none of them wanted to sit down. My phone buzzed again. Claire's message finally came through. Want me to come up? I'm in the bar with Nina. You sound like a man about to sleep in a stairwell. A second message followed. Room, I tried to answer. 417. Maybe, hold on. Failed. Battery 6%. Do you have signal? I asked Henrik. He pulled his phone from the waistband of his lounge pants, tapped the screen, frowned. No Wi-Fi, no mobile. That normal, in old hotel? Yes. In corridor. He looked at the ceiling, at the vents, at the small dome of a security camera tucked near a smoke detector. Maybe. The camera had a red light on it, steady, watching the hall. That should have reassured me. Cameras meant records. Records meant a desk clerk could check where we were and laugh at us later. I almost wanted that. I wanted to be two tired men in a badly signed corridor who would become a funny conference story over breakfast. Henrik pressed the walkie button again. Hello. We are on 4th floor near rooms 409, 410. We need direction. Static. Then Marta's voice, faint but recognizable. Not go, Henrik and I looked at each other. He pressed the button hard. Repeat, the radio clicked. A different voice cut in, male, fast, annoyed. Housekeeping channel. Who is this? Henrik opened his mouth. But before he answered, a door latch clicked behind us. We both turned. Room 409 opened a crack. A woman peered out through the gap, chain still on. She had dark hair tucked under a green silk scarf and one tired eye visible above the door edge. Her name was Elise Morrow, 29, female, French, a museum lighting designer from Lyon in Prague, to consult on an exhibition installation. She spoke softly, with precise English, and had the pale, pinched face of someone interrupted after trying very hard to fall asleep. Her room smelled faintly of lavender spray and instant noodles. Please, she said, are you staff? No, I said. Sorry, we're trying to find the elevators. Her eye moved from me to Henrik to the housekeeping cart. The chain rattled softly. You too? She asked. Henrik stiffened. What means two? Elise hesitated, then closed the door enough to remove the chain. When she opened it wider, she was wearing black leggings, a loose gray sweater, and one sock. She held a metal travel mug like a weapon she had chosen quickly and without much confidence. I went for ice, she said. 20 minutes ago, I came back, and my room was not where I left it. I glanced at the number on her door. You're in 409. No, her mouth tightened. I am in 427. Henrik swore in German under his breath. Elise looked embarrassed the instant she said it, as if she knew how it sounded. I know. I thought I was tired. I thought maybe another floor. But the elevator, where is it? Henrik asked. She pointed past the housekeeping cart. That way, or it was. I felt my pulse in the side of my neck. A service door stood beside the cart, painted the same cream color as the wall. I hadn't noticed it until then. It had no number, only a small sign showing stairs and a tiny running figure. Emergency exit. Real, practical, boring, a way out. I moved toward it before anyone discussed anything. The handle was cool under my palm. I pushed, locked. I pushed harder. Nothing. Emergency doors do not lock from inside, Henrik said. This one does. That is illegal. Still locked. Elise came up beside me and looked at the sign. Maybe alarmed. There's no alarm bar, I said. Just a handle. A keyhole. a scraped metal plate where many hands had missed in a hurry. Behind us, the walkie-talkie on the cart crackled again. This time, the male voice was clearer. "Fourth floor guests, stay where you are. Security is coming." Relief hit first, big and loose. Then the rest of the sentence settled into me. "Fourth floor guests," I said quietly. Henrik looked at the radio. Elise's fingers tightened around her mug. The voice had not asked where we were. From far down the corridor, past the cart, past the descending numbers and the dim sconces, something heavy rolled over a seam in the carpet. Bump, bump. A pause, bump, bump, like suitcase wheels or a cart, or someone moving slowly because they wanted us to hear them coming. Henrik reached for the radio. "Security from which side?" the radio hissed. No answer. The emergency door stayed, locked beneath my hand. At the far end of the hallway, the next brass plate caught the light. Then beyond it, 407. Counting down. Elise whispered, "We should not wait here." Henrik shook his head. "Security said stay." "Maybe security," she said. "Maybe not." I looked at my phone. 4%. One failed message to Claire sat gray on the screen, unsent and useless. The corridor gave another soft bump bump. Closer this time. We had two choices that both felt wrong. Stay by the cart and trust the voice on the radio, or move deeper into the numbered corridor to find another exit before my phone died, and before whatever was rolling toward us turned the corner we couldn't see. I put my thumb on my dead keycard sleeve, feeling the raised edge of the room number printed there. A room we still hadn't found. "Okay," I said, though my mouth had gone dry. "We decide now." And none of us moved for one full second, because the hotel around us still looked ordinary enough that making the first choice felt like admitting the ordinary part was over. We chose the voice on the radio, not because we trusted it. Not really. We chose it because standing still felt less stupid than walking toward a sound none of us could explain. That is how fear gets dressed up as good judgment. You call it patience. You call it caution. Security is coming. And try not to notice that your hand is still on a locked emergency door that should never be locked. Henrik kept the walkie-talkie in his hand, thumb hovering over the button. Elise stood close to the housekeeping cart with her travel mug clutched at chest height. I stayed beside the stair door, my suitcase upright against my knee, because some childish part of me believed that if I kept touching the exit, it would have to become an exit eventually. The corridor smelled stronger now. Wet towels, old coffee, a sharp chemical lemon from tiny bottles of floor cleaner stacked on the cart. Underneath, that was something metallic, not blood exactly, not anything that dramatic, more like hot dust from an overloaded heater. "Security is coming from where?" Elise asked. Her voice was low, but it traveled anyway. The hall had that hotel softness where every sound died too quickly, except the sounds you didn't want to hear. Henrik pressed the radio button. "Hello. We are waiting by the housekeeping cart near room 408. Which direction are you coming from?" Static answered. Then the male voice again, distorted by distance or bad equipment. "Stay in place. Do not use the service stair." I looked at my hand on the door handle. "How would he know?" Elise said. Henrik turned his head slowly toward the camera tucked near the smoke detector. Camera. The red light stayed steady. That should have made sense. It did make sense. Hotels had security cameras. Security could see us. Security could tell we were near the stair door. Security could warn us not to use it because maybe construction was happening behind it. Or maybe the alarm system was down. Or maybe the stairs didn't connect properly after the renovation Marta mentioned. But my phone buzzed again. One bar appeared, then vanished. Claire's earlier message sat at the bottom of the thread. Above it, my unsent reply still failed in gray. Battery 3%. I typed fast, making mistakes and not correcting them. 4th floor, something wrong with corridor. With Henrik and Elise. Tell desk. Find security. I hit send. The little wheel spun. Spun. Failed. Come on, I whispered. Who are you messaging? Elise asked. My coworker, Claire, she's downstairs. Call her. I have no signal. Try emergency, Henrik said. I stared at him. He shrugged tightly. If we are locked on floor, emergency. It sounded ridiculous until he said it. Then it sounded obvious. Locked exit. Disoriented guests. Possible staff confusion. A radio voice that knew where we were but would not answer a basic question. Maybe not life or death, not yet, but it was a hotel. There were rules for this kind of thing, procedures, people trained to respond. I dialed 112 because we were in Europe, and I had looked it up before the trip in one of my anxious little late-night spirals. The call screen opened, ringing. For one wild second, relief loosened my shoulders. Then the call dropped. No service. My phone went black. No, I said, too loud. No, no, no. I pressed the power button. The empty battery icon appeared, a thin red sliver at the bottom, then disappeared. Elise watched my face. Dead, dead. The shame of it hit me harder than it should have. I had known it was low. I had stood at the front desk with charging stations 10 feet away and thought, room first, charger later. That was my pattern. Delay the small practical thing because admitting urgency made me feel weak, then act surprised when the practical thing turned into a problem. I could see Claire's face if she had been there. Not judgmental, just that look she got when I made things harder by trying not to need help. Henrik lifted the radio again. Our phone is dead. We need staff now. The walkie clicked. A woman's voice, not Marta's, spoke fast in Czech. Henrik frowned. English, he said, please. English. Another click. 4th floor, listen carefully. It was the male voice again. He sounded closer this time, or clearer, which somehow made him less comforting. There is a maintenance issue. Please remain where you are. Do not proceed down the corridor. Do not open guest room doors. Security will escort you. What maintenance issue? Henrik asked. No reply. Elise said, ask his name. Henrik pressed the button. What is your name? Static. He tried again. Your name, please. Nothing. The heavy rolling sound came again. Bump, bump. Closer. Henrik lowered the radio. We all looked past the cart. The corridor ahead seemed to slope very slightly, though I knew it didn't. The patterned carpet and repeating door frames tricked the eye, pulling everything into a narrowing tunnel of brass numbers and yellow light. A housekeeping cart rolled into view, not moving by itself. Pushed. The man behind it wore a dark hotel jacket, but not the polished kind from the lobby. This one was loose at the shoulders and zipped halfway over a gray shirt. He was maybe in his 30s, white, with close-cropped hair and a pale, narrow face. A black radio clipped to his belt. His shoes made no sound on the carpet. Only the cartwheels did, catching on the seams. Bump, 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 bump. He stopped about 15 yards away. Nobody spoke. "Security," Henrik called. The man smiled, but it was a working smile, quick and shallow. "Yes, good evening. You are the guests from the radio." His English had an accent I couldn't place. Eastern European maybe, but that meant nothing in Prague. Half the hotel staff could have been from anywhere. He stepped around the cart. Elise moved half a step behind Henrik. The man noticed. "Please do not worry," he said. "We have small issue with fire door sensors. We need you to come this way." "This way where?" Henrik asked. "To service elevator." "Why not main elevator?" The man's smile stayed on. "Main elevator locked during reset." I looked back the way we had come, toward where the elevators should have been. From here, the hall extended behind us in a straight line. Room numbers 409, 410, 411. Then farther shapes I couldn't read. No alcove, no red floor indicator, no fake fig tree. My mouth went dry again. "What is your name?" Elise asked. The man turned his smile to her. "Pavel." Pavel, mid-30s, male, Czech or possibly Slovak, was dressed like hotel security or maintenance, though nothing on him showed a visible name tag. He had the careful, almost rehearsed calm of someone used to being obeyed in inconvenient situations. He kept his right hand close to his jacket pocket, and his eyes moved often, our faces, the radio in Henrik's hand, the locked stair door, the camera, my suitcase. Henrik said, "Show ID." Pavel's smile faltered. "Excuse me." Identification. "Badge, sir, this is hotel. You want badge?" "Yes." Pavel gave a small laugh. "You are nervous, understandable, but we need to move. Sensor problem may trigger fire shutters." That phrase changed the air. Fire shutters. I looked at the ceiling. The corridor had recessed metal tracks I hadn't noticed before, thin gray lines crossing at intervals. Old building, renovated systems. Fire doors could drop. Smoke partitions could seal. Maybe that was real. Maybe that was the maintenance issue. Maybe the whole weird room number mess was because we had wandered into some service bypass during a fire system reset. Elise had seen the tracks too. Can fire shutters close on people? Not if people follow instructions, Pavel said. Henrik's jaw tightened. "Show ID." Pavel looked at him for a long second. Then he reached into his jacket. Elise sucked in a breath. Pavel pulled out a plastic card on a lanyard. He held it up, but not close enough for us to read clearly. I caught the hotel logo maybe, a blurry photo. "A name that might have started with P. Good?" Pavel asked. "No," Henrik said. "Come closer." Pavel's expression changed by less than an inch. The smile thinned. "Sir," he said, "we do not have time." The lights dipped again. This time they stayed low for 2 full seconds. The sconces hummed like insects trapped in glass. Somewhere behind the walls, something mechanical thudded and began to vibrate. A fan, maybe. A motor. Air moved along the corridor, warm and dusty, carrying the smell of burnt hair from an overworked electrical fixture. The radio in Henrik's hand crackled. Marta's voice burst through, clearer than before. Do not go with. Static swallowed the rest. Pavel's eyes snapped to the radio. Henrik raised it. Marta, repeat. Pavel took 2 quick steps forward. Give me radio. Henrik backed up. That was the first unmistakable wrong thing. Not the numbers, not the locked door, not even the strange instruction from the radio. It was the speed of Pavel's movement, the way his face emptied of hotel politeness and became focused, physical, immediate. Give me radio, he said again. No, Henrik said. The corridor seemed to narrow around us. Elise whispered, Daniel. I didn't know what she wanted me to do. My own body had gone stupid. I was the man who fixed databases, who rehearsed restaurant orders before saying them, who hated confrontation so much I once paid for a gym membership 6 months after I stopped going, because canceling required a phone call. I could feel that old defect opening in me, the urge to let a more forceful person decide. Let Pavel take the radio. Let Henrik argue. Let someone else be wrong. Then Pavel looked at my suitcase. You, he said. You are room 417. I hated how quickly I answered. Yes. You left passport at desk, he said. For a moment, the world righted itself. My passport. Yes, we try to call room, no answer. Come, I bring you also. It was clever. Not genius, but clever enough, because he had hit the one thing that could cut through my fear. Passport. In a foreign country. Conference badge, return flight, identity. All of it reduced to a small blue book I had checked for every 20 minutes since leaving Ohio. I touched my back pocket. Empty, obviously. I never kept it there. My backpack. I had taken it off at check-in. I remembered sliding the passport across the marble desk. I remembered the young clerk scanning it. Had he given it back? I saw his hand return a key sleeve, a map, maybe the passport underneath. I had stuffed papers together while Claire texted me a picture of a beer. I started. Elise said sharply, No. Pavel looked at her. He would not know that, she said. Front desk tells me. How did front desk tell you if radios barely work? Pavel's face hardened. Henrik pressed the walkie button. Marta, if you hear, say the name of security man. Static. Pavel lunged. Henrik was taller, but Pavel was ready. He grabbed Henrik's wrist and twisted hard. The radio cracked against the cart. Henrik shouted, a raw sound of pain more than fear. Elise swung her travel mug. It hit Pavel's shoulder with a dull metal knock, splashing old tea across his jacket. Pavel shoved her, not dramatically, not like in movies, just one hard, efficient push with both hands. Elise stumbled backward into the housekeeping cart. Plastic shampoo bottles rattled down like dice. Her hip struck the corner, and she folded sideways, breath punched out of her. I moved then. Late. Too late maybe. But I moved. I grabbed my suitcase by the handle and yanked it between Pavel and Henrik. Pavel's shin hit the hard plastic shell. He swore and staggered. Henrik pulled free, clutching his wrist. The walkie-talkie lay on the carpet near my shoe. I bent for it. Pavel did too. For half a second our hands were inches apart. I saw the details of him then. A shallow cut near his eyebrow, sweat gathered in the crease above his lip, pupils wide, breath smelling faintly of cigarettes and peppermint gum. I got the radio first. Pavel got my sleeve. Fabric tore at the shoulder. I jerked back and slammed into the locked stair door. Pain flashed through my spine. Henrik hit Pavel from the side. They both crashed into the cart. Towels spilled. The cart rolled backward and struck the wall hard enough to leave a black rubber mark. Pavel stayed on his feet. Henrik didn't. He went down on one knee, face gray, one arm held tight against his chest. "Run," Elise gasped. "Where?" I said. She pointed past Pavel, deeper into the corridor, toward 407, 406, 405. Pavel stood between us and the way we had come. The locked stair door was behind me. The service door didn't budge. My phone was dead. Henrik's wrist might have been broken. Elise was doubled over, one hand on her ribs, and somewhere overhead, the mechanical vibration grew louder. A bell sounded once, not a fire alarm, lower, a single warning tone from inside the ceiling. Pavel heard it too, his head tilted up. Then he looked past us toward the emergency door and smiled without any warmth at all. "You waited too long," he said. A metal shutter slammed down somewhere behind the wall. The sound was enormous in the corridor. A guillotine noise, steel on steel. It came from the direction where the elevator should have been, followed by a second crash farther away, then a third. The floor trembled under my shoes. Elise screamed once, short and furious. The lights flickered from yellow to red emergency glow. A recorded voice began speaking from ceiling speakers, first in Czech, then in English. "Attention. Fire safety compartmentalization in progress. Please proceed to the nearest marked exit." The nearest marked exit was the locked door at my back. The handle still would not move. Henrik pushed himself up, breathing through his teeth. "Break it." "With what?" I said. He looked at the housekeeping cart. Pavel moved again. This time, I did not wait for someone else to decide. I threw the radio at his face. It hit his cheekbone with a plastic crack, not enough to stop him, but enough to make him flinch. Elise grabbed a fallen bottle of shampoo and hurled it at him, then another. Henrik kicked the cart sideways with his good leg. It rolled into Pavel's path, wobbling badly, and he had to shove it away. "Go," Henrik said. We ran deeper. My suitcase stayed behind. So did the dead phone inside my jacket pocket, useless weight against my ribs. My shoulder burned where Pavel had torn my sleeve. Elise limped, but kept moving. Henrik's right hand hung wrong, fingers curled and trembling. The numbers passed in reverse. The red emergency lights made the brass plates look wet. Behind us, Pavel shouted something into his own radio. Not English, not meant for us. Then came the rolling cart sound again. Bump, bump, faster now. At 404, the corridor finally turned. Henrik almost cried out when he saw it. There was the corner. But the corner was not relief. It opened onto a narrower service passage with lower ceilings and bare cream walls. The carpet ended at a metal threshold. Beyond it, the floor was gray linoleum streaked with mop water. Pipes ran exposed along one wall, sweating in the warm air. A fluorescent tube buzzed overhead. A sign pointed left. STARS/service elevator below it. Someone had taped a printed notice in Czech and English. Temporary access staff. Only door LOCKS automatically during fire reset. Elise read it out loud, breathless. "Fire reset," she said. He knew. Henrik leaned against the wall, sweating hard. This is procedure failure. Hotel does reset with guests inside. Or someone used it, I said. Neither of them answered. From behind us, Pavel's cart struck the corner with a crash. We ran left. The passage ended after maybe 30 feet at 2 doors. One had a stair symbol. The other was marked service lift, authorized key required. Above both doors, a digital panel flashed amber. System reset. 0458, then 0457. A countdown. Elise saw it and made a small, strained sound. What happens at 0? Henrik grabbed the stair door handle with his good hand and pulled. Locked. I tried the service lift button. Nothing. Pavel's footsteps entered the passage behind us. Slower now. He knew we had nowhere to go. The panel ticked down. 0451. We had less than 5 minutes before some part of the hotel's fire safety system finished sealing, unlocking, resetting, or trapping us in whatever procedural mess had been built into this 4th floor renovation. I didn't know which. That was the worst part. The danger had a timer, but not a shape. Elise looked at the service lift, then at Henrik's swollen wrist, then at me. Daniel, she said, your key card. I fumbled for the sleeve with shaking hands. The card was still there. Room 417. Plastic, thin, ordinary, maybe useless, maybe not. Pavel stepped into view at the far end of the passage, one hand pressed to his cheek where the radio had hit him. In his other hand, he held something small and black, not a gun, a key fob. He lifted it. The service lift panel beeped. Behind us, the lift mechanism woke with a low grinding hum. Pavel smiled. The countdown showed 0433, and the doors began to open. The service lift opened with a scrape that went straight into my teeth. Not a clean hotel elevator sound. Not the soft parting of polished doors. These doors fought the frame, shuttering apart in 2 narrow panels, while the mechanism above us chewed through old grease. The amber countdown over the stair door kept dropping. 0421. 0420. Pavel stood at the far end of the service passage, 30 feet away, his key fob still raised, his cheek swelling where the radio had hit him. Behind him was the turn back into the numbered guest corridor, 404, 405, 406, all the way toward the locked exit and the shuttered route to the elevators. In front of us were 2 choices: the locked stair door on the right, the service lift on the left, now opening because Pavel had made it open. That was the map. Simple, terrible. Inside, Henrik said. No, Elise snapped. He opened it. We cannot go back. Pavel took 1 step toward us, not running. He didn't have to. His expression said he knew the building better than we did, knew the timing, knew what a person would do when trapped between a locked door and a man with access. I slapped Daniel Mercer's stupid little key card against the reader beside the stair door. Red light. I tried again. Red. The card sleeve slipped in my sweaty fingers. Room 417. The number stared up at me like a joke. Daniel, Elise said. Move. Pavel was halfway down the passage now. Henrik grabbed the service lift door with his good hand and wedged his shoe into the gap. We take it down. To where? Elise asked. Down is better than here. I looked into the lift. It was smaller than a guest elevator, with metal walls scuffed by carts and laundry bins. A folded moving blanket lay in one corner. The buttons inside were labeled B0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and S basement. Lobby maybe. Service level. Real places. Useful places. The countdown showed 0358. Pavel said, "Do not enter that lift." His tone was different now. Less false calm, more command. That made the decision for us. We shoved inside. Henrik went first, then Elise, then me. The lift smelled of rubber wheels, detergent, and old onions from room service trays. I hit 0. Elise hit B at the same time. "Lobby," I said. "Basement might have exit," she said. The doors began to close. Pavel ran. He got one hand between the panels and forced them apart with a grunt. Henrik kicked at his fingers. Pavel jerked back, swearing, but not before he threw something into the lift. It hit the floor and skittered against my shoe. A black plastic doorstop. The doors bounced open again. "No," Elise said, and dropped to grab it. Pavel lunged with his arm through the gap, reaching for her hair, her sweater, anything. I stepped on the doorstop first, hard, trapping it under my heel. Elise yanked it free and flung it into the corner. Henrik hit the close door button with the heel of his palm again and again. The lift complained. Pavel wedged his shoulder in. For 1 second, we were close enough to smell him. Cigarettes, peppermint, sweat gone sour under a jacket that did not quite fit. Then Henrik drove his injured arm into Pavel's face. He screamed as he did it. Pavel screamed too. The doors slammed shut between them. The lift dropped, not smoothly. It lurched hard enough that Elise fell into me, and I cracked my shoulder against the wall. Henrik bent over his wrist, making a sound he was trying to swallow. The old motor whined overhead. The floor indicator blinked from 4 to 3. "Are you okay?" I asked Henrik. "No," he said through his teeth. "Obviously no. Let me see. No." Elise was pressed against the opposite wall, breathing in short, shallow pulls. Her scarf had slipped loose, and one side of her face was bright with panic sweat. He was not trying to help us. "No," I said. "Then who is he?" The lift slowed. The floor indicator flickered, 3. Then it jumped back to 4. The lift stopped. All 3 of us looked at the panel. "No," Henrik said. The doors opened. We were not in the passage where we had started. Not exactly. The lift opened onto another service corridor at right angles to the first. Same gray linoleum. Same exposed pipes. But this one had a stack of banquet chairs against the left wall and a linen cage on the right, locked with a chain. A sign above us read, "Level 4 South Service" behind us. Inside the lift, the buttons went dark. Attempt 1 had gotten us away from Pavel by maybe 40 feet and returned us to the same floor. Partial success. New fact. The service lift was under some reset override, or Pavel had called it back, or the hotel's controls were rerouting everything on the 4th floor. Either way, it had not taken us down. Elise stepped out first because the lift felt suddenly like a trap waiting to close its mouth. "South Service," she said, "so there are multiple service corridors." Henrik leaned against the door frame. "Good. We find another stair." The geography took shape as we moved. The first service passage, behind us somewhere to the north, connected to the guest corridor near room 404. This new south service corridor ran parallel to another stretch of rooms. On our right, linen cage pipes, a narrow staff toilet with its door propped open. On our left, banquet chairs, a rolling rack of black tablecloths, then a bend. Straight ahead, the corridor ended at a heavy gray door with a small wired glass window. A printed sign on that door read, Guest Corridor 431-460. My stomach tightened. We need lower numbers, Elise said. We need any numbers that lead to elevators, I said. Henrik gave a humorless laugh. Numbers are not trustworthy. No one argued. We moved toward the gray door. My shoulder throbbed where Pavel had grabbed me, and my throat tasted like metal from breathing too fast. Behind us, the service lift doors closed by themselves. The sound made all three of us flinch. At the gray door, Henrik peered through the glass. Clear, he pushed it open. A rush of cooler air met us. Guest corridor again. Different carpet this time, blue with beige squares, newer than the burgundy hall. Better lighting, more modern sconces. We emerged near room 442. For a moment, it was almost funny. We had wanted 417. Now we were in the 440s. I can knock, Elise said. Ask someone to call the front desk. That was our second attempt. Use a normal guest. Use the normal world. A person with a charged phone, a room landline, a door chain. A way to make this someone else's problem. We chose 442 because light showed under the door. Elise knocked, gentle at first. Nothing. She knocked harder. Hello, sorry, we need help. A television murmured inside, then footsteps. A man's voice called, yes. Please call reception, Elise said. We are trapped in service corridor. There's a man following us. We need security, real security. The door did not open. The voice said, what? I stepped closer. Please, call the front desk. Tell them there are 3 guests on 4th floor near room 442. We need police or hotel manager. A pause. Then the door cracked open with the chain on. A young man peered out, early 20s, male, American by his accent, wearing a Prague souvenir t-shirt and the wary expression of someone deciding whether this was a scam. His name was Owen Briggs, 22, from Seattle, a backpacker sharing the room with friends who were apparently out drinking. He had a charging cable in one hand and a phone in the other. What's going on? He asked. We need you to call reception, I said. Why don't you call? My phone died. My signal's bad too, he said, but the room phone works. Behind us, far down the blue corridor, a door opened and shut. Not near, not yet. Owen looked past us. Is this like a prank? No, Elise said too sharply. Call. He flinched at her tone. Please, she added, softer, ashamed of the snap. Owen closed the door, chain rattling. For 3 seconds, I thought he was leaving us there. Then we heard him talking inside. Hi, front desk. Yeah, I have people outside my room saying they're stuck or something. 4th floor, room 442. He went quiet. The corridor's air conditioning hummed overhead. Henrik slid down the wall until he was half sitting, half standing, his injured wrist cradled against his stomach. It had begun to swell visibly now, the skin tight and shiny under his watchband. Owen spoke again inside the room. No, I don't know them. One guy, one woman, one other guy. They said someone's following them. A longer pause. Then his tone changed. What? No, I didn't let them in. Elise and I exchanged a look. Owen opened the door a crack again, chain still in place. They say stay where you are. Security is already handling it. Who did you speak to? I asked. Front desk. Man or woman? I don't know, man. Henrik pushed himself up. Ask his name. Owen frowned. Why? Ask. Owen sighed, disappeared again, and spoke into the phone. Sorry, what's your name? Pause. He looked back at us through the crack. He hung up. Then, from inside Owen's room, a second sound started. The fire alarm, not the full building siren from the corridor speakers. A shrill, private electronic chirping from the room's smoke detector. Owen looked up. What the hell? Smoke curled under the top edge of his door. Elise said, open it. Owen's face changed from suspicion to real fear. He fumbled with the chain. When he opened the door wider, gray smoke rolled over his shoulder. For one terrifying second, I thought the room was on fire. Then we saw the cause. A towel had been shoved over the bathroom light fixture and was smoldering, not flaming, but enough to fill the room with smoke. The bathroom door stood open. A chair had been dragged beneath the detector. Owen coughed, grabbed the towel with another towel, and threw it into the sink. Did you do that? Elise demanded. No, Owen shouted. I was right here. I was on the phone, misdirection. It felt like some unseen thing had reached into the room while we stood outside. But then I noticed the connecting door. On the far wall of Owen's room, partly hidden behind a suitcase, a second door stood open 3 inches. A connecting room. Someone had entered from the room next door, shoved the towel over the light, and slipped back out. Human, fast, planned, more frightening because it was possible. Get out, Henrik said to Owen. Now. Owen grabbed his phone and passport pouch from the bed. Smoke made him cough hard enough to bend over. Elise pulled him into the corridor by the shirt. Inside the room, the landline rang. Once, twice. Nobody moved. Owen stared at it. Should I answer? No, I said. The ringing stopped. Then the corridor speakers clicked on. Attention, the recorded voice said. Fire safety compartmentalization in progress. Please proceed to the nearest marked exit. The blue corridor lights shifted red. At the far end, a steel shutter began to descend. Slow at first, then faster. Owen said, What is happening? Which way to elevators? I asked him. He pointed toward the descending shutter. That way, of course. We ran the other way. Attempt 2 had worked enough to get a phone call placed and reveal that someone was answering the front desk line with instructions that benefited Pavel or whoever was controlling this. It also revealed the connecting rooms could be used to move unseen. But now we had an extra person, smoke behind us, and another fire shutter sealing the normal route. The blue corridor ran east-west. Behind us, west, the shutter dropped toward the elevators and Owen's smoking room. Ahead, east, the numbers increased. 444, 446, 448. At the far end was a green exit sign pointing right. We followed it. Owen stumbled beside me, barefoot, phone clutched in his hand. I have 1 bar. I have 1 bar. Call police, Elise said. I am, he dialed. The call spun. Connected. Emergency, a woman's voice said faintly. Owen almost sobbed. "Hello, we're at Bohemia Grand Hotel, 4th floor. There's," the call crackled. "Hello, location. Bohemia Grand, Prague, 4th floor." A metallic crash behind us cut him off. The shutter hit the floor, sealing the corridor west. Owen's phone lost signal. The screen returned to keypad. "No," he said. "No, it connected." "It got enough," I said, though I didn't know if that was true. "They heard the hotel name." "Did they?" I didn't answer. We turned right under the exit sign and entered another guest corridor, this one narrow and older again. The carpet returned to burgundy. The numbers changed, counting down. Henrik stopped so abruptly Elise bumped into him. "What?" she said. He pointed. At the far end of this corridor, maybe 20 yards away, stood Marta. For one heartbeat, relief almost knocked me loose at the knees. She was beside a housekeeping closet, one hand braced on the frame, her navy uniform rumpled. Her gray hair had come partly undone. She was looking directly at us. "Marta," I shouted. She lifted one finger to her lips. Then she pointed left. A door beside her stood open. Not a guest room, a staff pantry maybe. She beckoned once, quick and urgent. We moved toward her. Halfway there, Henrik whispered, "Stop." But Elise had already stopped. Marta wasn't looking at us anymore. She was looking past us. I turned. At the corner behind us, Pavel appeared, not rushing, breathing hard, face bruised. He had lost the hotel jacket somewhere underneath. His gray shirt was dark with sweat. In his hand now was not a key fob. It was a utility knife. Small, retractable. The kind used to cut packing tape and carpet squares. Owen made a strangled sound. Marta shouted something in Czech and waved us harder toward the open staff pantry. We ran. Pavel ran too. The pantry door opened into a small rectangular room with metal shelves on both sides and no windows. Bottled water, toilet paper, vacuum bags, spare bulbs, a mop sink at the back. Marta shoved Elise in first, then Owen, then Henrik. I was last. Pavel caught up as I reached the doorway. Marta stepped between us. She slapped him. Not hard enough to drop him, hard enough to shock him. "Pavel Dust," she yelled. So his name was Pavel, not invented then, or at least known to her. He shouted back at her, face twisted with anger and something like panic. I caught none of the check except my own room number when he said it. 417. Marta grabbed my arm and pulled me into the pantry. Pavel shoved the door. Marta shoved it closed. There was no lock. Henrik threw his shoulder against it, then screamed because he used the wrong arm. I joined him. Elise jammed the mop handle under the door pull. Owen, shaking badly, pushed a shelf until boxes of soap shifted and toppled. Pavel hit the door once, then again. The mop handle bent. Marta turned to me, breathing hard. "Why you come here? You told us." "No, why you on this floor?" "My room is 417. Her expression changed. Not fear exactly, recognition. A weary, horrified recognition. "There is no guest in 417 tonight," she said. I pulled out the key sleeve with shaking hands. "They gave me this." Marta snatched it, read it, and cursed softly. Behind us, Pavel hit the door again. The metal shelves rattled. A box of tiny soap bars fell and burst open across the floor. Marta looked at Henrik's wrist, Elise's ribs, Owen's smoke-reddened eyes, then back at me. Listen, she said. The 4th floor old wing has maintenance void. Long corridor behind rooms. During renovation, contractor make temporary doors, temporary numbers, bad access control. Fire reset should close old wings so no guests enter. Tonight front desk system assign wrong rooms. I report. They say wait. Pavel is staff, Elise asked. Was, Marta swallowed. Night maintenance. Fired last month. Owen whispered. Why is he here? Marta looked at the door as Pavel slammed into it again. Because old Master Fob still works in service zones. That tightened everything around us. Fired maintenance worker with access. A broken room assignment system. A fire reset ceiling corridors. Locked emergency doors. Not ghosts. Not impossible hallways. A building with bad renovation logic, bad procedures, and one angry man who knew how to use both. Police, I asked. I call, Marta said. Front desk line compromised. Pavel route calls through office phone when reset starts. I go to find you. Why us? Henrik asked. Marta hesitated. Another hit. The mop handle cracked. Marta's eyes went to my key sleeve. Because 417 is not room, she said. It is access door. The pantry went very still except for our breathing. What access? I asked. Before she could answer, Pavel stopped hitting the door. Silence landed wrong. Then a scraping sound came from the ceiling. Owen looked up first. A square access panel above the back shelf shifted. Elise whispered, no. A hand appeared at the edge of the panel, not Pavel's. Smaller, gloved. Marta grabbed a broom and swung upward, knocking the hand away. A man cursed above us, muffled by ceiling tile and ductwork. There were 2 of them. That was the moment the trap tightened past anything we could explain away as one rogue employee. Marta backed toward the pantry door. We cannot stay. Pavel is outside, Henrik said. Other is above. The access panel shifted again. Dust sprinkled down onto the toilet paper stacks. Marta yanked the mop handle free from the door. When I open, run right, not left. Right takes old corridor. Door 417. You use card, understand? You just said 417 isn't a room, I said. It opens maintenance void to fire stair C if card works. If the ceiling panel lifted higher. A gloved forearm reached through. Owen started crying quietly, trying to breathe through it. Pavel's shadow moved under the pantry door. Marta gripped the handle. Everything in me wanted to refuse. To say no, we wait. Police are coming. Someone heard Owen's call. Someone downstairs must notice smoke, alarms, missing guests, Marta gone from her cart. But waiting had become the most dangerous thing we could do. Every normal system had been turned into a wall. Marta opened the door. Pavel stood there with the utility knife low at his side. Henrik threw the first thing he could grab, a box of soap bars. It burst against Pavel's chest. Elise followed with bottled water. I grabbed Owen by the back of his shirt and shoved him through the gap. We ran right. The corridor ahead counted down fast. Pavel shouted behind us. The second man dropped from the pantry ceiling with a crash of shelves and a heavy grunt. Marta screamed something at him. I didn't look back, and that failure would stay with me later. We sprinted under red lights, slipping on carpet seams, bodies battered and clumsy. Henrik lagged, face waxy. Elise dragged him by the good sleeve. Owen's bare feet slapped the carpet. At the end of the corridor was a blank wall. My heart seemed to stop. Then I saw it. A brass plate set lower than the others, half hidden by a shadowed recess. Not on a normal guest door. On a narrow service door painted to match the wall, with a black card reader beside it. Behind us, Pavel rounded the corner. Marta was not with him. The second man was, both running. I slapped my keycard against the reader. "Red, again," Elise shouted. I tried again. "Red." Pavel was 10 yards away. Henrik shoved me aside, took the card, wiped it on his shirt, and pressed it flat to the reader. "Green." The lock clicked. We fell through the door into darkness. Owen came last. Pavel's hand caught his shoulder. Elise grabbed Owen's wrist. I grabbed Elise. Henrik, with a sound like something tearing in him, kicked the door from inside. Owen ripped free, leaving his t-shirt torn in Pavel's hand. The door slammed shut. On our side, an automatic bolt engaged with a heavy, final clunk. For 1 second, we were safe. Then the red emergency light above the door blinked twice. A motor started inside the wall. The door we had come through sealed with a descending metal plate, covering the handle, the reader, and the only way back. Point of no return. Ahead of us, in the dark maintenance void behind room 417, a narrow passage sloped downward toward a cold concrete stairwell marked C behind us. Pavel hit the sealed door once, then stopped. And from somewhere below, in the stairwell, we now had no choice but to enter. A phone began to ring. The phone kept ringing below us. Not a mobile ringtone, not one of those cheerful little songs people choose for themselves. This was an old landline sound, hard and metallic, 2 sharp bells and a pause. It came up the concrete stairwell in regular bursts, bouncing off painted cinder block and exposed conduit. Ring, ring. Pause. Ring, ring. Behind us, the sealed door marked 417 shuddered once from a hit on the other side. Owen made a soft, choking sound. "They're coming through." "They can't," Henrik said, but he didn't sound certain. The red emergency light above the sealed plate painted everyone in bad colors. Henrik's face looked gray, his swollen wrist tucked against his chest like a dead bird. Elise stood with one hand pressed to her ribs, breathing through her nose, hard. Owen's torn t-shirt hung off one shoulder. His bare feet were already blackened from the service floor. Marta wasn't with us. That fact sat in the dark like another person. The maintenance void behind 417 was not a room. It was a narrow crawl of usable space left between the old guest corridor and the newer service wall, wide enough for a person to walk sideways in some places, not in others. Pipes ran overhead. Bundles of cable were strapped along the right wall. The air smelled of concrete dust, hot wiring, and something damp that had been sealed away too long. Ahead, the passage sloped down toward a fire door with a small green sign. Stair C below that, somebody had taped a laminated sheet. For staff evacuation only during reset ring ring. The phone below. Elise looked at me. That could be police. Or Pavel, Owen whispered. Pavel is behind us, I said. Henrik leaned his shoulder against the concrete wall and closed his eyes for half a second. Phones in stairwells connect to security desk. Emergency, intercom maybe. Then we answer it, Elise said. No one moved, because answering meant descending. Descending meant committing to stair C, away from the only door we knew, even if that door was sealed now. My body wanted to stay close to it anyway. That old stupid instinct. Stay near where you came in, as though the past might reopen if you waited politely. The sealed door banged again. This time there was a buzzing sound afterward, like a power tool starting and failing. Henrik opened his eyes. They have tools. That settled it. We went down. Stair C was cold compared with the corridors, the kind of cold that lives in concrete and doesn't care what season it is outside. The steps were narrow and painted dark gray, with yellow anti-slip strips peeling at the edges. A metal handrail ran along the inside wall. The stairs turned every half flight around a tight square shaft where utility pipes vanished downward. I went first because I had the key card, though I had no idea what good that made me. Elise followed, one hand on the rail, the other still on her ribs. Owen came after her, trying to step lightly because of his bare feet. Henrik came last, breathing in controlled bursts, forcing himself not to groan. Above us, behind the sealed 417 door, the buzzing started again. Ring, ring. The phone was one landing below. We reached it between the 4th and 3rd floors. It was mounted in a red metal box behind a cracked plastic cover. The label read, "Fire Warden Phone Lift to answer the receiver jumped slightly with each ring." I lifted it. Hello, static. Then a woman's voice came through, distant and clipped. Emergency operator. Identify your location. My knees almost gave. Bohemia Grand Hotel, I said. 4th floor no, stair C, between 4th and 3rd. There are guests trapped. A man named Pavel is chasing us. He has access to service doors. There's another man with him. Fire shutters are down. We need police and fire. The operator spoke slowly, carefully. Stay on the line. Are you injured? Yes, I said. One broken wrist maybe. One rib injury. Smoke exposure. We're trapped in stairwell C. Owen grabbed my sleeve. Tell them Owen called. Tell them they heard me. Owen Briggs called before. From room 442. I have that, the operator said. Units are being dispatched. Hotel staff are reporting a false alarm and system reset. Do not return to the 4th floor. A sound came from above. Not a bang, a click, then another. Elise looked up the stairwell. Daniel, the operator was still talking. Can you proceed down to ground level? I looked at the landing below. The stairwell continued downward, but at the 3rd floor, landing a steel fire door had a red light above it, and a sign reading no exit during reset. Below that, the stair flight was blocked by a metal gate that had dropped across the stairs like a security grill. We can't, I said. There's a gate below. Henrik came down 2 steps and stared. Compartment gate, fire control. Can you open it? I asked. With what hand? The click above came again. Then a scraping sound. Pavel wasn't cutting through the sealed metal plate. He was using another access route. The second man had come through the pantry ceiling. The service spaces connected. Of course they did. That was the whole point of them. Elise stepped close to the red phone box. Ask how to release the gate. I repeated it. The operator said, there should be a manual override key box near the landing. Fire service access only. We looked. On the wall beside the dropped gate was a small glass fronted box with a red handle behind it. Emergency release break glass there, Owen said. Break it, I told him. With what? Elise held up her metal travel mug. She still had it. Dent on one side, tea stains down the handle. An ordinary thing that had somehow followed us through all of this. Move, she said. She swung it into the glass. The first hit cracked it. The second broke it inward with a bright, nasty pop. Glass scattered onto the landing. Owen jumped back too late. A shard sliced the side of his bare foot. He cursed and slapped a hand over it. Sorry, Elise said. Open it, Henrik said. I reached through the broken glass and pulled the red handle. Nothing happened. I pulled harder. A panel above the gate flashed. Local override disabled during reset. No, I said. Elise read it and made a sound that was half laugh, half despair. Then why put a handle? For firefighters with master control, Henrik said. His voice was thin. Above us, a door opened. Not the 417 door. Higher, hidden somewhere in the maintenance void. Footsteps entered the stairwell. Slow, careful. Pavel's voice drifted down. Daniel. Owen began to cry again, silently this time. I put the receiver back to my ear. There in the stairwell, there above us. The operator said something about staying calm and finding a defensible location. It sounded both professional and absurd. Defensible location. We had a landing, a broken glass box, a disabled gate, and 4 damaged people. Henrik pointed to the 3rd floor fire door beside the gate. Try your card. I took out the room 417 keycard. My hand shook so badly I missed the reader the first time. Red, Pavel's shoes appeared on the flight above. Black work shoes. Carpet dust on the toes. Red, Daniel, Pavel called, almost gently. Open the gate. Only need the card. That landed wrong. Only need the card, not us, not anymore. The 3rd scan went green. The 3rd floor door unlocked. Inside, I said. Elise pulled Owen. Henrik backed in after them. I held the phone receiver stretched as far as the cord allowed. We're entering 3rd floor from stair C, I told the operator. Stay on the line if possible. The cord would not reach. I had to let go. For a second, I hated myself for it, as if hanging up was abandoning rescue itself. Then Pavel came around the corner above, utility knife in one hand, key fob in the other. I dropped the receiver and slammed the 3rd floor door behind us. The latch clicked. We were on the 3rd floor now. A normal hallway. 2 normal, blue-gray carpet, white walls, framed prints of Prague bridges. Ice machine alcove to the left. Guest rooms on both sides. The sign beside us said rooms 301-328 with an arrow pointing right. At the far end, an exit sign pointed left toward main elevators. For one beautiful second, the hotel made sense again. Then the door behind us beeped. Pavel had a fob. Run, Henrik said. We ran toward the elevators. This corridor was occupied. That changed everything and nothing. Behind one door, someone laughed at a video. Behind another, a shower ran. A room service tray sat on the floor with a half-eaten club sandwich and a small glass bottle of ketchup. The world was still happening on the other side of thin doors. People were scrolling, showering, changing clothes for dinner, all while we stumbled through red-eyed and limping like a disaster nobody had been notified about. Elise pounded on doors as we passed. "Help, call police." Owen shouted. "Fire, call police." A door opened at 316. A woman in a robe stared at us. Pavel burst through the stair door behind us. The woman screamed and slammed herself back inside. That scream helped, not because it saved us, but because now somebody else had seen him. The elevator alcove appeared ahead. 2 guest elevators, a fake plant, a mirror, a sign for the lobby bar, normal, real. I hit the down button. Nothing. A small screen read, "Elevators temporarily recalled Henrik swore." Pavel was half the corridor away, moving faster now. The second man came behind him, broader, heavier, wearing black gloves and a hotel maintenance polo turned inside out. He had a red mark across his forehead, where he must have hit something climbing down from the pantry ceiling. Elise looked left. A door marked ice/vending. "Inside," she said. "Trap," Henrik said. "Better than open hall." We piled into the alcove. It was small, maybe 8 feet by 10, with an ice machine humming on one wall and a vending machine glowing on the other. A trash can sat in the corner. No back exit. Henrik grabbed the door and tried to close it, but it had no lock. "We need a wedge," Elise said. Owen, bleeding from his foot, grabbed the trash can and jammed it under the handle. Henrik shoved his shoulder into the door. I looked around for anything useful. Vending machine. Ice scoop chained to the machine. Metal grate beneath it. Fire extinguisher mounted behind glass. Another glass box. "Move," I said. I took Elise's mug and smashed the extinguisher glass. My hand caught a shard, not deep, but enough that blood ran hot into my palm. I barely felt it. Pulled the extinguisher free. Pavel hit the door. The trash can buckled. Henrik shouted from the force of it. "Open," Pavel said through the door. "Last chance." "Go to hell," Owen yelled, his voice cracking. The second man kicked the door near the handle. Once, twice. The gap widened. I pulled the pin from the extinguisher. I had never used one in my life, except in a workplace training video where everyone laughed because the cone blew sideways in the parking lot. I remembered one acronym. Pass. Pull. Aim, squeeze, sweep. Strange what the mind keeps. The door burst inward. Pavel came first. I aimed at his face and squeezed. White powder exploded out with a violent hiss. It filled the alcove instantly, burning my eyes and mouth. Pavel shouted and stumbled back, hands up. The second man cursed behind him. I kept squeezing until the extinguisher coughed empty. "Now," Elise shouted. Henrik shoved the door with his shoulder. Pavel fell backward into the second man. Both hit the corridor wall. We ran over them, not cleanly. Owen slipped on powder and went down hard, his bleeding foot leaving a red smear on the carpet. Elise grabbed him under one arm. I grabbed the other. Henrik kicked Pavel's knife hand as he passed. The utility knife skidded under the room's service tray near 312. Pavel reached for my ankle. I stomped down without thinking. My heel hit his wrist. He let go. I still feel that in dreams sometimes. The small bones under my shoe. The sound he made. We didn't go to the elevators. We went past them, following the green exit sign toward the main stair. This stair door opened. No reader, no fob, just a push bar. We crashed into the main stairwell. Warmer air, wider steps, painted walls with hotel evacuation maps at each landing. Voices below, real voices. A child crying. Someone asking what was going on. An alarm pulsed faintly through the walls. We were almost out. Then Henrik fell. He missed one step between the third and second floors, probably because he was dizzy from pain, probably because he had been holding himself together with stubbornness and nothing else. His foot went sideways. He grabbed the rail with his bad hand by instinct. He screamed. His body turned and slammed into the wall. He didn't tumble, thank God, but he dropped to the landing on his knees, shaking. "Go," he gasped. "Go." "No," Elise said. Pavel hit the stair door above. It opened. He appeared through the powder haze, coughing, face white, eyes red and furious. The second man was behind him, but slower, bent over, blinded worse. The main stairwell changed shape in my mind. Down meant lobby. Up meant Pavel. The second floor landing sat between, with Henrik on the ground and Elise trying to lift him. Owen was leaning on the rail, blood dripping from his foot onto the concrete. There was no clean escape, so we made a dirty one. I grabbed the evacuation map from the wall. It was in a metal frame with a thin plastic front. I tore it down and shoved it into Owen's hands. "Go down," I told him. "Find people, police, firefighters, anyone. Tell them stair C, Pavel, 4th floor, reset, Marta." "I can't leave, go," he went, limping, crying, half falling down the stairs, but moving. Pavel came down toward us. Elise stepped between him and Henrik, holding the dented travel mug again. Tiny, absurd weapon. Pavel raised the key fob hand, then stopped. He seemed to realize it was useless here. No readers, no hidden doors, just stairs and people starting to shout below. That made him more dangerous. He lunged for Elise. I hit him from the side with the empty extinguisher, not like a hero, like a terrified man swinging too late. The metal cylinder struck his shoulder, not his head. He staggered into the rail, but stayed upright. Pain shot through my cut hand. Elise swung the mug into his face. This time, it hit his nose. Blood spilled over his mouth. Henrik, still on his knees, reached out with his good hand and grabbed Pavel's ankle. Pavel kicked him in the ribs. Henrik folded with a sound I never want to hear again. I swung the extinguisher again. Pavel ducked. The cylinder hit the rail and rang loud enough to hurt. Then the second man grabbed me from behind. His gloved arm went around my throat. He smelled like dust and extinguisher powder. My feet scrabbled on the landing. The extinguisher slipped from my hand and clanged down the stairs. Elise screamed my name. I couldn't breathe, not dramatically, not in a cinematic way, just a sudden hard absence. My body went animal, hands clawing, heel kicking backward, nothing landing well. The second man dragged me toward the 3rd floor door. Pavel spat blood and pointed at my jacket. Card, the key card, still in my pocket. That was all this had become. Access. A card issued by mistake to a door that should not have been given to a guest. A small procedural failure turned into leverage for 2 men who knew the building's broken spaces. I grabbed the keycard through the fabric. For 1 second, I nearly handed it over. Not because I wanted to, because my body wanted air more than pride, more than strategy, more than anything. Then I saw Henrik's watch. His injured wrist was swollen around it, the metal band cutting into the skin. Earlier, he had refused to let me look. Now it gleamed at floor level, one hand from my shoe. I dropped my weight. The second man lost balance. We both crashed down. His grip loosened for half a second. I sucked air, reached, and tore Henrik's watch from his wrist. Henrik shouted. "Sorry," I rasped. I slammed the metal watch face into the second man's hand. Once, twice, he let go. Elise grabbed the keycard from my pocket. For a second, I thought she meant to hide it. Instead, she snapped it in half, then in quarters. The plastic cracked sharply in the stairwell. Pavel saw. His face changed. Not anger, panic. "No," he said. Elise threw the pieces down the open stair shaft. They fluttered and flashed in the emergency light, disappearing toward the lobby level. Pavel moved for her. A deep voice boomed from below. Police, down on the ground. Not sudden saviors. Not perfect timing. Owen had reached people. The emergency call had gone through enough. The woman in 316 had screamed. The alarm had finally done what alarms are supposed to do: drag witnesses into the open. But Pavel did not drop. He grabbed Elise by the sweater and pulled her against him, utility knife gone, but one arm locked across her chest. She gasped, ribs crushed. The second man tried to stand and slipped on powder tracked from the alcove. 2 uniformed Czech police officers appeared, one landing below with hotel staff behind them, shouting in Czech and English. One held a baton. The other had a hand on his holstered sidearm. Their faces were tense, not theatrical. Real people processing a bad stairwell with injured guests and a bleeding man holding a woman. "Let her go," one officer shouted. Pavel backed up 1 step, then another, toward the 3rd floor door, toward service access, toward escape. Henrik moved. He was on the floor, hurt badly, maybe with cracked ribs now on top of the wrist. But he still had legs. He kicked Pavel in the back of the knee. Pavel's leg buckled. Elise tore free, but not cleanly. Her sweater ripped. She fell sideways into the rail, striking her cheek hard enough to split the skin. Pavel swung around, off balance. I hit him with my shoulder. All my weight, all my fear, all the delayed action of every moment I had waited for someone else to decide. We slammed into the wall beside the stair door. His head struck the painted cinder block. Mine hit his shoulder. Pain burst white behind my eyes. The police were on him before he could recover. One officer drove him down onto the landing. The other moved past us toward the second man, who raised his gloved hands and sank to his knees, coughing powder. Pavel fought for 2 seconds, then 1, then none. Metal cuffs clicked shut around his wrists. The sound was small compared to everything else, almost disappointing. Elise sat on the stairs, one hand to her cut cheek, the other pressed against her ribs. Henrik lay curled on the landing, breathing in short, wet pulls. Owen was below, sitting on the bottom step with 2 hotel guests holding towels around his foot. He looked up at me and started laughing, not because anything was funny, but because his body had run out of other settings. I slid down the wall. The cut in my palm was bleeding properly now. My throat burned where the second man had squeezed. My shoulder throbbed. My ears rang. A woman pushed past the hotel staff below. Marta. Her uniform was torn at the collar. One eye was swelling. She had a smear of blood at her hairline, but she was walking. Elise saw her and made a small, broken sound. Marta looked at us, then at Pavel on the floor. She said something in Czech. Quiet, bitter. Pavel turned his face away. The police began asking questions before any of us had enough breath to answer. Hotel staff crowded the landing. Radios crackled. Someone said firefighters were checking the 4th floor reset. Someone else said the manager was coming. The ordinary world poured in all at once, loud and procedural, and too late. I looked up the stairwell. Above us, past the 3rd floor door, the hotel corridors were still there. Rooms counting up, down, wrong, right. Service passages behind walls. Doors that looked like doors and doors that looked like rooms and rooms that weren't rooms at all. The conflict was over. Pavel was cuffed. The second man was on his knees. Police were in the stairwell. But I still had the feeling that the hotel had not given us back everything it had taken. My phone was dead. My room did not exist. My suitcase was somewhere on the 4th floor. Daniel Mercer, room 417, had been reduced to a broken card scattered down a stair shaft, and a name on a reservation that should never have been made. An officer crouched in front of me and asked, in careful English, "Sir, can you tell me what happened?" I tried. The first word came out as a cough. The second would not come at all. By the time they got us out of the stairwell, the lobby had stopped looking like a hotel lobby and started looking like the waiting room of a small emergency department. Guests stood around in slippers and conference lanyards, wrapped in coats thrown over pajamas, holding phones at chest height, but not quite recording yet. A child in dinosaur socks cried into his mother's hip. Someone from the restaurant kept repeating that the bar was closed, as if that was the important part, as if the normal categories still applied if you said them firmly enough. The police put Pavel on his feet in the middle of all that light. His face was powdered white from the extinguisher, blood dark, at his nose and mouth. One of the officers held him by the back of his collar, while another guided him past the front desk, where 2 clerks stared at him with expressions that looked less like shock and more like the dawning recognition of a problem they had been hoping would stay theoretical. Pavel did not look at us. That bothered me. I expected hatred or a threat or one last useful piece of ugliness to explain what he had tried to do. Instead, he kept his eyes on the marble floor, stepping carefully around the wet footprints from people who had come in from the street to see what all the alarms were about. The second man came after him. His name, we learned later, was Anton Liska, 38, male, Slovak, a contractor who had worked on the old wing renovation and never returned a set of access tools. At the time, he was just the man who had put his arm around my throat. He had a split lip, red-rimmed eyes, and the blank, resentful stare of someone already deciding which parts of the evening had been someone else's fault. An ambulance crew examined us near the lobby windows, under a chandelier that made everything too bright. Henrik fought them for about 30 seconds. "I am fine," he said, while his right wrist had swollen into something that no longer looked like a wrist. The paramedic, a woman with cropped hair and a calm face, touched 2 fingers to the inside of his forearm and said something in Czech. Henrik answered in German. Neither of them understood the other, but the meaning passed cleanly between them. "Sit down before you fall down." He sat. Then he fainted, not dramatically. He just went quiet, folded forward, and would have hit the floor if a firefighter hadn't caught him by the shoulders. When he came around, he looked furious with himself. That was Henrik. He could survive a man with a knife, a sealed stairwell, and a broken access system. But losing consciousness in front of strangers seemed to offend his entire idea of who he was. Elise sat beside him on the floor with an ice pack pressed to her cheek. The cut there had already been cleaned. A thin white strip held it closed. She kept one arm wrapped around her ribs and spoke only when someone asked her a direct question. Not because she was weak, because she had become very careful with her energy. Every breath cost her something. Owen was taken first. His foot needed stitches, and he kept apologizing for bleeding on the lobby rug until a firefighter told him the rug was the hotel's problem. He laughed at that, then started crying again, embarrassed by it, wiping his face with the back of his hand like he could make the reaction smaller. Before they loaded him into the ambulance, he reached toward me with 2 fingers. I thought he wanted a handshake. He wanted my sleeve. "Told me to go," he said. "You went. I almost didn't, but you did." He nodded like he needed the confirmation entered into the official record, then let the paramedics guide him away. Claire found me while a medic was cleaning the cut in my palm. I had been watching the front desk manager talk to the police. He was a narrow man in a black suit with a silver name tag and the hollow look of someone who had just realized his entire career had become evidence. He kept touching his tie. Every answer he gave seemed to make the officer write more. Then Claire said, "Daniel." I turned. Claire Donovan stood near the edge of the crowd in her conference blazer, hair half pinned, face pale in a way I had never seen before. Nina was behind her, but I barely registered that. Claire held my suitcase handle in one hand, my suitcase. It had a smear of black rubber on one side, and one wheel bent slightly inward, but it was there. "I found it by the elevators," Claire said. "Or near where the elevators should have been. I don't know. They wouldn't let me go farther." I tried to answer, but my throat still hurt from Anton's arm. The sound that came out was rough and useless. Claire stepped closer, slowly, like approaching a dog that might bite out of pain. "Your phone was dead." I went to the desk. "They said you had probably gone to your room." Then this kid came limping down the stairs, yelling about Pavel and Stair C. And she stopped. Her eyes moved over me, torn sleeve, powder in my hair, blood on my hand, bruising already rising along my neck. Claire was usually the person who filled silence because she disliked giving bad thoughts room to multiply. This time she let it sit. "I'm sorry," she said. "That made me almost laugh." "For what?" "For texting jokes while you were lost." They helped, I said. She didn't believe me, but it was true. Those little messages had been proof there was a downstairs, a bar, a person waiting in normal time. A police officer took my statement at 11:40 p.m. in a conference room they had turned into an interview space. I remember the cheap pens. I remember the bowl of wrapped mints in the center of the table. I remember realizing that my hands were shaking only when the mint wrappers trembled. They brought an interpreter, though the officer's English was better than my ability to describe a corridor that had felt like it was rearranging itself, while also insisting nothing impossible had happened. So I told it plainly. Room 417. The wrong numbers. Marta's warning. Pavel. The fire reset. The service lift returning us to the 4th floor. Owen's room. The towel over the bathroom light. The hidden access door. Stare, see the card. When I got to the card, the officer looked up. You broke it. Elise did. Why? Pavel wanted it. Why? I looked at the interpreter, then back at the officer. I don't know. He wrote that down too. Later, a different officer explained what they believed had happened, or at least the version that could fit inside forms. Pavel had worked night maintenance at the Bohemia Grand for 6 years. He was fired after an argument involving missing equipment and unauthorized access to guest rooms. The hotel had changed the obvious locks, but not every service credential. The renovation had left temporary routes between old corridors, staff voids, and guest spaces. And during fire system resets, certain controls behaved differently. Anton, the contractor, knew the construction layout. Together, they had been using service routes during low staff hours to steal from rooms and possibly retrieve something they had hidden in the old wing before Pavel was fired. That was the part the officer said carefully. Possibly. Something. Hidden. They did not say what. Daniel Mercer had not been the target, not at first. That was supposed to comfort me. A reservation system error assigned me a credential profile tied to access point 417. The room number on my sleeve was not a room. It was a door. Some clerk, or some software sync, or some stale access template had turned me into a person, carrying a key to a place Pavel needed opened during the reset. A mistake. That was the word everyone liked because it was small enough to hold. Mistake. The front desk manager said it with both hands flat on the conference table. The hotel's legal representative said it while offering to arrange another room in a sister property. A corporate woman on speakerphone said it from London with the careful sympathy of someone already afraid of the lawsuit. Marta did not say it. She sat across from me with a bandage at her hairline and one hand wrapped around a paper cup of tea. She looked older than she had in the elevator, but not smaller. When the officer asked her to describe the 4th floor, she did it with the tired precision of a woman who had been ignored for months. Old wing should be closed, she said. Signage wrong. Fire reset scheduled wrong. Guest assignments wrong. I write report. I write 3 reports. The front desk manager looked down. Marta did not look at him. Henrik was diagnosed with a fractured wrist, 2 cracked ribs, and a concussion. He insisted on returning to Germany the next day until a doctor told him, in English this time, that flying immediately was a stupid idea. Henrik considered this, then asked if there was a better medical term than stupid. The doctor said no. Elise had bruised ribs and needed 4 stitches along her cheekbone. The scar, she told me 2 days later, would probably be small. Architectural, she said, touching the bandage lightly, like a badly planned renovation. That was the first joke she made after it happened. None of us laughed much, but we appreciated the attempt. Owen's friends showed up at the hospital still drunk and terrified, carrying both of his shoes, even though he had only lost one. He texted the next afternoon to say he had 6 stitches, antibiotics, and a mother on the phone threatening to fly to Prague and personally dismantle the hotel. Claire stayed with me until sunrise. We did not talk about work, not once. The conference badge stayed in my suitcase pocket. My slides went unopened. At some point, I told her I had been more afraid of looking foolish than I had been of getting hurt, at least at the beginning. Said it because exhaustion had stripped the varnish off everything. Claire nodded. "You do that," she said. "I know. No, I mean you do it a lot." The words should have stung. Instead, they landed cleanly, like a diagnosis I had already suspected. The Bohemia Grand moved us all to another hotel after dawn, not a sister property. Elise refused that immediately, and Henrik backed her with one raised eyebrow, which somehow had the force of a signed legal order. Police kept our original rooms sealed. My passport was found in my suitcase, tucked into the back pocket where I had put it myself, and then forgotten. Pavel had lied about that. Simple manipulation, nothing more. My original hotel room never existed. That sentence became important to me. There was no room 417 listed as a guest room in the Bohemia Grand's current floor plan. There had been 1 year earlier, before the renovation, back when the 4th floor had a different arrangement. On archived maps, 417 was a small single room near the old service stairs. Later, it was absorbed into what the contractors called a maintenance void, which sounds like a technical term until you spend time inside one. Then, it sounds like a warning. Police recovered several stolen items from a locked service cage off Stair C. Watches, cash, passports, a laptop, jewelry rolls, and a small stack of keycards wrapped in a rubber band. They also found a pry bar, 2 hotel uniforms, and a handwritten list of reset times. Pavel and Anton were charged with burglary, assault, unlawful restraint, and other crimes whose Czech names I could not pronounce. The hotel faced investigations over safety violations, faulty emergency access, and failure to secure staff credentials. That closed most of it. Most. 3 days later, Claire and I returned to the lobby to collect the last of my things. I did not want to go back, but avoiding the place felt like letting it keep some piece of me. Claire understood without making me explain. The lobby had been cleaned. That was the worst part. No blood on the marble. No powder on the stair door handles. No guests in bathrobes. Fresh lilies stood in a vase near reception, giving off a sweet, watery smell that almost covered the floor polish. A new clerk smiled at us like nothing in the building had ever raised its voice. While Claire argued with reception about reimbursement, I stepped near the elevator alcove. I didn't mean to. My body just drifted there. The left elevator opened, empty, polished brass, warm light. The floor indicator showed 0. Inside, someone had taped a white paper sign over the panel. 4th floor closed for maintenance. I stood there long enough that the doors tried to close, bumped my suitcase, and opened again. A maintenance worker across the lobby called, "Sir, you need help?" Stepped back. "No," I said. The elevator doors closed. For a second, in the reflection, I saw the numbers above the doors flicker. Then nothing. Probably a faulty display. Probably a normal elevator doing normal elevator things in an old hotel with old wiring and newer systems badly stitched into place. Probably. Claire came over with an envelope of paperwork and a face that said she had won at least one argument. "You okay?" I looked at the elevator. Then at her. "Yeah," I said. "I'm ready to leave." Outside, Prague was bright and cold. Trams hissed along the tracks. Tourists rolled suitcases over the pavement, wheels clicking over seams with that familiar little sound. Bump, 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 bump. I stopped so abruptly Claire turned back. "What?" A man crossed the sidewalk ahead of us, dragging a black carry on behind him. One wheel caught every crack in the paving stones. Bump, 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 bump. Just a suitcase. Claire watched my face and said nothing. I made myself breathe in. Diesel coffee, rain on stone, someone smoking near the curb. Real smells. Open air. No red emergency lights. No locked stair door under my hand. We walked away from the hotel. I did not look back until we reached the corner. When I did, the 4th floor windows showed only curtains and pale reflections of the street. Nothing moved behind them. No one watched. No brass number glinted where a room should have been. Still, for months after, I checked hotel floor maps before booking. I charged my phone before leaving lobbies. I counted doors out loud, not because I believed corridors could change, but because I no longer trusted buildings to be as simple as they looked. And whenever a hotel clerk slid a keycard sleeve across the desk, I looked at the room number before touching it. Not quickly, not casually. I looked until I was sure it was a room, and not a door pretending to be one. The shadows fade for now, but the stories never end. Don't forget to hit like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and join our community of horror lovers. If you're hungry for more, check out the next video. Just remember, the scariest part is often the one you don't see coming.